I just don't, they always try to show that she works in a living good. So the doctors are always doing scans on her just to check. Oh, hey, look at this. I got a squid to make, or something. So anyway, I just said, I'll see if they come.
Yeah, I know.
But they got a name, they got all that stuff figured out.
Okay.
You know, they
Yeah,
probably
your
overdid it.
son-in-law, he's so excited. He's so sweet, sweet. Very excited.
He's excited, they got that all fixed out.
Yeah, that's what he told me about.
They fixed up our house,
Hey Sophie,
sounds like
can you email me the talking points that Brandon wrote down?
Robert, how you doing? Good, fine.
You don't have them? Okay,
Caught up yet or not?
No. Yeah, I thought I folded but maybe I didn't order them.
This is fun. Now?
No,
You're
just
back, still
if I get them.
in the thick of it. Keep sending them. Appreciate you. Everything else okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Dr. Kabir.
Always.
It's all good. This is what so this is the agenda. Okay, this is for later.
How about you?
It is okay. You know why? Because I have my computer with me, and we're gonna do it right now. This, I got this. We are good.
Again,
Huh? I didn't wear it on purpose. Coach always wearing it. So cocky they call it. So. I said, nope, not today.
Not happy.
Did all right? I only got the rest of the week to work anyway. So yeah. So we're gonna start.
Documents. I'm about to find
That list ain't the same anymore. Your list is wrong.
this.
That's what we well, let's send the script. I'll give a comment on all of those, and then take like what he did, he charged decision. Just teasing. There's a piece of it that also.
Commissioner.
You know, you're getting grayer.
I am.
Are we doing that to you?
Yeah. Yo, Mike.
It's only,
I'm just gonna send, I have to have
only
this.
2 weeks.
I'm so sorry. No, I'm
Got young children too.
Hey, man, how you doing? See? All right. Okay. Hey, how you? Hey, Cactus. How you doing? I'll owe you a phone call. Well, I can't do it. Maybe Sunday. Did you see my text? Did you get my text? Yeah, the text. I just like because they're all over the place. Turn that way because I can't. Yeah. Well, sir, my daughter's probably ready for her third fish camp. Third? But I do want to see it. So,
Is the big boss here? Yes, yes, just stepping in.
Keeping it, huh? What, that long? I'm talking about that.
ZZ Top style.
Huh?
ZZ Top style.
Love it. That's awesome.
How are you doing? So have you had a chance to chat with your dad and tell him how I've been mean to you? Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Kylie or Chief, whenever they come in.
Look for the budget meeting.
okay. And how much, I got 75%, and can I should charge it? Okay. Okay. I'm the one always turning these.
I don't know how early you start early.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying. Somebody won't agree with me. Nobody will agree with me.
All right, good morning. It's 9:03 on January 28th, and I'd like to call this meeting of Commissioners Court to order. Commissioner Cagle.
Good morning, Your Honor. Today I have the privilege of introducing Pastor Avery Lamal, who gives a slightly different pronunciation to his last name. Therefore, everybody that knows him usually just calls him Pastor Avery. And so I'll allow him to say his name properly in a few minutes. It's spelt with an A and with a capital M, so he's not related to anybody else with the similar sounding name that works for the county. But Pastor Avery is one of the pastors at Champion Forest Baptist Church, which, Judge, at the time that we were wanting to bring him down here, this wasn't true, but technically speaking, he is my spiritual father right now, and I go to his church. So please don't ask too many questions, and you may want to be praying for him at this time. But I want to mention that not only is he a great leader a member of the leadership team at Champion Forest, but that also he is an educated fellow, having majored in psychology and counseling, graduated from New Orleans Baptist Theology. He's gotten a fellow at Vanderbilt University, Hampton University, and Liberty. And so in addition to being a very spiritual man, he's also a very intellectual fellow. And so it is my privilege to introduce Pastor Avery Lamal.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner. Shall we pray? Gracious Heavenly Father, it's under the umbrella of your grace that we even exist. And so we began by saying thank you. Thank you for this day, a day that you've made, a day in which you've allowed us to gather in this place. And we seek your guidance. And so, Father, I thank you for those who've committed themselves to service to this county. Thank you for how you've blessed them, how you've assigned them to this special task. Thank you that we can call upon you and humbly ask for wisdom and direction. I do ask your choice blessings upon each person that's represented in these chambers, that you would guide every decision, that you would continue to bless them individually and collectively, and that the decisions that are made are filled with your grace and mercy. And so on this 28th day of January, I humbly ask that you just center them in your will, that we'd live in your will today. Without all that happens, that you be glorified, that the county be better for it, that the citizens of our great city be blessed because of the decisions that are made here amongst your people. I thank you again for their service and their commitment to excellence. And may you use them on this day in a special way, that we might know that your favor rests upon this blessed city of ours. It's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor. So today we'll start with our budget presentation and budget hearings.
And thank you
then-
for my colleagues for not asking the pastor any questions about me.
Then we'll move on to the agenda. Before we start with the Budget Management's presentation of the letter they've provided, I do want to mention, of course, we've made so much progress so far on the budget. I think it's been a lot more involved, a lot more rigorous and with more detail in terms of what we've gotten from each department. There's still a ways to go. For example, how do we determine what falls under CIP and what doesn't? How do we evaluate the validity of the metrics we select? And I think most importantly, how do we move to a place where we're not only questioning programs going forward, but also what's currently done? We're right now sort of assuming that what's been done so far works, and so we only ask questions of new things. But at some point, we need to be able to evaluate outcomes more generally, so we have truly outcomes and metrics and performance-based budgeting. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you to all the departments and to Budget for leading us on this, and to know that it's still a road ahead, but we're well on our way, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. The process has changed this year. We listened last year. We had many meetings with department heads and elected officials, and we revamped it. In early December, we had over 20 hours of public meetings with very detailed books from departments, which we really thank the departments for all the effort they put into those books, and we did read every page of those to come up with some recommendations. This is an interesting year for us. We have internal and external pressures. The legislature passed a 3.5% cap on our general revenues, and we also have an effective tax rate cap this year. And so it was very, very important for us to spend a lot of time in taking a look at the needs that we have with the supply of funds that were available.
And just one quick
Sure.
note there, because I noticed that on the letter, and folks will remember back in January, first court of 2019, we asked for the countywide review was when we first began that process, and early on, before there was a 3.5% revenue cap, we asked for metrics. So this has nothing to do with a cap or no cap. This is a matter of good government, and I want to make sure that it's a matter of record, and certainly not in future letters, that this whole effort and accountability was tied to the revenue cap because it wasn't. We
Absolutely.
need to have metrics and evaluation as a matter of course, because we're stewards of taxpayer
That's
funds.
right. And we started this process before the legislature even made those rules. And so, and it was at the direction of your office and others that we put that in place. But with that, we did have the meetings, and we put all the detail on the internet to be transparent and for people to look at. We are working with the auditor's office. The auditor is responsible for the final estimate of available resources. There's two components of that. One is the beginning cash balance, which is the funds that are in the bank at the beginning of the year, plus all the revenues that have to be estimated for next year. So it's those two components. And it's not an easy process to do that. A lot of times these are big numbers, but we try to hit some number around 1 or 2% of accuracy on that. And I believe that we'll get there. The number that has been put together for this presentation is probably a little conservative at this point. And in the next few weeks, we will get the final estimate. That could even change after that, because we're also in the middle of collecting property taxes right now, and those collection rates and all that, we really won't know what those finally are until after March 1st. I do think it's important to mention at this time, because of the effort that has to go into these estimates and how important they are, this will become much easier when we change our fiscal year to a September 30th fiscal year in a year or so. We want to get PeopleSoft, which is our new financial system, stable and in course. But at this time next year, we may be doing a short budget presentation so that we can get to the point to where we have a different year end. And so I just want to make you all aware of that. So next year, if things go properly, we would have a budget hearing like this, but then we may have one about 5 months later in order to set the short year process. So we work with, in the accounting world, we call them principles. There's generally accepted accounting principles. We use best practices to achieve those, but we've listed here 4 items that are very important. One, we want to be in a strong financial position, and that helps our debt ratings, which are so important with the approximate $5 billion worth of debt we have outstanding. We have put aside reserves to be able to take care of one major natural disaster and one economic disaster in one year. And this budget was put together with those factors in mind. We also take a look and make sure we manage debt to ensure that the debt does not grow faster than the population, and the ability to retire debt in a timely manner. And finally, we have a principle where we want to make sure that we have market rate compensation and that we don't have too much voluntary turnover because we're not able to pay enough. And so those are items that are principles that we looked at in putting this together. The other item is that, as part of what the judge said, we have 2 major studies going on now by PFM, an outside consulting firm. One study is taking a look at all the departments that are headed by department heads, and the other one is the justice. And this study, which we had something similar to this about 20 years ago in the department area, will yield some recommendations which may need to adjust some departments' budgets after those findings are found. It may be some of those would need to be made before next budget, but many of those will need to be baked into the next budget cycle. One of the issues that came up is that as new programs are coming on board, we wanted some way to evaluate some of these new services that departments would be providing, and we came up with what we call the Internal Grants Program. This really is to coincide with the budget process. There were a lot of items mentioned in the hearings that people would like to do, and in the past we called those pilot projects, but we want those to be evaluated based on more like what we do with external grants, where you come in, You state what you want to accomplish, and then there's a follow-up at the end of it. And then court has the ability to either tweak it a little bit or not do it at all, or say we want to make this a program that is part of the regular department. This is kind of the step to getting departments familiar with doing it in this way. And it also encourages that this will be for the entire service spectrum that departments have, as the judge has mentioned. We think this is just a phase in that. As far as our recommendations go, we have to break this down into several categories, and there's a chart on page 4 that will try to do this. We had $113 million in additional funding request in the budget hearings. It was our job to meet with the commissioners and the departments and determine how we could go about this and figure out the priorities. One of the things that came up is that the CIP, some of the items that were asked for were really capital items, and a capital item is something that is a physical asset that lasts more than 1 year. And so in some of our recommendations on the pages, we've broken out the request, and those will be considered in our CIP, which happens at mid-year. We have other items that we broke out that would probably fit into the internal grant program that need further analysis, and again, we've listed those in here. There are some items that just really we need policy direction from Commissioners Court to tell us which direction, and we've listed those out. We have studies underway that also would give us priorities, and we're waiting for the results of those studies in order to make further items. And then there were other items that, for instance, in the JP area, the law changed on their, I think they went from 10,000 to 20,000 on their cases as far as dollar value, and that's going to take a comprehensive study to see the impact that that will have in there. So those are the items that, how we kind of broke that down. We originally had some items last year that will come to effect for a full fiscal year this year, and that came in about $43 million. We also, in order to keep our employees and maintain a good group health charge, that was $7.3 million, and we did not, some of the increase in the cost, we made sure that that was borne by the county, and we didn't put that on the employees' back. So part of the compensation package is in the benefits area. The other thing that we're recommending is an overall 2% increase to keep up with inflation for employees. This would be given to the departments, and it would be at the discretion of the department head or elected official to give those raises, but it only could be used for payroll. It could not be moved into other categories, and we work with the auditor's office to make sure that that happens. And then out of the additional $113 million, there was $31 million that we specifically said that we gave our recommendation for that. And again, there's a list of items in here that kind of details what I've just said in the different areas that we think are important. Then we go into the mobility fund. In the past, the toll road has provided since fiscal 09, approximately $120 million as a transfer, which then, based on a formula, was distributed to the different precincts. Earlier this year, it was decided that the formula would be 25% for each commissioner until it could be studied and looked at. We have never adjusted that for inflation, and when we went back and worked with HECTRA to take a look at that, we came up with $159.6 million, which can fit into their budgeting process, and so we are recommending that that be increased to that amount. We're also recommending that there be some methodology in the future of keeping up with inflation, but also if Hectora had a year in which they weren't doing as well as others, that adjustment could actually go down also, depending on that. So with that, in conclusion, Judge, I'll turn it over to you for any specific questions.
I think Commissioner Garcia had a comment.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Bill. Excuse me. But I guess the first question actually is for the County Attorney's Office. Robert, when we were going through the process of setting the tax rate, I mean, you advised us that, you know, what the process was, and that we wouldn't be able to set the tax rate. We wouldn't be able to change the ultimate tax rate unless it was the proposed tax rate, and that actually wasn't accurate. We could have changed the tax rate at the final meeting. Besides going to the effective rate, we could have made some adjustment. And then secondly, it would have been helpful for us to have been received some communication from the County Attorney's Office that there was this unique law about the quorum. You know, when it happened in Lubbock, it would have been nice that your office would have picked up on it, or not your office, but Vince's office actually, would have picked up on it and helped communicate that. And we kind of found that out in midstream. So just in the future, as we're looking into the upcoming budget cycle, I would hope that the County Attorney's Office would be more effective at doing the research of any laws, any change of laws that that we would need to really pay attention to, and actually what we could do at the table in terms of setting the tax rate. So I just wanted to bring that out because it's still in the back of my mind, and after doing some research on this, I've learned quite a bit on it, and I think it would have been more helpful in that regard. But Bill, to your presentation, the first thing is that, you know, when I was on City Council, we were budgeting much the same way. We would go through the budget cycle, then we would start to rehash the new budget cycle. And Bill White actually pushed for us to get to a 10-year budgeting cycle, but we ended up at a 5-year budgeting cycle forecast. We don't do that here. And when can we start to see some more meaningful forecasting so that it's not every year, you know, reinventing the process? I mean, so a 5-year at a minimum, I think, is a best practice. It is something that most governments do. So can we, does that require a motion to request a 5-year forecast?
Well, I think it would require a couple of things. One, in order for us to do those forecasts, we have to get with the auditor's office to get a 5-year forecast on revenues. That's where you start.
I mean, is that not possible?
It's possible, but the accuracy of it.
I mean, it's a forecast.
It's a forecast.
It's a forecast.
I understand. And then departments, I think that we have been working with departments to get a lot more information than we have in the past. And we certainly could work with departments to try to have them say where they see the future. So I think we can do that, and I will take a look at what the city does and bring something back. If y'all want to make a motion on that, that's fine. But I would say within 90 days, I can come back with some recommendations on that. The other item on that is our department is one that's being studied by PFM, and that may be something that we can work with them and say that's something we'd like to do.
Good, good. And then in terms of the internal grant, you know, I heard the idea when we met and discussed it, and you know, on the surface, it sounds like a good idea, but you know, the judge had really talked about making sure that the budgeting process is the budgeting process. And, you know, we're always going to deal with things that happen as they happen. And I'm not going to blame any director that couldn't forecast a hurricane or a tornado or a fire or an explosion. But, you know, if a director is coming up with a good idea in midstream, I think it's good for the mid-year, or it's good for the beginning of the budgeting cycle, coupled with the fact that the rollover was intended to be the internal grant process for departments. I mean, if they're doing a pilot project, the idea of the rollover was always that they could use that money for one-time expenditures. That's effectively a pilot project. And so I think we need to look at the rollover as, you know, I still have concerns about the rollover itself, but I just, you know, the more I thought about the internal grant program, I have more concerns about it, because ultimately this body should be evaluating the success of what we're budgeting. Your office should help provide some of the research as to whether or not programs are being successful, whether departments are being successful, whether we're meeting those high points. And it's, the judge just mentioned, we're still a work in progress, because we need to have metrics in this budget. And so I'm concerned that we develop yet another tier of potentially, not saying that it would be, but potentially non-transparent budgeting. And ultimately, who evaluates the success of these programs? You or us? And so I think I just have a lot of concerns, and I'm not yet ready to sign off on an internal grant program that seems like a good idea, but at the end of the day, budgeting is budgeting. I think this table has to adhere to those processes. I think we have to challenge our directors on how to look at their operations and be, you know, as Commissioner Raddick had said, you know, the directors need to be strong enough to come up to the body and say, I need resources, or something's not working. And I think that's what this, what the process ought to be like, so that we're not giving money because the way I presume this would work is that someone would say, I want to do a pilot project to Bill Jackson, not to Commissioner's Court. And I want to understand what the rules of the rollover are going to be, because in the conversations we had was that the rollover would be for one-time expenditures. And a pilot project is generally a one-time event to prove its success or not. And then we can go to the budgeting cycle. So I just got concerns about the internal grant program. And I'd like to formalize the 5-year budget forecast process. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Judge. First, Mr. Jackson, on the pay raise issue, what has been the history of what we've done in terms of pay raises in the past? I appreciate your concern about not wanting to lose people, good people, because we can't pay them, or for that matter, being able to attract good people to come in. Now, here's the history I have, in case you don't have, you may tell me if I'm correct. So in 2019, it was 5%, and according to my staff's notes, in 2018, it was 0, 2017, 0, so there was 2 years without a pay raise. Obviously, I assume each time it was at the discretion of the department heads. So that was 2 years in a row with nothing, they went to 5. And then in 2016, it was 3%, 2015, 1%. So is that pretty much accurate?
Yes.
So what I'm wondering is, are we keeping pace? I know at this table throughout the year, of the 3 years I've been here, there have been concerns about engineering, as an example. Other counties taking people that we train and grabbing them. So I'm just wondering, on what basis did you all decide that the 3.2% would be sufficient?
For this year, we're
Yes.
recommending 2%.
Yeah, what, the 2%?
The
On what
2%.
basis did you think it would be
We
sufficient?
thought that that's what we could afford, based on the recommendation of the allocation of the 60 million. We thought the 2%. This does give departments, this isn't individuals, for instance, in engineering, that we are looking at raising individuals, but this is more of a keeping up with inflation for our employees. and that's what we get.
Historically, has that been the way the county did it in the past?
They did it prior to me being the budget officer by giving just 3% almost every year. The issue with that was it was just across the board, included elected officials at the time. And what we found is that people were getting 3% that may have needed through evaluation processes and all that, weren't deserving of the 3%. And so we went to giving the discretion to the elected officials.
So it was kind of basically a method of finance. So if you were trying to figure out how to split the money that the county had,
Right.
you'd come up with some number and just give that to the department, and they could decide if they want to do pay raise or if they want to run their programs.
Or if they wanted to add individuals, pay raises, or keep up with inflation. And
And then I assume you still had other special items that you would fund in the department.
absolutely. And so if you look at what actually happened during that period of time, we want people to move up the ladder. That's the encouragement here. And if you look, we've had over the last 5 years, I believe, 7,000 people that are still here that were here 5 years ago. They've received, because they moved up into higher positions and all
So
that.
you weren't saying this enough. I mean, you concede that we're having turnover problems, we're having challenges holding on to people.
That's right.
Okay. Do you remember what the percentage was when the item came on the agenda to raise commissioner salaries?
I don't remember.
Okay, I assume it was more than 2%.
It was simply because they hadn't had a raise in the number of years.
Well, I'm sure glad that we didn't do it, because it certainly would have looked pretty odd to come in and want to raise our salaries. And I've certainly heard from some other elected officials who were upset, but it certainly, in my judgment, would have been foolhardy to come in and raise our salaries. And then at some point, when we get to the budget process for everybody else, for the departments, we couldn't at least do as much for them as we want to do for ourselves. In terms of the 5-year forecasting, I think that's a good idea. I know that the state does a 2-year budget cycle, and it's certainly not perfect, but it gives somebody the latitude to look at a little longer term than the 1 year. And I'm assuming through the PFM process, maybe it would be good to look at the city of Houston, but also to look at surely some other counties. I know when I got here, this was a much quicker process. It was kind of like Hy-Vee was done in the black box, and it just kind of rolled on through. But so I do think, Judge, that this process has been a lot more deliberative. It's never pretty, but to the extent we could forecast out a little bit, it may let a department know through their rollover money, or if there is an internal grants process, it's easier to come up with a bright idea than it is to keep funding it.
Sure.
And then the pressure is on to do it again, even when we do one-time or mid-year allocations to folks. That gets easily rolled in, and then at some point the next year, you got to figure out how to fund it. I am curious, how did other counties interpret that state law? Mr. Sword, I remember when it came up at the table, I made the comment, having authored about 700 of them, it's not an exact science. And I was wondering whether or not we should take the more conservative approach, but it's a tough one, I concede that. But do we know how other counties interpreted, how did they play out?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, which statute are you talking about?
The statute putting a cap on our revenue increase. So do you know how other counties in the state interpreted it?
Not specifically. I know that our interpretation has been consistent with the other major counties, and we'll certainly look at it more, but.
And so probably now that we are out of the danger period, so that if we're trying to we'll have to make that decision again. it might make sense to go ahead and ask for an AG's opinion. Now, of course, that would only be advisory. You got me?
Correct.
It would just be an opinion, but at least it might clear the air a little bit because we could face that same situation
Yes, sir.
again. If you would, Mr. Jackson, walk us through what our options were, just in case people forgot, in terms of the revenue increase issue that came up. And the reason I want you to do that is, you pointed out, we certainly got more requests from department heads than we have money.
Correct.
But what were the figures, what were the options we had?
As far as what other people wanted?
Yeah.
As far as departments go?
No, going back to when we set the tax rate. So we had the option of $185 million in additional revenue to invest in the region. I think most of us will accept the fact we've had decades of underfunding. And regardless of what the legislature did or how they did it, the option on the table was $185 million in new revenue. Is that correct?
We had an option that allowed you to go up to for 1 year,
For 1 year,
to go up to the maximum of 8% increase.
which would have been $185 million.
I believe so.
And then, do you remember the breakdown on where that money would have gone?
As far as departments, or?
Yeah,
We
so
never.
I have about 132, which would have been additional general revenue. That's for what
Okay,
we're
so
doing
that
today.
breakdown, yes. I don't have the numbers right here for that.
Well, I
but-
just want to lay it out so we all remember it. So it was $185 million. It would have, obviously, we would have been subjected to some criticism, but it wouldn't have been $185 million in additional money. And the breakdown on that would have been $12 million would have been used for flood control, $77.9 million for the hospital district, and $132 million for general revenue. I just want, is that pretty much your
Yeah,
recollection?
yeah.
On what the money, I just want to lay that out, and I'm assuming that, when we come to that point, the next cycle, and we're trying to figure out how to make ends meet with, I assume most of these requests were meritorious, or did you look through any of them and you just thought this is totally ridiculous, and even if you'd had $132 million in GR, you wouldn't have thought it was worth having that discussion anyway?
I would have brought it to y'all for your recommendation through the budget process. We don't hold back, that's why it was a public, but the departments would have come and asked for things as they did. And that's where those things get eliminated, or they get pared down.
So your office does not give us any guidance, your thoughts on, you just send over what the department heads ask for?
We give you recommendations based on what the resources are, and then at that point, you can tweak that or add or subtract or whatever. We give you a recommendation based on our
So you do
experience.
some review
Oh,
on what you
absolutely.
think?
Yes,
Yeah,
tremendous.
because if not, we could not have a budget office, we just let them all walk in here. It'd be a lot longer meeting, but I'm sure they'd be happy to just walk in
By
here.
statute, my job is to make recommendations for you
So there's some
to
review,
review.
you look
Yes.
at it.
Oh, absolutely.
Might I suggest we move to the review,
Yeah.
Commissioner, just given the time it is, if
Okay.
that works for you guys?
Okay.
Does that
Yeah,
work?
that's all right.
So there's
Well,
there's
Did he want to make a motion on this 5-year?
Yeah.
So I'll second.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not understanding what the motion would be. I guess it'll depend on the motion. If it deals with the budget, it would be appropriate.
Come
Can
up
you
with a
repeat your
5-year
motion, Commissioner?
forecast.
To develop a 5-year budgeting,
Forecast.
budgeting forecast.
That would be appropriate.
Yeah.
I'll
We have a
second it.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yes, folks. All right. Thank you so much. Great. So we have on page, the PDF or the document we all received on the budget presentation, page 15 has a chart that I've been told is easy for staff if we go down this order. So I'm just going to call out these departments, and there are certain ones that I haven't heard there's any disagree, or I guess comments on, but I'll just mention them because I don't know. So Commissioner's Court Analyst's Office, does anyone have any comments there on the recommendation?
You're talking about doing all kind of analyzing and stuff, what do they do? Why can't they do some of the stuff that I just talked about?
Well, they're brand new office. figured they're standing up.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you got a department that's supposed to analyze, it seems to be, I don't know.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner, you're right. It's a brand-new office, actually just a few months old. And I think that you may not be here to see it because of your retirement, but I think the output of that office, as I see it, I think in part, conversations about the budgeting process have also been a point of conversation. I think the analysis that can come out of that office will be a bit earth-shaking for this county, because I think it's going to move us into 21st, if not the 22nd century, with the type of policies and issues and processes that we ought to be thinking about. So, brand-new office. I'm excited that Katie has taken on the challenge, and I am very, very excited about what's to come.
Would it be appropriate that all of us be giving, since they've been put together, maybe we could get a list of all the things they've worked on thus far?
Sure.
Sure.
All right. Great. Thank you. So the next is legislative relations, and there, I do want to comment. They had a relatively small request. I do think it's critical for us to represent Harris County's interests at the state level and at the federal level, particularly in light of the concern we have right now with the state not sending the full flood control funds. You know, hopefully that'll get worked out. The discussions we had at the most recent Conference of Urban Counties is there are several challenges that our county and other counties continue to face. So I would urge the court to support the full amount, the $240,000 for the legislative relations.
So just let me ask, is that for DC representation or is that for Austin representation? And the reason I'm asking is that, do you know?
Yes, sir. Josh Stuckey, Budget Management. That is for the DC representation.
So, Judge, I was advocating over the last year for DC representation. I think right now, we do have some in DC, but I think right now, our immediate challenge, as you alluded to, is making sure we come all right with the state, unless in Congress. So I'm more interested in making sure we focus on Austin as opposed to DC. I don't have a problem with the amount, but I want to make sure, I think right now, our challenge is going to be more at the, getting our share of the federal money that goes to the state as opposed to getting the federal government. I don't think they're going to go back in and intercede. So the amount is fine, but my preference would be that our focus is on boosting our effort in terms of legislative relations at the Capitol.
And
right in
is
the state
Ender
Capitol.
here maybe to confirm?
Or if we put the amount in.
Because as far as I understand, the funds, oh, Ender, can you clarify, are we where we need to be in terms of state representation? Is this to get us to where we need to be with federal, or is it a zero-sum game, whereas?
Sure, thank you very much. Ender Reed, Legislative Relations Director. This would be for the DC funding and to bolster the federal program, but I think statewise, we know that we're an arm of state government, and that will be and will continue to be our focus, and I think we're in the right direction on that in terms of this budget.
So I just want to be clear, Judge, if I might, at least for me to support it, we do have Jack, what's his last name?
Peterson.
Peterson in DC. And when we were trying to get the money from the federal government, or we thought that we could get the federal government to be clearer about what our piece would be, my focus, and I was advocating it at this table, was for DC representation. But right now, I think, I know it'll have to come back if you come up with a firm, but at least for me, my preference is on the state level, because I don't think there's going to be much more that's going to happen unless there's another disaster and there's another pot of money to go after. But at least from my conversations with HUD, I don't think that they are going to do much heavy lifting in terms of issues between what they give the state and how it's divided throughout the state.
I think that what this will allow us to do is to get in front of some of those conversations as we go forward. I think the court has said as departments we should be expecting events to happen regularly and be prepared for them. And this will give us a chance to get the rules and regulations in place so that we aren't behind the 8 ball when it does happen. And so I think looking at what, we've done a review of what LA County's done, Miami County, and looking at all of their funding, this would help us to be able to play in that realm, but also get in front of some of those items on
Well, so it
federal.
doesn't hold us up when the item is in there. I just want to make sure, at least my vote, I don't mind voting for $240,000, but I want to leave it unclear as to whether that's state or federal. And when you come back, that's when that would be sorted out, when you come back
Absolutely.
with some firm or somebody. Okay?
So fire marshal initially, we don't need to go over, yes, go ahead.
Does it handicap you at all in dealing with the federal or state government, to members of the district court bash the federal or state government?
I think that our delegation likes to hear what our court says, and it helps us to be able to communicate what this county needs.
I couldn't hear the question. Is your mic on?
My question is does it interfere with your ability to get things done at the state or federal level when members of Commissioners Court are out bashing the federal or state government?
I think
We
that.
could send that to the analytical department if we love, if you can.
I think that it gives us a great opportunity when, for example, for CDBG MIT, when this court, spoke unanimously and told our delegation that we need assistance on getting the right flood funding, it was absolutely great for the community, and they stepped up, and as you all know, we got a lot done on that, and that'll be coming forward pretty soon.
Judge? Sir.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia and then
Yeah.
Ellis.
Thank you, Judge. Ender, does it help you to fight for what we need if we stay quiet?
You all help me, Commissioners
All right.
and Judge,
Thank
you all help me.
Thank you.
Judge, I won't put the ender behind the 8 ball, but I will say, as a former member of the state legislature, I never held it against the county. I want members of this court would attack me, even if it was personally. And I think most members on the federal level and the state level are bigger than to let those little things that maybe you say it from time to time get under their skin. You don't last in this business for as long as many of us have if you don't have thick skin.
Thank you, Ender.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
So the fire marshal requests are solely the ones that came through and were already approved as part of the gap analysis. Does anyone have comments on Institute of Forensic Sciences?
I do, Judge.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to commend Dr. Sanchez for having done a phenomenal job in that area. And there's the main issue that I think that we should consider supporting the Institute of Forensic Sciences is in the area of DNA collection for property crimes. The Touch DNA project was something I started. It was stopped because he didn't have the resources to do it effectively. But when he was doing it, we were getting an incredible number of hits. And there is probably not one crime that isn't a violent one that frustrates folks, and that's when their vehicles or their homes get broken into. And it goes on, it goes unsolved. And so I think that the Touch DNA, not that I think, I know that the Touch DNA project and process would help the sheriff and all of our local law enforcement agencies to have the support of the Institute of Forensic Sciences to effectively be able to collect Touch DNA at these crime scenes so that we can, provide closure and justice to the victims out there in the community. So I'm supportive for at least $1.1 million for the Institute of Forensic Sciences to get that Touch DNA project moving.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I agree with the concerns raised by Commissioner Garcia, and I would also say that to the extent that the decision was made to walk away from $185 million, we just don't have it. I wouldn't have a problem with the whole 2.8, Commissioner, but I think we ought to go with the $1 million that you're talking about now. That's my suggestion, but also it would be a good issue for the previous department that was alluded to, the research office, to look and at least start having some discussion about whether or not there's some cooperative agreement or some way, if not merge, at least have some close relationship with the city's crime lab.
Yep.
Because to the extent we don't have additional revenue, it's real simple. We can continue to underfund. You can look for ways to collaborate, or you can just pray the money is going to show up from heaven or somewhere else. But we got to start having that dialogue in areas where we can. But I would be supportive of that.
Wonderful.
Man.
I agree, and I would like to work with you and the judge and others to have those conversations with Mayor Turner.
Yeah, you know, whether it's, the areas I think about would be health, as an example, the crime lab, there may be others, but we gotta look for either additional revenue, kick the can down the road, keep trying to whip out the credit card in some creative way, which I think historically has been done, or you gotta look at some collaborative effort with both sides putting money in, obviously, not just us doing it.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you for raising that, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Radix mentioned this in the past, that our crime lab has so many certifications and, you know, it's done stellarly well. So that would be sort of something in my mind to keep in mind as we talk to the city is make sure, is if you look at the objective benchmarks, we do quite well. And so I would hate to compromise any sort of quality, but I'm always on board for those discussions.
And Judge, I think
Yeah.
that is true. I know that Michael Bromwich is doing some stuff for the county now. Having chaired the Board of Innocence Project for 14 years, every crime lab that we dealt with around the country said they had a stellar performance and they had reviews until we got one. And then all of a sudden it would trigger a host of, but with that said, I think Harris County has done a good job. There have been concerns about that, the governance issue, because essentially we are the board, a group of elected officials, as opposed to some other body that will be insulated from when folks don't show up. You need additional money. Sometimes there's a reluctance to ask for it.
Yeah. No, but I think it makes sense, and this is one of the places where the grant program was mentioned, and to what Commissioner Garcia was saying earlier, I do think there's an opportunity for you guys to get with the staff from the members of court, and so that we can all work together on the best version of, you know, an evaluation mechanism, you know, who it reports to and how we make it transparent. The idea is great. And I would be on board with what my colleagues mentioned for the Institute, certainly not the full amount given other, you know, the priorities, given the funding limitations, but I think that the property crime issue is important.
Judge?
Yeah.
On that, there's two pieces to when you do the DNA testing. The other piece is to make sure that our law enforcement agencies have the resources, the sheriff's office, to take that data and evaluate it. And that's been, in the past, we had hits, but it may have been that we were backed up or didn't have the resources in the sheriff's office. So that's the other piece of this. So it's kind of a twofold. The other thing on the internal grants program, let me just clarify, that was not going to be coming to me. It was to be coming to a group other than my office to evaluate those and give us direction. And Commissioner Garcia and I talked about that yesterday. I just wanted to throw it out there. It was the first in a two-step. Let's get the new stuff that people want, and then let's go back and get the stuff they're already doing. And so that's what I was trying to accomplish.
Gotcha. And Judge, if I might?
Yes.
When it's appropriate, I know it's been 53 minutes since I spoke, but whenever you're ready for me to
Go
ask
for
a
it.
question.
Oh, your mic is off, Commissioner.
Your Honor, are you entertaining a motion to change the budget allocation for 2021 from 2.8 million to 1.7? Is this a motion to change?
I think
the
today is just
recommendation?
discussion, right?
Well,
I would just,
yeah, so
I was
what I'm
hoping to
doing is
just have
taking notes here.
discussions today for them to circle back and also get a little bit more details. I had noted here that the property crime testing is 600,000, so I would want to look deeper into why $1 million as opposed to 600,000, especially if we have to support the sheriff with additional resources. So I'm not sure I'm ready to make a motion, and I would perhaps advise against it, given last year, just to keep this as a discussion session. Otherwise, I think we may be here all day.
So in developing the budget that's approved on February 11th, we will consult with you, but we have to come up with options that we approve the budget next
Right.
time.
Right.
And so I was taking notes this day, but if there's still additional work, we're gonna have to give options when the budget's approved, saying that y'all agree upon as a group next time. So we can adjust that a little bit.
So to that end, Judge, my 2 cents in this one area, and my colleagues talk about back when they were in city council, I'm going to make a similar comment. Back when I was a judge, everything was about the evidence. And so I think that our Institute of Forensic Sciences has done a fabulous job, and they're all about the science. That's the reason why they're not located with the sheriff's office, but are independent so that they are able to present independent scientific data so that we can have fair trials. The worst thing that can happen is to have justice not be done, and that's two sides. Someone being convicted who shouldn't be, someone not being convicted and released onto the streets that should be off the streets. And so my 2 cents is to give the independent medical, the examiner, this Institute of Forensic Sciences, the tools that they need so that our courts can run smoothly to protect the innocent, whether that be the innocently falsely accused or whether that be the innocent who's the victim of someone that hurt them. And so that's, as we have our discussion, Judge, I'm all about the evidence.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes.
I do want to note that IFS got 14.8% in an increase last year. I know the PFM report is coming back, and about 1 million of this request could come from capital improvements, correct? 1.2. So is that a way to try to get to whether it's 600,000 on, you can figure it out, I don't want to tell you, go ahead.
And so, Court, Josh Stuckey, Budget Management, every once in a while, I
your
might
mic's
come up
not
here.
on.
Your mic's not on.
There you go.
Every once in a while, I might come up here because, again, Bill's taking notes, if there's something like a clarity, like 600 versus 1.1, I think we really do need to understand what the difference is there, so we can work that out. But yes, approximately $1 million can be capitalized. You touch DNA can't, and just so you know, there was $750,000 that was given to touch DNA last year, and the reason we didn't recommend it thus far is because we're waiting for what were the results of that $750,000 as we move forward. But that being said, right now, we have a note that it appears that there is a desire to provide them for $600,000 of budget to continue the touch DNA program.
Well, since you can do that, I'm just trying to give you all some direction, might be one less item to deal with. If you can move $1 million over to the capital improvement side, maybe that gets us there. I think that accomplishes what,
And we've already.
I'm not making a motion on it, I'm just trying to help you. Right.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
So, yeah,
Thank you, Judge. Bill, back to, since you brought up the internal grant program, I guess, can you have someone bring us the policies and procedures that you've developed for the internal grant? Can you get that over to us today?
Well, we haven't developed it yet. We were waiting to meet with your
gotcha.
staff and what they wanted.
Got it.
And
Okay.
again, I was just trying to get departments to get into the matrix business of understanding the marginal, and then once they get that, then we go back to their entire portfolio of
Gotcha.
services.
Okay,
thank you. Next is public health. Do folks have comments on there? My question to start out, Bill, is just what do we make of items requested by public health that could be put on CIP? It seems to me that at least the, was it mobile health clinics and the health hubs could go on CIP?
Yes. And Josh is our CIP expert on this.
Our calculation at this time is approximately $5 million could be capitalized with public health of their overall cost.
George?
Yeah, Commissioner.
Thank
Garcia.
you. And Judge, I'll just say that I know that it's all a matter of process and with what resources that we've got. But, you know, the Health Department has commissioned a health disparities study. It's where we've gotten a very good and refreshed insight to what the challenges towards access to health care and what the health needs are in our community. It's why Commissioner Cagle can point to the fact that folks on his side of town have a longer life than folks on my side of town. But it's, would
With
be an
fewer
incredible.
county-provided services.
But it would be a disservice to have this incredible data and not support it. And so I'm all for giving the health department everything it needs to deal with the challenges that is before it and that they're working on. I know that may be a little wishful thinking, but I just want to make sure that we got that study on the east side of Harris County. I just met with some folks over in the East End over at a PIP meeting, and health, pollution, access to health clinics, all of those things were major concerns that consumed a lot of time last night, Judge. And so we need to have a strong healthcare system as a necessity for sustainable communities. But it does require bold leadership on our part, a vision, resolve, and the commitment of the department director, which I know is there, to provide them the resources that they need to achieve the goals that they have, that they want to achieve, and that the community is asking for. So I'm all for supporting the health department on the issues that they have to contend with.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I agree with the sentiments. I know we don't have the money to do all that we'd like to do. This is one, if you can't get clear direction today, I would suggest, we don't have to drag this one out until the middle of the night, but if we got to drag it out in 2 weeks, I mean, it's an area where we ought to be creative. As much as we can put on CIP, we ought to do it.
That's right.
Obviously, in your precinct, it's important. I think our role of the health department, the good part of it is preventive stuff. And there's only so much we can do in terms of where they actually get the treatment, because that's Harris Health, and they didn't get nearly the kind of money that they need. But, obviously, I don't know how we get to $26 million. That would be a challenge, but, I don't know what the number is, but, it's at least 5 or so in my mind, with some metrics, some idea of where we put it. And it ties in with other stuff we do for what it's worth in terms of prevention. One of the biggest causes of healthcare challenges is obesity. So that ties in with these other allocations of putting more sidewalks, walking trails, biking trails in, something. The Healthy Food Initiative, if more of us eat right. That's why I'm in here starving now, about to get in a bad mood. I don't eat at 11, by the way, Judge, with this intermittent fasting. But so we ought to just, that may be one you just have to pin, but in my mind, I want to give them more than that, just me personally, more than $1 million, but it won't be 26, we just don't have it.
I agree.
And all of that's meritorious, but we just don't.
So y'all will give us direction before?
I think Commissioner Cagle has a comment as well.
I think we do need to be cautious. Judge, Precinct 4 has 25% of the counties impoverished, and yet we do have one of the healthiest populations that's out there, and yet we have the least amount of county-provided public services. So just because you have more of the services doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be a healthier population, and I would just caution that there's not necessarily a correlation between how much money you throw at public health and how healthy your population is, because if we were to look at Precinct 4, which has the least amount of services, with roughly a fourth amongst the 4 of us of those who are in need of services, and I would advocate that we do need to have more services in Precinct 4, they still live longer. And so there's other factors that are at play that we need to be considering. Public health is not the panacea for all solutions. Just, we need to look at it holistically. Thank you.
Judge.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Judge. And I, look, I agree, and I think that comment should resonate across all departments. But when it comes to health, I mean, you are talking about the human body, and it is, yes, it's challenging, but I would not be willing to challenge my colleagues as the county that was in part responsible for putting someone on the moon, and that we can't work to solve some of these challenges that we have in the community. So I'd love to work with this, but to the budget office, I would say that part of the process that would be incredibly helpful is to, on these big ticket items like public health, to help us identify how much can go onto CIP, and then it'll help us with deciding what the subsequent infusion would need to be. But there's a lot of issues. In fact, I'm looking at the veterinary services here. Again, Judge O's really, you get a feel for where the community is at and how aware they are of things. When last night, folks were talking about, why aren't we doing more to deal with the strays in the community?
Right.
And so all of these things are issues that do impact quality of life and ultimately the health of folks in our community. But there's just, I mean, you look at this budget request, it's all value laden in terms of where we need to put money. And so, although I agree that money's not these respective organizations aren't the panacea for everything, we still have an obligation.
Yeah, I think, I agree with everything that's being said, that we certainly can't afford the 26 million. I know we had conversations with my team about, what could be the absolute utmost necessity, and the number that came out was closer to the $5 million level, and it included, but that's the question that I brought up before we even delved into the budget hearings, which is, it shouldn't be that it's unclear to us on this table, on this dais, what qualifies as CIP and what doesn't. So it would be looking at what falls under CIP, but then, so some of the most key services that were discussed were the mobile health clinics, the dental mobile team, CQMP, diabetes prevention, healthy aging, some of the mental health issues, and some of the early care and education. But I think, as Commissioner Garcia said, it's impossible to have that discussion without us having a clear understanding of what falls under
what's in
CIP.
CIP.
And it shouldn't be a mystery. I mean, we
That's
should,
right.
and this is more something for probably next budget cycle, but it is a weak point, I
Well,
think, for this year.
I think we can get you something ASAP on this.
I believe some of your staffs might already have it, but we have to put that together.
We have it, and we can get you that
Yeah,
today.
and the
I mean, I can get
CQMP
it
is
probably
the,
within an hour,
Within 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
So I'd just send it to us, I think I saw it yesterday, but put a pin by it. I
Okay.
can't think of an area, Judge, if I might.
yeah.
That would be more important for a good discussion, maybe with Harris Health over here and the Health Department, by the way, whether we do it before this or after it. But it's also an area where we ought to put a little notation, an asterisk, and say, it ought to be a place where we ought to have the discussion about trying to merge interlocal or something, because we both, the city and the county, are charged with health prevention in this regard. And then the county takes on the responsibility for health care, actual treatment for the indigent, and then the federal clinics do a good part of it. And although I know there were discussions in the past about doing it, we both have a revenue cap to operate under. And at some point, we can only kick the can so far. And there ought to be, even in a region bigger than 26 states, I get that. There ought to be some ways we don't have the city and the county trampling over one another to figure out in the prevention space what we do. There are a lot of egos involved, but figuring out, but if you have a no money complex, we got to at least begin to have that discussion.
Okay, so we'll circle back on this one, it
Let's
sounds
circle
like?
back on it, and we'll give you some more additional information.
All right, well, let's see what y'all come with, and if that's not sufficient for us to have comments, we could just discuss
Okay.
it on the 11th, or,
It'll just
with
be a
you
long day on the
separately.
11th, right?
So
Yes,
So
so,
as this unfolding, I think the format for the 11th is to address those items that there's been discussion early in the morning at 10 o'clock, first thing if we could. And then we get some agreement, and then we'll go back and type up the formal adoption. It'll take us about an hour or so, QC it and all that, and then you can do it at that. So that gives us another 2 weeks, but then we will be able to adopt towards the end of the meeting, if that's okay, Robert. Okay.
great, thank you.
Bring
So-
some healthy food in, Your Honor.
Yes, on the 11th. Yeah, for sure. All right, so next is public library. Do folks have comments there? All right, moving on to community services.
Your Honor, on the public library.
Yeah.
We need to offer up our prayers for our director. His wife was in an accident this last week, and so we need to be lifting their family up. An auto accident.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner, and certainly our thoughts are with him. Community services, do folks have comments there?
Judge,
Yeah.
I would just say that, I know we have an item for discussion in the executive session, but, Mr. Jackson, that department went from overall budget of how much? About 22 million or so, what was it, to an extra billion? By throwing the
Well,
federal
yes,
money?
when you throw in the HUD money. So they have standard operations that have been going on for years. It's the, transportation and other programs. And then Hurricane Harvey hit. And so now we have all this other influx of money that has to be managed. So it's really two separate departments at this point that they're doing. But yes, there's over $1 billion worth of money that can flow down through that. But I've always looked at it as standard operations and then this other piece, which is because of a hurricane.
Overall money, what was that increase from what to what, just roughly? Just a rough idea, I won't hold you to it.
The, as far as standard operation?
Yeah, on the overall budget, we counted all money.
Approximately $500,000 between fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, which is this fiscal year, approximately $500,000.
Yeah. So I meant overall spending, but instead of belaboring the point, I know we're gonna have a discussion in executive session. We need to be prepared to spend what we need to spend in general revenue to make sure we don't lose some of that $1 billion.
So, Commissioner, I agree with you, and that's why in my opening statement, I said that we had funding in the PIC fund for 2 events.
Yeah.
This is just a holdover from Hurricane Harvey, and so we have funds there to take care of whatever it is to draw down those funds.
So even if we gotta take it from somewhere else, and in terms of personnel, support,
It all
strike
come-
teams, whatever,
Because of the Hurricane Harvey, I classify that as an event.
Okay.
And that would come out of the PIC fund, which we have over $200 million.
okay, right. That's just a place I wanna make sure we don't go on the fly on the cheap.
That's right. That,
Okay.
that doesn't have anything to do with this budget here.
Okay, thank you.
So there, as far as I'm concerned, the piece where we didn't have enough clarity in particular was the communications asks. The rest I was generally fine with, but given the current issues in the department, I wouldn't be opposed to just holding off on this one, if that's what
Sure.
my colleagues and the votes are.
Yeah, I don't have problems, just the money can, when we need it, it'll be available from somewhere else.
So basically be static right now, but the funds are there at a later time if you need it to increase
Yeah.
the non-Hurricane Harvey stuff. Okay.
All right, that's community services, universal services. And this one, I have a comment, and it's just that they didn't submit the rank order of their priorities, so it was difficult for me and my team to evaluate how, what was most important to them. I think they may have been the only department that didn't submit that. And my question was, I saw some capital projects or some operational increases that are recommended. When were those capital projects approved that go along with those operational increases?
PeopleSoft.
Yeah.
These are large capital items that were done in CIP. And so, for instance, PeopleSoft, once you buy it, there's a maintenance cost you have to pay to Oracle to maintain it. And those are the items that were brought into here.
So the items are all related to things that have already been approved?
Yes, the maintenance items. I
Yes.
believe that's correct, isn't it, Bruce? The ones that.
There's a gap when we're walking over here that we don't hear what y'all are saying. So I'm Bruce High, Universal Services.
The question was, there are certain funding requests for operational expenses.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, what projects are those tied to? Or when were those projects approved that those are tied to? Have those already been approved? Or are some of these increases tied to new proposals?
So that's a great question. I'm excited to answer it because I'm excited what's been going on in the conversation about the 5-year plan, because most of our capital, every one of our capital improvement projects includes the total cost of ownership for 5 years and what that means, or the life expectancy of that solution. And within there, and I'm asking you this because I'm hoping for support, when we ask for that, we lay all that out, all the way to setting the number of PCNs that we need, sometimes 3 years before the project is even launched. And what's reflective in this growth is the projects that are in fruition, they're in production, and now we need the support both on the maintenance and support side, which is what we pay the companies to keep us running, and then also the personnel that are experts in that area. And that's what we're asking for in this. It moves from capital improvement to operational budget at that point.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. Bruce or Bill, who is the defined leadership for PeopleSoft implementation? Is it you or is it you?
It's a working group that was agreed by court.
No, there's got to be somebody in charge.
Okay. I'm responsible for the technical side. The auditor's responsible for the auditing side. Purchasing's responsible for the
technical
procurement.
The software implementation.
That would be me.
That'd be all you.
Yes.
I'd like to get the historical data on PeopleSoft, the timeline. I'd like to get meeting minutes. I'd like to get what the projected cost was.
Sure.
What the proposed module purchases were for PeopleSoft. I'd like to get all that data. If you can get that to my office this week, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Majority of it is in the miscellaneous section under all the community, what is it called?
Robert, are we all right to have this discussion right now?
I think we can. It all relates to budget. And
Sure.
it's questions and answers. There's no action being taken, as I hear.
Thank you.
So yes, it's included in the packet for all the committees, that all that information is included. And if it's not, then I'll fill the gaps.
Judge,
Yeah.
what do you have in rollover? How much you have in rollover?
I think between 6 and 8 million. And we spent a lot of that on new initiatives that have come in with this last year. And it looks like that we're going to, like Commissioner Garcia said, that's for one-time costs is what it was designed for. But it looks like if we're not going to get the budget that we need, we're going to have to use that to run our operations.
Yeah, and I'm just asking because it is a tough year. I mean, it is what it is. We didn't bring in additional revenue. And that may happen in the next cycle, but I know engineering and some other departments, that's some things you have to do. But
Absolutely. So I think there's a misnomer about what maintenance means when we buy software. What maintenance means is just like when you buy a car and you have a warranty. You're not going to drop it off at 7 o'clock on a Friday and get somebody to rush in to come fix it. What we're paying for in our maintenance is those companies that provide those services to allow us to make those calls at 7 o'clock, say that we have an issue, and they work on it all weekend to resolve those issues. It also gives us the patches for security and any enhancements that they deemed necessary to put out, or fixes that they deemed to put out. The problem is if we don't pay for that maintenance and support, we don't get the support and we don't get the maintenance. So that makes us vulnerable on the security side, that makes us vulnerable on the fixes, and that makes us really vulnerable in getting the support necessary to keep this place up and running.
thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Commissioner Cable.
I've not responded to the comments about the not increasing our taxes until now. It's 10/19, and there have been a number of little barbs across the desk. And I just think that it's important that when my colleague says it's a tough year because we didn't increase the taxes so that we could have all the revenue that we wanted, Judge, we're having $120+ million new dollars that we're spending this year without raising the taxes on the public. And I would say that it would have been a tough year for our constituents if we had raised their taxes to the maximum that had ever would have been allowed in our county. And so I respectfully disagree that it's a tough year. I think that we in the county are doing the same thing that we have always done, which is to try to balance our budget, and that we try to sort between the differences between wants and needs like we do as individuals in our homes and in our families and our businesses. And so, Judge, I think that, yes, we're doing the tough job that we have to do this year, which is deciding where the money goes, and we only are spending $120 million. But I would say it would have been a whole lot tougher on the public and on our constituents if we had increased their taxes by the 8/12%, depending upon how it all sorts out to where your homes are. And so I just feel like since the barbs have been flying across, it's time for me to just pick up one and throw it back.
Thank you for your comments.
Judge, can I respond to
yes.
your comment about the priorities? So priorities here, every one of our initiatives are business-driven. So the departments are who are the technical committees that come together are who drive our priorities. So for me to go back to pick out one, every need that comes to us, we try to address. So to establish those priorities, we would be looking to you to work with us on letting those people know that program, that project, that initiative, that solution is not going to be supported as we move forward.
Yeah, and I only mention it because we're trying to improve the system going forward. And so it is important, certainly for the discussions I've had, and I would hope for my colleagues as well, to see that clarity. And
Right.
so we need departments to move in that direction, not away from it.
Well, if I was
So
to
wanted
answer that right here, it's
yeah.
about public safety, right? I mean, always we're going to make sure our systems are available for public safety. And the second thing would be the security of our systems.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's not reflective. That's throughout every one of those projects. So that's why we purposely did not respond to that, because we weren't going to put one above another, because there's not one above another.
So after reviewing everything with you guys and my team, my sense in this, and I've mentioned this before, is we know we've got a lot of weaknesses in terms of consistency of services. You know, I always use the website as an example and kind of a symbol, right? That there isn't a single URL for Harris County and all the departments with a / like every other, you know, entity. And we have a lot of work to be done on the criminal justice side that we need to work through with the bail implementation group that I know is meeting this week, with the CJCC folks on sign and release. So I'm very hesitant to invest in new programs and those that haven't been vetted, just because I don't want to sink the money in something that isn't fully on board with the consistency principle, and with getting all of the players to the table. So, my tendency would be to lean toward the operational, what we were discussing earlier, the funding that goes toward the operational costs of CIP projects that have already been approved.
Right.
And then for the rest, I would just urge for some thoughtful design and discussion of how we're going to fundamentally redo the technology systems of the county so they're more effective, more cost-effective as well, and more secure. I know you're very focused on that, as secure as they can be, and so that they're easy to access. They're easy to access until we should be able to go to harriscounty.gov or whatever and hey, what do you want? I want a book, and that sends you to harriscounty.gov /library, you know, or I want a park, and it sends you to, you know, Precinct 3 Terry Hershey Park, or, you know, that kind of thing.
I agree.
I look forward to that, too.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And any support we can have in the operational side, it is stuff that we've planned on, so thank you.
Great. So next is
Mental health.
mental health. Yes, the Harris Center, Do folks have any comments there?
Judge,
Yeah.
I think they're being incredibly modest in their request, although I respect it. But again, with Texas being 49th in the nation in per capita spending on mental health care, I think we need to do more. But if this is what the director believes he needs to do the job that he's doing, I respect that, but I would challenge him to make sure that, look, we don't know how many more bites at the apple we're gonna get, but this is just one area that is always critical. I see the sheriff, you know, he's working incredibly hard to serve those vulnerable folks out in the community. We're working together on the navigation center that I think will provide a great change for our community. But mental health care, it's like public health care. It's like the Harris Health System. It is just one of those critical things that needs all the support necessary. So I would just say that I'm humbled by his request, but I would just say, make sure this is what you need.
Judge?
Yeah, Commissioner
Yeah, I
Ellis.
know that they're going to expand partnerships with the sheriff's office, and I am worried about whether or not they can retain some of their workers with what they're going to get for a pay raise. So I just echo the comments of Commissioner Garcia. If along the way there is a problem, they ought to come back.
Yes, and this represents on the Harris Center, the state does the majority, probably 80% of their budget. So this is a stipend that helps them get above that. And so we always watch what the state's doing and supplement it. So their budget is over $200 million in total.
Yeah. Obviously, if the state does Obamacare expansion, it would help us on the health side in
Very
general,
much so.
including that space. But if it doesn't happen, assuming they're going to have challenges because of one-time expenditures
Right.
from this last session, we ought to make sure we're prepared to step in to the extent we have
Well,
to.
and the state did us a great service by approving doubling the size of the Harris County Psychiatric Center,
Yeah.
which will come along in a few years. So that was approved by the state last year, and that's a big ticket item.
Are you getting a sense that you need, I mean, I'm supportive of it, you get a sense of it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I feel good about it.
okay.
All right, so let's move on to Constable Precinct 2.
I believe we have, that's correct. Mhm.
Do folks have any comments on Precinct 7? Yes.
Judge, I think our constable in 7 is doing a fabulous job, and I think that we need to give her these extra tools so she can have that expanded service to render into the community.
Yeah, Judge, I'd only add that precinct's been historically under-researched,
Yep.
under-resourced, and, you know, we ought to do this, and if along the way, if there's some latitude, we ought to help when we can. I mean, I know the comment was made earlier about some precincts in terms of healthcare issues that, you know, I kind of let go at that point, but obviously, the poor neighborhoods have more problems to deal with, whether it's healthcare, public safety, pollution. That's part of the problem, you know, because your precinct, we don't look at it in terms of precincts, but your precinct gets a lot of that air from what fuels this economy, might I add. And that probably is a correlation between that and a lot of those health crises. But we ought to help her, and we need to take a good look at all of those constable operations, because there seems to be a lot of discrepancy there and some inequities in terms of what we do.
Is the constables going to be also part of the criminal justice review? Do you guys know?
The PFM one?
I'm not sure. on
Yeah.
that.
Do you know,
I
Josh?
thought it was the whole
And
system.
the only reason I bring this up is in thinking through the more significant law enforcement requests, DA, public defender, sheriff, and these are much smaller, but my thinking is, you know, we're in perfect time to get the results of that. Of course, DA received some prosecutors. I think this Certainly, the equipment is necessary, so 5 vehicles, cameras, if they need 2 deputies, and as you say, they've been sorely underfunded. But to Commissioner Garcia's point, and I think also Commissioner Cagle may have mentioned something about the underfunding, is that I think it is important, I think it was Commissioner Garcia who brought it up, actually, at during the budget hearings, is we ought to be able to look at why some constables get how much, and how do we make sure that they do have all the tools they need above and beyond this very modest increase that Precinct 7 is requesting.
Yes, Judge, and we're actually looking at scoping out what that would look like as far as a study goes, as to the historical, what they get, what they want, why they get what they get, as far as what we would consider the base budget at this point. A point that, so, example, the request for a Constable Precinct 7 was for a total of $471,933 as you're going through the list right there. However, budget management, after working and talking with them about what it potentially could be, is $277,000. So for our understanding, when you're going through this, if y'all say, hey, I think that request is good, if we can make sure that whether we're talking about the request they made or what budget management recommends, so that we can close each department for the actual budget that we come into.
I'm easy on this one. I mean, the difference is 100,000, and I think it's small enough that I'll go with my colleagues on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Judge, I think
Yes.
it's important to do that study, because according to my notes, this precinct, of course, as we've all stated, has been under-resourced. And I think that the budget per capita is lower than half of all the precincts, but it's not the lowest. So that, and they get very little from contract patrol revenue. But when we look at it, whenever that study comes back, we ought to look at the others as well. But clearly with this one, I hope we move forward now.
Yeah, Commissioner,
The issue in the past with Constable 7 was that it was primarily in the city of Houston. And so we were trying to work with May Walker and get that up. Even though it's in the city of Houston, they have HPD, there was still a problem. And so that's why it was continuing to rise. So when we look at that formula, that may be something we have to look at when there is a problem within the city of Houston. That may be how we have to supplement it.
And when the study comes back, I mean, just when it's all transparent, regardless of where the pressure is.
Right.
You got me? It certainly does not help any of us who represent parts of City of Houston or some other city to say, well, that's not our problem.
That's right.
You just lay it out, and then they can decide to go and raise cane by.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And, I just want to make sure that we do give this careful thought because, look, we're growing. And the crime rate and whether, people's cases are being solved and how the clearance rates are being measured, what the response times are in the community. There's only one agency that is really subjected to the scrutiny of the media, and that's the Sheriff's Office. And so I think we have to be very thoughtful about how we support the Sheriff's Office. No disrespect to any other law enforcement leader, but it is the principal agency of the county. And I think that it's time that they be supported, not through a contract deputy program, not through those artificial systems, but funded as a matter of priority of what is, how it's important to have the agency that the safety of our citizens is measured by. In that regard, I still have not gotten clarity. I know, Josh, we exchanged some emails yesterday about what are the number of PCNs that are funded or not funded. I think the sheriff has a number of open PCNs, but only a fraction of those are funded. which really limits him on his ability to fill those positions in an active way. And then I think we need to look at how we appropriate those funded open positions to the necessities that are existent regarding to operational and state mandates, and federal mandates, and things of that nature.
Yes, go ahead, Josh.
Sorry, I apologize for this, but just for clarity's sake, is it the 470,000 or 277 as budget management recommends after talking to the department?
471 is what I'm for.
The original request.
Yes.
So that was constables. Moving on to the justices of the peace. Do folks have comments there? All right. Next is county attorney. Do folks have any thoughts? County clerk.
So that's for the
Yes.
environmental accommodate caseload. I mean, hey, considering the actions over the weekend.
Yeah, and Judge?
I don't
Yes.
have,
Judge, on this, I applaud the county attorney's office for looking to grow their operation in this regard, because I think Rock has let it be known that he's looking for less stressful days, where he's not running into a fire, but rather maybe starting one so he can barbecue. But in that regard, this organization, I'm not sure how it's currently defined, Robert, but would this be something that would be, and the people, actually this budget item particularly, would it be posted on the county attorney's office website so that citizens who want to, I know Rock has done a number of speaking engagements, things of that nature, but who they can reach out to and find the people, and if there's issues, like last night, again, the community out in the East End was just, even though most of the people I was talking to were inside the city of Houston, there was, environmental issues was a reoccurring thing last night. And so I think it would be helpful if citizens knew who those people were in the county attorney's office that they could reach out to, provide questions to, instead of trying to reach a commissioner or trying to figure that process out. Would that be available with this item, and whoever these people become, would they be posted on the website?
Yes, sir, we can do that. I mean, our
That'd be
website
helpful.
does feature environmental issues in the environmental department,
but the staff,
maybe
yeah.
we can be more proactive.
Good, thank you.
Commissioner Ellison, then Cagle.
on the, Robert, I'm hoping that to the extent you can find opportunities to do some environmental capacity building with contingent fees, obviously, it's a good way of doing it. I saw the success on that rock crushing site the other day, which was in the city limits. And I'm hearing from more people about those that are not in the city limits. But if there's an angle, I know I called you about one attorney that called, but they wanted us
Yes,
to
sir.
pay. But if you find a contingent fee operation, obviously, we don't take the risk.
Right. And I will say that our office, Vince Ryan, has been very proactive about reaching out and trying to come up with those kinds of ways to leverage our office by hiring outside counsel on contingency fees.
Would you all do the air monitoring, or would that come out of?
That would be pollution control primarily, and I was going to.
Because they go hand in hand.
Exactly.
I mean, if we know the
and
numbers are
that's-
up.
That would be the primary client of the environmental group.
Mm-hmm.
And one reason we have to add to that group is pollution control has been added to.
Yep, okay.
But that doesn't mean we don't have other resources within the office that focus on environmental matters.
Your Honor, while we're talking about environmental matters, I think that this is the appropriate time, as was referenced by my colleague, to mention that Amy Peck, the city council member of that district in the city of Houston, where in Precinct 4, where this episode occurred, had been in office for less than 27 days and did a fabulous job in terms of coordinating and dealing with that crisis. Also, we need to be very proud of our Lori Christensen, our fire marshal, stepping into the gap and doing all that she can there to help. And so couldn't be more proud of how we as the county were responding and assisting, but not getting in the way of the City of Houston operation at that time. And I'm so extremely proud of our fire marshal. Every crisis brings lessons, and Judge, you and I had a chance to briefly visit about this, but one of the things, since this I think is appropriate to discuss, that we will need to visit slightly with the Budget Office, and I know that Bruce High will be interested in this, but apparently if we stood on the ready, and I want to thank Precinct 2 for volunteering your crews and equipment, we got that call out, everyone was ready, and we were standing by, but apparently there was a crisis years ago where our heavy equipment operators driving large bulldozers were asked to come to a fire scene, and the emergency management fire people said, you're not allowed to come in here because you haven't had training. But our bulldozer crew is saying, you don't know how to drive a bulldozer, and if you get on this thing, you'll kill somebody. And so there was a sort of a standoff between those with the equipment that could address the crises with those that had the training to be in the crises, but would have hurt somebody if they got on this equipment that they didn't know how to drive. And so our fire marshal is working together with us so that we can be able to get our grade all operators, that's those cranes that can pick up stuff, and to get our bulldozers involved so that we can take an elite crew of our folks. And I don't know if any of my colleagues want to have people get that same training or not, but I'm definitely wanting to make sure that we have at least one crew in the county that knows how to do the emergency stuff so they can go into these crisis scenes and take care of the problem instead of having people that don't need to be on a piece of heavy equipment trying to do it, or a piece of equipment not being able to be used in those crises. And so that's a lesson that was learned out of this crisis, Judge, and you will see me moving forward, and I don't know that there'll be a fiscal note to it, but the Fire Marshal's Office may need a little assistance to be able to do that training, and at least one of the four of us needs to make sure that we've got crews that are available, no matter where it is in the county or the surrounding counties, to be able to help.
Yeah, and I do appreciate, I know the fire marshal had another incident to respond to that same day over by Grand Parkway, and we visited with some of the residents affected by the explosion just yesterday. It's been heartbreaking, but we'll cover it more in the agenda. We have some dollars for pollution control, air monitoring, soil and water monitoring equipment today, and so I know we're doing all we can, and I also am supportive of the county attorney's request for more environmental enforcement. Certainly, we know we need legislative change, but it's important that we do all we can to have a good balance and safety of our community. All right, so that was county attorney. Next is county clerk. Do folks have comments? I think, we all agree that elections are incredibly important, and I'm on board with supporting their elections-related requests. County treasurer is next. Next is the tax office. And there again, I'd like to highlight the focus on voting, which I think is important, and just underscore again, at least I think certainly some of the academics we've spoken with, it would help a lot of folks to be able to have a breakdown of the VDVR program's impact, how many folks are signed up, but most importantly, how many people have they registered, and of those folks who ended up voting in subsequent elections. In other words, is the VDVR program an effective way, measurably effective way to encourage voter registration?
What's the rollover for that department, Judge? For Mike?
Yeah.
For the tax office?
Yes.
tax collection.
Josh Stuckey, Budget Management, Tax Assessor Collector, fiscal year 19 rollover was 5.233 million.
So this could come out of that.
Yes, we're looking at a similar amount for this year, so any operational issues like that, they could use that.
I'd be comfortable with that.
All right, that is the,
From your amount, because they could do the rollover anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
did you have additional comments?
Our current recommendation is $559,000.
$459.
I have 459.
Sorry, 459,000.
So I'm comfortable with that coming out of the rollover.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Coming out of the rollover,
Yeah.
and that's for the voter services, if they want us to.
They could do that, could,
Yes, absolutely.
is that,
That's fine.
yeah. I'm saying for the 459.
Right.
Okay.
What item are we on, Judge?
We're still on tax assessor.
So basically, the discussion is that the amount that the tax assessor collector wanted in total, they have sufficient rollovers to take care of their request.
Yeah.
On which sub-item for the tax assessor?
It would be all their items.
So instead of the 6.8 million that's requested, you're recommending?
0. And the items that related to voters, they could take out of their rollover. They built up a significant rollover number.
And Commissioner, they requested $3.741 million, and then on top of that 3.741, we recommended instead of that we give them $459,000 as to take care of the voter registration.
Almost sounds a little punitive to me, and I'll visit with your office a little bit more about it later.
Okay.
I'm lean a little bit, how to put this, so my concern is that, say that again?
If it's just $459,000, I don't care, as long as it's not the 3.7.
Yeah, if it's 459, so my
Yeah.
concern is the 459 is for the voting.
It's all for
And we've
voting.
all discussed, public health is a huge priority, especially these environmental issues that keep hitting us. That's big, and then voting with elections coming up this year. So I would hate to put them in the position to force them to use their rollover on this, but I'd also like to visit further. If my colleagues.
I'm all right with the 459 in general revenue, but not the
Again-
not the 3.7.
Yeah, the tax office is mostly payroll.
Yeah.
And again, a 2% increase is a very substantial amount also on there. On voters, though, for the county clerk and the tax office, they may come to us during the year and need additional funds as this thing rolls out. What's interesting in the voter registration area, people move in Harris County 20% a year, so the whole roll turns over every 5 years. And when people in a presidential year, they start worrying about where they're supposed to vote in the last 2 or 3 months. So there's this huge hill to climb right at the end. And we need to make sure that every single person is registered to vote that wants to register, and we do it in a very efficient manner.
Right.
So this could be a low number, and as this thing progresses, we
May need to, but that's why as we go along, we need to be able to understand that we are doing what's most effective. I mean, one of the things
right.
we've discussed is identifying folks who can vote and aren't registered, and how do we target them, right? And so those are the kinds of things that you hear from the different intellectuals who study this kind of thing, and the question is, how are we doing the math? But for now, if this is what they request for voting, I'm on board.
That's right.
I'm all right with that, and I assume under the PFM process, they'll be part of the review.
Elected officials were not part of the review.
Well, at some point, I know we ought to have a discussion, so there's some metrics to make sure it is going to voting, something we can measure.
The other request had to do with more people on the lines. The issue is it needs to be studied because we only have so many windows, and just
Right.
to add people does not necessarily shorten the line.
Right. All right, so that was tax assessor. Next is sheriff.
Judge?
Yes, and then Commissioner Cagle.
Thanks. I'll defer to Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, on the first item, we are talking about a annualized increase for 260 additional deputies. And I'm all in favor of additional deputies, but I think we also need to be taking care of the deputies that we have. And I would like for us to be considering some of this funding, and I'm in favor of this amount of funding, but I think that we need to have some of that go not necessarily to new deputies, but to take care of the deputies that we have. I think it'll be easier for our sheriff's office to retain our good sheriffs if we can compensate them adequately. And so in terms of this process, and you know, Sheriff Gonzalez, you've heard me say it for years, and then back when you were the sheriff, I said it as well. I wanted to know how much of this is going to the boots on the ground. Because if we don't have the boots on the ground taken care of, all the rest is going to fall apart. And so I don't need to have a lengthy discussion of it because we've already had budget hearings and all, but I would like to make sure that we adequately take care of the ones we got before we start adding a bunch of extras.
Judge, Commissioners, Commissioner Cagle, thank you for that point. When I was asked during this process what our priorities would be in this budget request, my answer would be, look, it's all important. It's a focus on crime reduction and crime prevention in here with an eye towards victims, as you have advocated for. But my priority would be to make sure that we're also compensating our employees as best we can for retention and to make sure that we're staying in line with some of the surrounding agencies where parity issues and other things have come up, that we're not left behind. And so we've worked with the incremental increases, but we would like to see a prescribed plan going forward so that over the years, we could get to where we need. And I know there's studies going on to see what's fair market value, but we also operate a clinic where we have to attract nursing personnel and others that the marketplace is dictating what those costs are. So it definitely is a priority, and we would like it. At the same time, we have operational needs that need to be met with growing counties such as traffic enforcement and the need to reduce pedestrian fatalities and major crashes and impaired drivers. And we need more of an expansive approach to do that. And we're working collaboratively with the constables and others, but we need to make sure we're growing our own efforts on that.
But not to be redundantly repetitive, what's my position on this?
The pay raises.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you. Sheriff, thank you very much. I think obviously paying your employees is critical. And I would, it just reminded me that an item that I did put before this body that wasn't supported was a 3-year plan to get Harris County Sheriff's Office staff up to 12% pay increase. And so I'd like to resurrect that and let my colleagues support that. But I think it's important that we, with the resources that we have, that we do, as you alluded to, develop a plan to make sure that you remain competitive and that it respects your staff as well. Now, the challenge is that we need to grow your organization as well, because you can only run your horses so hard, so long. And with that in mind, the Sheriff's Office historically under my watch was only allowed to have 1 academy class budgeted. Although we asked for more, the budget always came back with 1 class, which was a joke, because the attrition in your organization, I suspect, is still fairly the same. You lose about 10 deputies a month, if not more, due to retirement and other factors. And so if you calculate that out for the whole year, you're losing in the neighborhood of about 150 people. And so I want to make sure that the budget reflects also giving you increased academy class capacity so that you can grow your organization ahead of the attrition rate. And that way you can staff your investigative areas. I know that's a priority for you, your other operations. I know you want to grow your accident unit and DWI enforcement. We need to make sure that we provide you a framework so that you can grow your organization effectively and serve the citizens as well as you can. So my priority in this budget is I would like to have a thought and conversation about how we propose a multi-year plan to raise your salary levels. But also, my recommendation in this plan is to add 3 more. You got 2 in this budget. I want to add 3 more classes to your budget so that you can grow your organization effectively, which kind of gets me back to the funded versus unfunded positions. I think you got something like 400 PCNs, but only maybe about 100 or so or less are funded. And so, and then if there are other PCNs around, we ought to look at how to migrate those to those areas that are of critical importance. And so, but one more thing that did get my attention, Sheriff, and we've been having conversations about, I think we talked about it with you, Bill, the alarm permitting process. I know that we had, under my watch, gotten away from paper and we got to an online system to apply for a permit, but I think there's still some areas that still need to be improved. And you believe that you can create some efficiencies and grow the operations as well as potentially grow the revenue to help you provide those enforcement mechanisms out in the community. Is that accurate?
Yes, Commissioner. We've looked at our operation. There's 3 accounts that are linked to our alarm detail operation, as you know. Over last year, we collected about 2.9 in revenue. That doesn't come to us. That goes towards the general fund, I believe, or to the county. And so we believe that if we could perhaps cap that at a certain amount where the county would still receive that revenue, but if there could be that incentive that as we commit resources to better serve residents of Harris County, better responsiveness, not have the backlogs, then it's a win-win, because then we could also make sure that we can reinvest the needed resources, because the cost recovery would come back when you look beyond the cap revenue. Then that could come back to us to make sure that we're properly staffing that as well, because when you look at all the priorities, again, domestic violence reduction is a priority. That's what the first line item is that we're requesting, and other proactive crime reduction services that we were going to try to grow with this. To your point, our investigative units historically were very flat. And so with a growing county and the population, we have as much population in unincorporated Harris County than the city of Houston proper. But if you look at their budget allocation, I know back when we were on council, it was around 700+ million. I'm not comparing necessarily, but what I am saying is that a growing region needs modern-day policing with the latest, evidence-based approaches, such as what you mentioned with touch DNA and other things, and those simply cost money to effectively coordinate approaches to things. We didn't know that we were going to have something like the Fred Hardman Bridge incident that required major deployment of resources all day, those type of things. And so we've got to make sure that our training, our personnel, and all that are also keeping up with the needs of a growing Harris County.
Sheriff, how many deputies is an academy class?
Because of our size limitations, that's another thing, is we have, we're pretty cramped in the current facility that we have. A tight class would be about 60, where you look at HPD, for example, they could accommodate about 75 per class. And so, so we could pretty much run only about 1 at a time, because the courses are about 6 months total.
Yeah.
So it does put a strain. We've done it from our budget to make sure we're growing those new, that infusion of new talent into our agency. And so that's something that we'd like to do, is keep making more, because to Commissioner's point, just to keep up with attrition on a class like that, and sometimes because of the marketplace, we're pulling from some of the detention officers that we currently have. So we're constantly filling on the detention side, and then through attrition, we're filling in retirements and other people that simply leave the agency.
Yeah.
We had 2 major waves of hiring back in the sheriff's history 20-plus years ago.
Right.
So they're reaching the age of retirement. And it's not unique to us, it's an aging population that we have. So at some point, they're going to move out, and we need to make sure that we're filling in and keeping on beyond
Well, and we
attrition.
want to make sure that whoever, like you said, that whoever we bring in, you mentioned the market, and to Commissioner Cagle's point, that we're competitive enough, not only to keep the people we have, but also to recruit the best people, because I'm sure that ends up bringing the best results for the community more broadly. I think you guys have a request for vehicles, which I believe is CIP, right, Bill? And there's also a recommendation from budget management on a 5% extra salary increase, which, to what Commissioners Garcia and Cagle were saying, I think is important. But in terms of the individual deputies, the way I'm thinking about this is, we're about to embark on this evaluation. It may be that an increase is needed in however many classes we need, and it may be 1 or it may be 3. It may also be that we have to provide these new people we hire with certain incentives. I'm hesitant to say, as we did last year, and what my position will be for the DA and the public defender. The study is underway. The firm has been retained. They're working on figuring out how we can be as smart with our dollars in terms of these massive increases. So I would just say, as it pertains new people, perhaps what we did with the DA, she got a small number of prosecutors for an environmental unit, or was it the Harding Street raid? You could have you could build, and you and I discussed this earlier today, you could build a small group of a pilot, for whatever this traffic that you want to see. That way, the firm can evaluate that, and we can decide later on whether a substantive increase in new people is advisable. Because these are people, once they're here, we can't get rid of them. And should the money go to that, or should the money go to significant pay increases, or significant benefit increases, or others, equipment? So that's sort of where I am on these really big ones, but I'm fully with you on the vehicles and on the 5% raise, or additional 5% raises. So I guess I was put as a 7, and I'm on board with the trying a smaller increase along the lines of what we did for the DA. Yeah.
Judge, ultimately, we'll obviously support the wishes of this court. And I can respect the need for deliberations and careful review, to get to a budget, data-driven type of budget process. I can respect that. And my only request would be that if we could do the analysis and then circle back, hopefully in a timely manner, so that we can look at some of these initiatives and judge them based on the merits. Because for me, public safety, it's always my North Star every day. I know it's for you all as well, to make sure that we're diligently working towards that. Our approaches help all across the county, across all precincts. And then we also keep in mind that for us to ramp up, if we did get an allocation of resource, even an academy class, it's 6 months before they even hit the streets. And so it's a large ramp up to get those positions funded, so we probably wouldn't really see the benefit until the next calendar year. With that said, we do respect that, and also, since we were talking about some of the budgeting with the alarm detail, with some of our step increases, sometimes a new captain, for example, or lieutenant will reach that new rank and receive, higher pay, but it's not until several years later, even though they've already reached that rank, that they won't get the next step increase until later. So if they're a lieutenant, they're a lieutenant. To me, we should consider consolidating some of those step increases and maybe give them more upfront rather than phasing them out, so that they could at least get the benefit up front.
I agree.
Yeah. Commissioner Ellis, I'm so sorry.
Thank
you.
And Bill, I just want to circle back and ask to put it on your radar for a conversation with the sheriff about how this alarm permitting reinvestment into the sheriff's office would look like based on
the proposal that
Yeah,
the sheriff's talking
I'm all
about.
for it. It gives them the incentive, and we certainly, you know, I don't have a problem in allocating all the funds to them. It goes in the general fund, but making sure that's just a good operation. Here's the issue that we've had in the past, and I don't think it's changed, was on alarms. There's so many false alarms that it takes a tremendous amount of resources to go when somebody forgot to punch the numbers in.
Yeah.
And so there's a penalty for that. And if you're not enforcing that penalty or whatever, then people are fairly lax about it.
That's
And
right.
so we will get back many times over the funds that are in there. Let me also point out, and Josh will probably.
Can I correct something, please?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I know you-
Judge, I miswrote something on this, and I apologize, and it created confusion. What Budget Management's recommendation is that we fund 1/3 of those positions so that we can assist them with making sure we take care of that retention and recruiting as they lose potentially 120, 150 officers every year. That could include actually creating a class or additional classes and staffing those positions for cadets. We have to balance that and be careful with losing detention officers simultaneously and not be able to do those operations. But obviously, the sheriff knows exactly how to do that. What we're saying is add 5% on top of the 1/3 of the personnel. So example, if we recommended $8 million for personnel, recommend $400,000 for recruitment services or to go into the academy. We did not recommend 5% for the employees of the sheriff's office.
400,000 or whatever it is for recruitment, it was what I'm saying, and thank you for clarifying.
ma'am.
What I'm saying is, what goes to recruitment and retention, I'm fine with. What goes to a certain, a small pilot-size amount of additional staff, I'm fine with. These enormous amounts, it seems to me, we've got these folks on board, they're starting their evaluation, and I, for my part, feel I need to be consistent across the law enforcement departments that are participating in this evaluation.
Yes, ma'am, and to be clear, our recommendation
Or
is as it relates to the
criminal
salaries.
justice, not
I'm
law
sorry.
enforcement.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. As it relates to the salaries for the sheriff's office, it's the same across the board with everyone right now, which is, our recommendation is 2%.
2%.
Thank you.
I see.
So
But,
if I
but
could-
if that 400,000 needs to, I mean, and that's a discussion to have before the
Absolutely.
11th.
Sure.
If the sheriff needs funds to increase salaries or what, then let's have that discussion. If those funds need to go to something else other than
Sure.
retention or.
Let me point out a couple things here. One, the academy is a real problem. And here's the reason why. Smaller organizations
Bill,
have.
we've been hanging on to, Commissioner Ellis has been wanting to make a comment for a while, and
I just want to make sure I got the numbers right. So the sheriff's office asked for 19.9 million,
Right,
and budget management's recommending 8.3.
yes.
And so I want to make sure you get some sense of where you think we are. And I appreciate the sheriff's comment. So from my notes, Harris County Sheriff's Office Patrol Bureau falls below, under national and state averages with just .30 patrol officers per 1,000 residents in comparison to the Texas average of 2.2 officers per 1,000 and national average of 2.4. But I want to go back to saying we are where we are. All of us are for putting more money in law enforcement. Some of us show up when it's time to come up with the revenue to do it. So at some point, we got to give you some sense of how much of it we can do now.
Right.
If we can make adjustments along the way. I mean, I get it. I get the growth, Sheriff. I guess we're going to hit 2 million in 2020 in unincorporated.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I know it's about priorities, what keeps me up every day is just public safety and child abuse cases that need to be investigated, domestic violence cases that are becoming deadly every day. And so for us, it's really a matter of life and death. And so, of course, I've got to advocate for my
I get that pressure on you,
agency.
and I'm supportive of it. And as I told some of the groups who've come to talk to me about it, when we were making decisions on the money, it was on a short fuse. I chatted with you the other day when I saw your memo about the jail population going up, including us holding the state's vote for them. And it's a big challenge, so I sympathize with you. And I'm going to be here, casting hard votes and showing up even a year from now if we got to come up with additional money. But at some point, I just want to make sure we give you all some sense. I want to let you decide on whether you do it as a new class or whatever, but at some point, between now and when we meet in 2 weeks, we gotta figure out how much, what's the latitude between the 19.9 you asked for and, the 8.3 budget management is recommending. Do we go with that? Do we go above it? If so, how much and how we do it?
Let me, just a couple points on this. I think it's imperative that we have at least 4 classes a year and graduate 200 to 250 people. Here is the issue. It's the supply and demand in the market. We have these smaller jurisdictions that, in California, they call it wallet whipping. They're offering our individuals a significant more money to come over. So we train them, and they get trained up, and then the sheriff loses them because we're not as competitive as those high ones. So right now, 2 classes would just barely keep you there if we were paying the same market conditions. So I'm recommending at least 4 classes, maybe 5, just because of this market situation. The other thing is, included in this 1/3 of what was requested, I think we really need to take a look at the investigators, because the average investigator, if my numbers are correct, have been here 35 years. And that's just unbelievable to me. Apparently, they just never leave. But the problem with that is, if we put the money in the Touch DNA, then we need to have the investigators to follow up and make sure that we get the people that it matches, if we don't do both of those. So that was the $8 million that we came up with here. The other thing is, just a 2% increase in the sheriff's office among all 3 divisions is about $8.5 million. So the total increase is $16 million. And that's probably not enough, but considering looking at 60 million, it's about 25% of the entire $60 million.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And Bill, in relation to the numbers that we're discussing, I want to be clear because when we visited, we talked about capitalizing the sheriff's cars. But then I thought I saw in my notes that the cost of the cars was rolled into this, to the proposed budget. So I want to be clear that it's not, that it's going to be capitalized so that the sheriff gets actual dollars for his operations as per conversations.
Correct, Commissioner. It'll be transparent to the departments how we actually finance those vehicles. But we don't want to all of a sudden go, we'll pay for your vehicles and we're not going to give you the money to do that. Because if we end up doing that, then the question will be, well, which cars, when they go to sell them, when we sell the auction, which ones do the monies go back, which one? So to not confuse the system, we're going to try to make it transparent to the departments.
Good, good,
I
thank you.
promised a break every 2 hours. I know I'm over time, so let's break for 10 minutes until 11:25.
Judge, am I?
15 for my intermittent
Yeah.
fasting.
Oh.
Sorry, bathroom
Did
comes
Sheriff want to
first.
say something? Judge, I think you want to say something.
I just wanted to make sure if there were any more questions for me.
So, I have 2 options. One, the 11th, usually it's all buttoned down or we decide everything today, but it's obvious to me. And that makes a lot of sense.
What I don't know is whether we have to actually publish the entire budget.
I believe
Have
so.
to give some kind of notice.
So I need to double check on that, because I just don't want to do something that's not right. I can do it to where what we publish 2 weeks from Friday or in 2 weeks is a budget that then has option A and option B under the individual departments. Or I can say, guys, I need you to come back in a week, so that a little special meeting that we go ahead and agree on this so that we can publish on the 11th. I don't, that's a Doug Ray and all that, but I will have to, I don't think we can do it. I think I have to publish exact numbers and they vote it up and down and they can't change. Now, the whole thing is, during the year, they can always change it anyway. So I don't know. I need some help.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank
Are we
you.
in sync?
Yeah.
I mean, these are
I
just
think we
things I've
are.
learned
Yeah.
over time.
And I know too, it's like, all we can do is advocate.
How's your budget doing? Sounds like they want to get lots of people cars. Yeah, I wish I was in the patrol car business. My fleet division is, but we don't need it. We already have it. Sounds like they want to get for cheap. It's full again. We all, well, see, they put a whole bunch of new apartments. And they're so full of games. They don't have that on there. Something going on up there. Yeah, it makes it my wife had of, yeah, well, I mean, it's just a program. I think they said that it's called, well, in a unit this size, we have made us some communication differences where maybe shifting priorities. The question is, if you're holding a post somewhere, and you get a contract, I'll say the line says, okay, I've got two people giving me an order, one to stay here and one to come there. What's going on? Well, I say, hey, I know you're the post commander here, and my lieutenant is coming. I got to do this, so can you?
I actually forgot to set it, but I was going to say like 9. That would take us to starting at 9. 6. I think it's possible. The executive session.
Yeah, right. Here, it's on there. Yeah. So we have to fight it here. Yeah. That's, I mean, that's a, we do not need, if people are doing work, other people have different shifting priorities, but that's all the guy has to say is, hey, I'm getting 2 orders from one place from that kitchen all the time. Here people tell me to do one. Okay. You could be a relief for us. You're maintaining safety here, no problem.
I'm going to go back on the last week.
Oh, Gary. Are y'all expecting something to happen today?
I hope not, lunch.
There's like 10 or 12 of y'all. I don't know about that. They tell me that time and stuff. So I was unsure of what they did with the county. Are they giving y'all more money or?
You should be throwing some more of those beans, those daggers.
They were trying to approve something, but I didn't really see where they actually. Well, they approved 367.
Yeah, it's in, isn't it 500 big time standard crossing? Your map doesn't extend. Yeah, but I know that.
Rumor has it that he was.
I'll take a look at what.
If you don't do X, then ultimately.
Wonder if Montgomery County. Yes, sir.
Hey, haven't seen you in a while. Haven't been up here in a while.
I've tried to.
No, I never
will stay out of these things.
Yeah. I don't think I
Yeah. I got called here. Politicians talk more.
Same old.
Edgar, how are you, sir? You all right? So I was back there searching for the I got out of here for like 24 hours. Medical about that field. Commissioner called me last night. I said, let me go over there. So it's like I was back there searching. She came back. Somebody. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I can go do that right now.
I can't see it. I haven't heard it now.
To your,
No,
Gmail?
trying to get in here.
Okay.
Yeah, Gmail.
AOL.
Take the key back to the truck. Take the handcuffs key off. I'm serious. He said, we can't have it.
I'm telling you, man, that's a bad move.
Oh. Well, some people were saying it wasn't like official.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
There we go. All the feeds and everything.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've seen Dusty Baker take good teams and make them bad. He absolutely wipes out pitching. If I was a pitcher, I would really be nervous.
Yeah, like McCullers coming back up, being hurt.
Yeah, he'd be right back. Yeah. Part of the thing is Dusty Baker was a good player. I'm convinced that good players do not make good managers.
It's usually the other way around.
Bad
Lousy players.
catchers and bad middle infielders make excellent managers. Usually good catchers are the best.
Yeah, interesting.
Scrub like Mike Matheny was too good a catcher. He came up with crappy managers. Here's Montgomery with that map. All white guys.
How was that possible? Well, then they got a shitty map.
Yeah.
How is our map way better?
Because we spend
update our maps.
millions and millions of dollars.
Well,
That's what you're
maybe
supposed to
that's the
be.
story.
Yeah, that should be the story. The story should be about having a great resource. Can you write that lead, John? Yeah, I can write it. How we are in as opposed to we're buying flexible property.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does explain the benefit. So it does explain the benefit.
Look at the headline. Yeah, the headline was bad.
The headline, you know, because someone called me,
headline, the headline was. Because I had this at my desk, and they called. No, they said. I used to say when I have it printed on my business cards, Joe Steinbaker, staff reporter, I don't write the headlines. I really was.
Well,
Except you do write them now. You write them.
well, we have a lot more
electronics,
input
right?
than we did before. I haven't seen the paper today.
Because there is no copy desk.
The here?
We used to have, they still do it, have competitions to get certain words in the stories and stuff. Yeah, I actually, back in, a long time ago, got a friend that typeset a story, so it had a little message down the left side.
Really?
Oh, it would be quotes like that's not what I said. No, that's not correct. You need to, this is the reference. Damn media. What's up? Oh my God. There you go. Glad I'm not doing it anymore.
Joe Scott.
Hey, Scott.
How are you?
Good to meet you.
You as well. How's your day so far?
It's going fine so far. It's just, it's gonna keep going. That's the problem.
Yeah. I think Chris suggested he put an overrun time of 8 p.m.
Oh, no, that could be.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I didn't even look, Zach. What'd you do your over under?
He didn't put one out
I
today.
didn't actually publish it yet. I was going to say 9 hours and change. It'll take us to 6 p.m.
So 9 hours, starting from the budget.
I'll take over.
But at least that's a closer one than some of the old ones.
Yeah.
Your 5 hour ones.
Yeah, some of that. Well, some of them like it's the public speakers that really throws it off, and it's sometimes they've already
Yeah. But the thing is, if there aren't that many public speakers, I mean, they really, being a pain in the ass, but it's the truth. They will fill in. If it's not public speakers, they figure they got more time, and then they just bloviate more.
It almost like doubles though, because like if there's more public speakers, and then they comment more on the speaker, and it's like double that time. So.
But then there's also times where they get tired and they're just like, all right, thanks. All right, thanks.
Kind of moving along a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit more. I'll take it.
And because we also have preschool access, and pulling the public school district, I'm not sure it's closed. I keep revising it in my mind, so it's gonna be whatever. I need to wait. Virginia. For what?
I don't. Okay, so it's 11:31, and let's continue with the discussion. So we were on sheriff, and then, did we finish that discussion, y'all? Yeah, so I think it was, remind me. So you guys proposed the 8 mil, you clarified the 2%, what the 5% meant, and then the 8%, 8 million. Uh-huh, right.
And then, if they get the 2%, that's across the board, that's a total of 16 million something, but it's only 8 for these individual.
Right. Oh, yeah, and so what I was gonna say is if, you know, a small group, 30 deputies or whatever, plus the cars, plus the 5% deal, what is that, $3 million, whatever it adds up to, $5 million, I'm fine with that. And the bigger investments, I think, you know, fundamentally, the department needs to look so that we are retaining people, so that we have the number of classes we need, and we're not gonna be able to figure that out until we look at it very thoroughly. So
Well, let's take a
that's
look at-
sort of where I am.
Because I think,
Yeah.
Commissioner, if I'm correct, we're paying the people while they're in class.
Correct.
And so in order to have 2 more classes, you've got to pay another full-time equivalence of 60 or so people. So that's what was baked into ours.
Right, and so that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, I can't speak for my colleagues, obviously, should go as part of this criminal justice evaluation. So if we're going to invest these huge amounts of money,
Right.
they go to the right combination of salaries plus incentives plus actual more people, or is it that we need, what's the balance of retention versus recruiting new people? And then for now, we do, you know, a smaller amount, 30 deputies, 20 deputies for this traffic, you know, pilot that he wants to do, and the vehicles he needs, and the 5% additional incentives that he needs for the current employees.
And anything that does with a DWI program, in the
Yeah.
past, we've also gotten a stipend from HECTRA to help in those cases too. So that'd be up and above. But we'll come back with you. But I do think that he cannot wait on these classes. We can't wait 6 months for that. It's something that has to be done now because he's losing people faster than he's able to replace them.
Again, that's your opinion, and so that's why we have an expert
Okay.
group looking at this. And if it's such an enormous I mean, I'm not gonna, you heard what I said already about 3-4 times, so that's just where I stand. Yes, Commissioner Ellis and then
so
Commissioner
Judge,
Raddick.
I'm-
But I mean, it's just me,
Yeah.
may have the votes for something else, but you're not gonna change my mind, because
Okay.
I'm trying to be consistent across the board. I had a conversation with the sheriff this morning, and I want to make sure that when we fundamentally redo what resources he has, which he clearly needs more resources, he clearly needs us to be thoughtful on this. I don't want to just throw money away when we have this revenue cap and then say, never mind, we needed a 12% raise, but now we can't afford it because we went and hired all these people. So I want us to use the resources we paid for with this study that's underway to figure out the adequate number of new classes and the adequate number of, the adequate amount of raises. I don't do decision-making with just you telling me, you know what I mean? There's a reason we hired these consultants.
understand.
Let's leave it there. I
I'm just
think
trying to
we've
make
done this
sure
back and
that,
forth.
that we're not losing
Bill,
officers.
Commissioner Ellis wants to speak.
So Judge,
then
I had to,
Commissioner Raddick.
I was a little late coming back. I missed some of it. But I believe we're on the same wavelength. As I pointed out a number of times, we are where we are. So there's a tendency that I've seen over my career, whenever folks want to pay for something, they just focus on that one item. Even when I was in state government, you know, every university, every department come in, you know, certain members who were allies would focus on that one little issue, knowing at the end of the day, you got to balance it all. And if there's a need to speed up the consultant study is coming back. I think we ought to be consistent when we dealing with the PD office, the DA's office, the whole justice complex in general. And we do have the ability along the way to make changes. And as much of this number as we can pull off and put on capital improvements, we ought to do it. That's a different pot of money. But when I was looking through these numbers and I saw the number that they asked for, the number that you all are recommending, and knowing the cap that we got to deal with, and the fact that we didn't get as close to it as we could have gotten. We just did not. You know, I'm in agreement with your sentiment, Judge, and if something comes up along the way, the sheriff can convince me otherwise. If he changes his attitude, we ought to do it. But I think we got enough latitude, we got enough flexibility to be nimble enough to move money in a crisis if we have to.
Yes, Commissioner Reddick.
Bill, you're talking, go over what you just said about an academy class.
The academy class, we have 2.
I understand that. So what we were talking about, we needed to get started. It's going to take a while to.
It takes 6 months once you
I
start
know,
the
so
class
we
to
need,
graduate.
so you were suggesting, or you pointed out, we could do what right now?
Have additional 2 classes so that we have a total of 4 classes in the year just to keep up with the loss that we have now.
I understand.
And I didn't come up with this. This is
Okay.
recommendations from
I make a
people that-
motion to do so. I make a motion to have those 2 academy classes begin, or begin that process right now. Not wait for this study. I mean, there are some experts around here, I'm not claiming to be. We got a sheriff, we got a former sheriff. We need to get started. We just fall further behind waiting on the study that we all know we need the classes.
Commissioner Matt?
Sure.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Raddick because it takes time to, thank you. It takes time to start the whole recruitment process. However, I just want to be careful I'm inclined to second the motion, but I want to be careful that we're in the discussion process of this particular format. So Robert, I just want to, I need some guidance.
I think the appropriate motion would be to increase the budget to cover that. And if that's, I mean, then you can state your reason for it is to add the classes. And then the budget would be adopted when it comes back on February 11th, but that would be the motion that you're making.
And
That
I
way
would just
it's
say, as we
related.
did with the other discussion earlier, maybe we save the motions for the 11th. I mean, it may be that folks don't agree with my
That's
position,
up
but
to
I just
the
think if we get into motions right now, several of us want to do follow-up
We'll
on all of
put
these
that on
items.
as
And we don't know what the dollar amount is.
Yeah, and so, Steve, I would be inclined to support your motion, but I'd like to do it at the next meeting.
All right, that's fine. We're going to do it, to bring it back for the next meeting. Okay?
Yes, Commissioner Cable?
And just so the budget office is clear, we're not doing a motion technically and a second technically. We're just telling the budget office what we like. So if this was a motion and that was a second, I would be a third.
We'll bring it back.
But it's not a motion and a second. It's a recommendation to the budget office for bringing back as a recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, for
Thank
what
you.
it's worth, it
Yeah.
would have been nice to make that motion when y'all weren't here, by the way, just for what it's worth. 'Cause
That's the
we
other
know
thing.
we
I mean,
had
I
the
do
money.
think every time, it is ironic to have the person that walked, ask for money. I think, I just don't think is right. I mean, if y'all don't make the money available, how do y'all get a say on how to spend the extra money? It's crazy. It's like, can't have your cake and eat it too. I'm just saying, I mean, the point's been made, but I do think it's ironic enough to offer it up. But I do appreciate the discussion,
May I respond briefly, Judge?
of course.
Thank you. There's $120 million extra dollars. Judge, it's all about priorities. And within the realm of all of us having to keep a budget. I mean, I have a home budget. You may or may not have a home budget. I presume that you have a home budget. You have to set your priorities. And I think that it is fully legitimate that when we're dealing with the budget priorities, that even though I may disagree with whether or not the public after Harvey needed to have an increased tax burden, I still think that it is appropriate for us to measure out those expenditures. And I think having an extra $120 million is not the same as having cut our budgets, we all have more things we want. And so, Judge, I would respectfully disagree with the characterization. I do think that it's appropriate for us to be here because I think law enforcement is a high priority when we are prioritizing where those things go out of the surplus that we have in our budget this year. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, yes, sure.
I want to say to you this. You inherited a commissioner's court or county, as county judge, that had a tremendous amount of reserves, a lot of forethought that had gone in for years. You inherited that. The money you've been spending is the money that this court, Rodney Ellis was on this court, two of us were on this court, and I just want to make it clear, you didn't inherit something that was in a hole. You inherited something that was in good shape with a perfect bond rating that we worked on for years. So I want to make that clear. So don't act like we had nothing to do with this money. It was all about the previous commissioner's court that you inherited.
Mhm. Yeah, Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, you're, Commissioner Raddick, you did inherit a county government with a particular number of reserves. But you also inherited a county that really failed to prioritize people and situational circumstances that the county could have impacted because it valued concrete and other forms of important infrastructure almost to the detriment of public health and pollution control and public safety to a certain extent. I mean, and maybe public safety, not entirely, at least when I was sheriff, I never got the budgets I proposed, but, you know, the public safety budget has grown over the years, but it's not entirely measurable in terms of success and how it all works together. So you did inherit those reserves, but I think, as was alluded, that when you realize that you've got to write the checks, then the priorities do change, and maybe we all have to dig a little deeper into those pockets than we otherwise have been because of potentially misplaced priorities.
Yes, Commissioner
Judge,
Ellis.
I just want to say that I found it common throughout my career. The people who were least apt to want to take the heat to vote for more revenue generally were the first ones to step up with bright ideas on how to pay for it. That's just the nature of this business called politics that we're in. But we're in a county that has suffered from decades of being underfunded because it's just easier to say no than to take the heat and vote to have to raise taxes. You know, we knew long before that Kendall study came out that it was going to take billions of dollars if we ever had a storm come like Harvey. I mean, that was common knowledge. You could have raised those standards for building a long time ago. Even when we put that bond package at $2.5 billion, one of my colleagues was one who'd say, may have said at the table, oh, it ought to be at least $10 billion. And I look back and wish that I'd made the motion myself to see the colleague duck because we were going to have to pay for it. There's certain issues that are just politically very sensitive. And when it comes to pay raises for law enforcement, that is one. When you two were running, item came on the agenda mid-year. Mr. Jackson, I may have the numbers wrong. I think annualized is about $40 million for the deputy's pay raise. Is that what it was?
It was 18 at the time for the
18
rest
at the
of
time,
that year,
so
it could be
annualized,
about,
it would have been roughly double that. I mean, that was, no question in anybody's mind, who'll be honest, that was a political calculation at the time. But with that said, we got to do the best we can with what we have. Everybody at this table and everybody on the previous court were all against the revenue cap. They ought to go back and check the discussions that they had. Everybody, Judge Emmett, Commissioner Moorman, we were against it. Sent you up. to fight at the state legislature against it. Then, of course, all of a sudden, once it passed, some people would get amnesia and feel like, oh, it's what I wanted all along. But, you know, we live with that. We make tough decisions. I don't take it personal. I'm just accustomed over my years, and usually it was the ones who would protest the loudest against additional revenue will be the first ones to run up to the table and usually grab some red herring issue to get some political points and say we ought to do this. In my old jobs, it was usually funding for higher education because they know that those were groups who could speak for themselves. Rarely would they come up and say, we want to increase the WIC program of funding for people who were most vulnerable. But with that said, you know, we'll work through it, and I won't take it personal. We'll be fine. We'll get through it.
Yeah, and in the longer term, of course, the issue and what the, you know, the folks that look at this closely all know, and we had this discussion over in El Paso with the other county judges, is we're burning the furniture to heat the house. In the long term, the revenue per capita is going down, is going to become negative if we continue on this path. So of course, over 1 year, you still have a positive increase, but does it keep up with population growth? No. So you can't just look at the absolute term. It's like when people say we have the highest number of so on and so forth of every county in Texas. Well, of course we do. We're the largest county in Texas. You got to divide it by per capita. Same with this. You can offer up an absolute number. We got this much more revenue, but per capita over time is going to become negative. And so that's where I'm coming from is we have to be responsible, and I do think that as we make these law enforcement allocations, if we have the study coming, that we ought to be real thoughtful and sort of, you know, put our money where our mouth is in terms of that thoughtful decision making. Yeah.
I think, Commissioner Ellis, you made a very interesting comment about people that talk about money but they don't want to increase revenue. I voted from 1989 for 8 years. We raised taxes. This Commissioner's Court, Harris County Commissioner's Court, raised taxes over that period of time 7 cents. And then we went 23 years without a tax increase. One of the tax increases we proposed that Eccles voted against, the other 4 of us voted for, was to actually increase our reserves by having a penny tax increase. He voted no. Within 6 months, we had a perfect rating that we've kept. I proposed tax increases, including one, I recall, a 1 cent tax increase to give law enforcement people pay raises, in which some of them got over a 30% pay raise. So I got news for you. I've never voted against a tax increase on Harris County Commissioner's Court. Never. Never. So don't talk to me about backbone. I got backbone. And I got backbone to stand up to you and say, hey, you know, your famous quote that the Channel 2 can't find it, but basically, you get the money while you can. You get the money while you can. You want to get the money before you need it. And so let me finish this a second.
Maybe I can help you find it.
You said it's better to have the money and not need it than to need it and not have it. That's your quote. That was your suggestion to the taxpayers of Harris County when y'all tried to do y'all's big tax increase.
Well, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, likewise.
Judge, I'm glad I had my breakfast. Intermittent fasting is passed, so I'm happy.
So that was Sheriff. Let's move on to the District Attorney. Oh, we have several speakers actually for this item. So let's hear from Monique Joseph, Brooks Emanuel, Diana Williams, Joy Davis, Tanuki Smith, and Trudy Strasburger. Thank you. Okay. Oh, and Raymond Brakens. I'll call folks up again, but for now. Yes, go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
My name is Monique Joseph, and I'm a field organizer with Texas Advocates for Justice. I came yesterday. I actually prepared this long speech with a whole bunch of numbers and stuff I was looking up. But last night I had a conversation with my aunt, and my oldest cousin, Jason Leon Cavett, passed away about 2 weeks ago, and we buried him this past Friday. I talked to her about his lifestyle that he lived. He was homeless and a lot of time throughout his life and used drugs a lot, on and off. And when he finally relapsed again, he called to go back to rehab, but there were no funds available for the rehab to accept him. And so he ended up taking a drug that had a higher potency than he ever had before, and he died. And talking to my aunt last night, she kept repeating to me over and over, sobbing, that she didn't want another mother to have to bury their child because they didn't have access to the help they needed. And so before I've come in here and told you about my situation and how my life has been devastated by the criminal justice system, and now it's hitting again to my family to where we've lost someone because we prioritize convictions over resources that can help treat the needs of the community. Drug use is not an issue that we should be criminalizing, but yet we still are. I'm going to go ahead and read a little bit from the Care Not Cages report, which we sent to all of you. I believe you all got this in your email. We have extra copies here today if you like, but I'm going to read a little bit from, yeah, sure. I'll grab it in just a sec. I'm going to read our conclusion in here. And what it says is, more than 30 years ago, we failed the war on drugs, and its racist roots skyrocketed mass incarceration in the United States. According to the 2016 report, every 25 seconds, someone is arrested in the U.S. for possessing a small amount of drugs. This report reveals Houston and Harris County continue to suffer the consequences of this national crisis. The revelation that low-level drug charges accounted for the highest number of bookings and contributed to the most nights spent in Harris County Jail should alarm all of us. Vast amounts of resources spent arresting, incarcerating, and funneling people through our criminal court system should be reinvested in our community-based response to substance use and recovery. When we invest our resources in the health and safety of our communities rather than punishment, we can scale back our mass incarceration crisis and its collateral consequences on the countless Houston and Harris County families, including my own. I heard Cagle talk about earlier wants and needs, and I think that our wants and our needs are different depending on our demographic. And our community needs access to mental health.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. We're sorry about your loss.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Court. My name is Tanya Unique, and I am a member of Texas Organizing Project. And I'm here to say no on the monies that's going to be allocated to District Attorney Kim Ark. I feel like she should have been with us in the fight for all of the regulations that was in place, but instead she's asking for more money. I don't believe that we should be spending money to criminalize individuals for drug abuse and drug uses and things like that. Our county jails is getting full, and we need to be trying to figure out how we're going to release these people out of there. I believe in you guys. I have faith in you guys, and I know that you guys want to do the right thing by allocating monies to where it needs to go. But I just want to say that you would please not do that. Do not give her any extra money towards what it is that she wants to do. Allocate that money to where it needs to be and put that money in resources to where people in the community can use it, because we are dying and we need this money. We need this money to go to places where it can be actually used. And right now, we do not need more prosecutors. And that's what I want to say, and that's what I believe that you guys would do the right thing to make sure that she do not get more prosecutors and this money goes to where it needs to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Brooks Emanuel, Diana Williams, Joy Davis.
Good afternoon. I'm Diana Williams, community organizer with Texas Advocates for Justice. I come before you today to ask you to vote no on the funding for the DA office for staffing of new prosecutors. I believe that increasing the number of prosecutors in the DA office will increase incarceration. While arrests are down in Harris County, one has to wonder why would a request for additional staffing be asked for. Rather than fueling incarceration, Taj asks the court to think about the community that you serve and prioritize funding to alternative services, more juvenile programs and services. In a report that we released, and you have a copy of on January 6th, we asked for care and not cages. We asked for an investment in the public health infrastructure that will provide all Harris County residents access within our communities to substance use treatment, mental health treatment, and reentry programs for the formerly incarcerated. I live in Precinct 2, East Harris County, and I have to say that the community bus service is running well. I often see kids waiting at the bus stop on Wallaceville Road to take their trip to North Shore High School. And what I also look forward to is a hospital being built in our part of the county to serve those who are in need of medical attention. Again, care, not cages. So again, Taj asks for the court to reinvest into the community to ensure holistic health and safety for all residents. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cagle.
Very briefly,
Advocates for Justice.
That's me.
that's a nice picture.
Thank you.
That's it, Judge.
All right. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Joy Davis. I'm a member of the Texas Organizing Project. I'm here today to urge you to reject any and all requests from District Attorney Kim Ogg for more prosecutors. This is not the first time TOP has asked you to say no to DA Ogg. Last year, we were here asking you to deny her budget request for more prosecutors because we know that more prosecutors means more prosecutions, means more people of color behind bars, means more lives and families destroyed by a legal system that is crushing our communities. After you did the right thing and said no to her request for 100 more prosecutors, she came back with smaller requests, including one for prosecutors to handle environmental crimes. This was a tough one because the people of Harris County suffer every day from the pollution and environmental disasters caused by large corporations who only care about their profits. There is a need to prosecute those who pollute, causing cancer and asthma in our neighbors, destroying their homes and endangering our waters. But DA Ogg is using her prosecutors to prosecute people who were fighting back against the polluters. Her office even requested a $100,000 bond against one of the protesters. She proved us right. More prosecutors did lead to more prosecutions of people who are not polluting, but who are fighting for what is right. The Harris County jails are nearly full with people who are awaiting trial because instead of working with judges to assure that people can go home until their day in court, DA Ogg's office too often asks for higher bonds. What we need right now is to decarcerate. Black people make up 20% of Harris County's population, but represented 51% of the inmates at the county jails. That is not right. So we're asking you to again stand with the community and tell DA Ogg that instead of giving her money to put more of us in jail, let's invest in mental health, addiction recovery, housing, and other measures that break the cycle of incarceration. The safest communities are not those with the most prosecutors, police, and jails. The safest communities are also those with the most resources. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Brooks Emanuel, Trudy Strasburger, and Raymond Brackens.
Brooks Emanuel is my colleague, and he wasn't able to make it. My name's Trudy Strasburger. I'm senior counsel with a nonprofit called the Justice Collaborative. Like the members of the community that are here from TOP and Taj, I was here a year ago when Kim Ogg first made this request. At the time, we told you that this was going against the trend towards what we're seeing nationally in DA's offices and communities who are fighting mass incarceration. We told you that growing the system doesn't lead to public safety, and that instead what we've seen is shrinking the system is what leads to public safety. We told you a year ago that we did not think that you should grant that request, and I'm just urging you again to not grant that request. It's my understanding that there is the outstanding study that's really going to look at what Harris County can do and what services are necessary to really help the community. I urge you not to make any decisions until that study is complete. And I urge you to follow the example of leaders in Texas, like John Creuzot in Dallas, like DA Gonzalez in Bexar County, like Kim Fox in Chicago. All around, we're seeing prosecutors who are choosing not to prosecute cases, and we're seeing their communities be safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Raymond Brackens here?
Yes.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Raymond Brackens. I'm a member of the Texas Organizing Project and a resident of the 3rd Ward community. And I'm here because I'm basically fighting against this request again. I feel that, these resources should be used to help everyone, not just those with money and power. That's why I'm asking you again on the record to say no to DEOG's request for more prosecutors. For too long now, we've been a county that uses jails as a solution for everything, because you're poor, because you have a drug addiction, because you're homeless. That's not right. That's not the Harris County that I have a vision for, and I don't think you do either. So I stand here to say that I have faith that you will do the right thing and reject DA Ogg's request for more prosecutors. And I do believe that the safest communities are not the ones that have the most police officers on the streets. They have the most resources to help those who are most vulnerable, the homeless, those with addiction. We need to use the resources and take this opportunity to change the culture and use those resources to fight the war on poverty. And that's why I'm here on behalf of myself and the Texas Organizing Project. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. That's all for the speakers. Do folks have comments on this? Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I know that the DA received a 6.9% increase last year in the budget, and I think that was, Mr. Jackson, tell me if I'm right, above the percentage increase for granted for most departments, not all, but for most of them. And then throughout the year, we did the 2 requests for environmental activity and public integrity around the shooting. What was that, about 4 million, or a little under that?
I think a little under that.
And then the study is going to be back when? When should that be back? When will we know? We have some sense of when that study will come in?
The study for the justice side?
Yes.
I believe that is, we have the management side due in October, and I believe it's another month or 2 past that for the full justice side for that
So
side.
we'll have an opportunity, the one on the DA's office. We did that one earlier, not the bigger one. We did one just for the DA's office, I think.
I don't know when that one's due back,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
I think that's going to come back May or June, my staff's telling me. Didn't we do one just for the DA's office, I think, Judge?
Well, I know that PFM is prioritizing the DA's
Oh, they are.
side on their timeline.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm just talking about the primary scope of the whole study being done. So if the DA was scheduled ahead of that time, then I'd assume we get it
So I
early.
guess my point is, we'll have time, Your Honor. We can come back when that does come in, and we can make adjustments throughout the year if necessary.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Just like we did last year, up to $3.6 million of adjustments throughout the year as they were required.
Okay, so it's 3.6 that we added during the year.
Yes,
All right.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yeah, same thing I mentioned before, I think if they, maybe the administrative staff, some of it, but if we're embarking on this, folks are on the ground, folks are doing their research, I just don't see why get out in front, and instead let's do it thoughtfully when we have the results.
And then can we earmark it somehow so that if there's something on the administrative side, is that intake, is that what you're thinking about?
Yes, so there's 25 victims assistant coordinators, but again, I know that JAD is right now working with victims organizations to figure out what they want to see and working with the DA. So where I'm coming from is this is all bubbling right now. There's Jim and all of these incredible organizations are working together on that side. The Justice Review folks are working to figure out how to make the system more efficient. I just don't see why we don't wait for that to come out.
Okay.
District Clerk. So I had a question if folks don't have one. Bill, this is for you. One of the most significant requests was for the e-filing mandate, over $1 million. And that's a transfer from the county clerk without a corresponding decline in that department's funding. Has that been squared away?
Josh handled that piece.
Judge, Josh Stuckey, Budget Management. No, it used to be that for that e-filing, that mandate, that the county clerk would share, or there would be a sharing of those funds. At this time, there has not been an agreement as to how those should be shared. So the recommendation we have right now is to go ahead and fund that until that's worked out.
Judge, there was some amount that I was told could come from the consent decree funding. Is that some of this? Some of this amount that the
No.
district clerk is asking for, does that have something?
No,
to do
no,
with-
Commissioner, because if it's coming from the decree, it's actually going to come out of a different fund than this one. So our recommendations at this time is $1.176 million to the district clerk, funding to continue the criminal e-filing group, extra hours for probable cause staff, and increase the amount for juror meals. Any funding for historical documentation preservation is a matter of court policy, and so we would think either that could be something for whether or not we do an IGP or some other mechanism for that.
Yeah, so I would think that in terms of historical preservation, I'm for it, but I don't think this is here. We too busy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we try to make ends meet. We ought to do it, but we don't want to lose the documents, but that could come down the road.
And we would like that to be studied, because it comes up, it's been coming up for 20 years, and we should really have a policy of how we're going to do historical documents. And just so that we don't every time come back and
Yeah.
$2 million for this, or we put $20 million in it a while back. So there's some policy issues. We need to see what other people are doing around the country.
Well, for one, I can live with the budget management recommendation.
Yeah. All right, same goes for me. Next is public defender.
I know from the PD's office, Tony Fabello is doing some report, and that's gonna come out pretty soon, I think. And, I'm not sure when. Staff, you know, is that pretty quick? In about a month or two. So I think if there's a need to, make some changes, we could probably do it as it relates to when that recommendation comes forward.
We were recommending a third, I believe, wasn't it, Josh, on that one?
So I'm just saying, we could wait and do it when that
We could do
report
it.
comes out.
Our problem is space.
Yeah.
The other thing is that we don't want to make a recommendation and there's no space to house the individuals.
Yeah.
So if we could wait a couple of months until something comes out.
So I think that ties in with it. So if Fabello's report's gonna come out, it's gonna tell us something.
Okay.
And hopefully the space issues will be worked out. I mean, we had a lot of departments that had issues, because folks who didn't want to go back thinking we're going to build a new building, I think once it was clear to everybody, we would probably go to the voters to do a $500 million building, and I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
John, what's your take on space? I mean, you guys are the ones
Well, we're
keeping track of
working
this.
on a place to put the district attorney now. The only issue is, when the building's finally complete, we have more people than we have office spaces. Now, we have the district attorney in lease space, and we'll have to continue to do that.
And you have an additional $500,000, right, for another floor for her, I saw somewhere? Did I miss that? For the DA, maybe on the agenda? Never mind then.
No.
Okay.
But we're continuing her lease space, and You give her more staff, we'll get more lease space.
Right.
And we'll have enough space in the building for the people that are in there, but ultimately, we need to look at the new building.
So that'll be a capital expense.
Yes.
Yes.
And we're not talking about, when folks are asking for a whole new complex, was that $500,000? Does my memory serve me right? How much was it?
$500 million.
$500 million. So I don't think we're going in the $500 million direction, but we're gonna have to do a new building, so that's probably a separate discussion, but.
Right, and court has approved us doing an RFQ to find a consultant to look at that. And that consultant will work with the justice consultant to not only determine the needs of that, we call it court support building, but the court operations and how that would all be integrated. Because there might be some efficiencies in the existing building that need to be looked at as
How
well.
much we paying on that lease for the DA's office now?
I can get you those numbers, I just don't.
3.5, 4 million for the lease?
For the lease, I'll have to get the
I think it's 3.5, 4.
A year.
A year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a $500 million building, the payment would be about $35 million a year. However, when you start getting into repair costs and squeezing it down, all of that, that may not be a bad investment. I know out in LA, they spent over $1 billion. I think, John, wasn't that the number somewhere in
Yes.
there?
Yeah.
So it's something that should be on our radar. It needs to be done at some point. We're outgrowing, and these new buildings are so much more efficient that you save quite a bit on just maintenance and utilities and repair costs. So that's something that John would analyze.
When I brought it up some time back, maybe when this this discussion started, when folks were advocating for it here publicly, even on an old court, is it clear we go to the voters or not?
On a building, you don't have to, but it was always.
The tradition was
The
the county
tradition
went to
is
the voters.
anything over $100 million, we went, but for instance, we went to the voters for a $24 million debt service building. So.
And
but-
didn't go on the on the 100 and, or was it?
Well,
for
no,
the-
they did go on the Astrodome and it failed.
It failed.
Then they came back and decided, if you couldn't pass it with the voters, do it anyway.
Right, speaking of priorities, yeah.
And
All right.
And inheritances.
So I think we should wait on that one with the.
Okay.
Okay. Community supervision. Did I skip one? No. Okay, community supervision and corrections. Does anyone have comments? Pretrial services. Purchasing. District courts. AgriLife. Protective services. I do have a comment there. Bill, they'd asked for just upwards of $1 million. You guys put 220,000. My concern is they had another 294,000 for 4 youth service specialists that they're using for a program right now. 60% of the cost of the program is to be reimbursed by school districts. And I think, and they're undergoing evaluation right now with Rice. I think we should provide that because of the match that's available and because
I
it's
saw the director in the
small.
hallway during the break,
Yeah.
and we're going to address that this afternoon.
So I would
There's
want to
some more
put that back
information.
in to
Yeah.
where the total would be closer to $500,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, I just want to make sure I'm giving Mr. Jackson and Josh Ducky some direction. So in my mind, when I don't say anything, I'm assuming, I'm going with budget management. You got me, so I just want to make sure you all, is that your
Is
understanding?
that what you guys understand this one?
Okay. I just want to make sure it's clear so y'all don't keep sending smoke signals around.
Right, that's what I'm assuming.
We've had discussions with your staff to make sure that's how you're interpreting it.
Okay.
Judge, in
I'm just saying.
times past, hate to be the old guy around here, but he's done this for 3 years, my colleague, Mr. Ellis. Typically, if we don't say anything now, sometimes we might have a bug that's in our ear, and we call up the budget office afterwards and says, explain this to me, because this is a report. It's not a final recommendation, it's just a report on where they are. And so, in addition to whatever we want to say here, we still have full capacity to have our says on a few things with the budget office that we may want to smooth out. So they can interpret that I don't have a big issue, but I might have some small issues on a few things that I may still call the budget office on and say, explain this to me.
The budget office is in a unique position to try to find recommendations that kind of fall within all a diverse group of people. However, you have the option to change these at any time until you basically vote on it on February 11th. I just checked with Robert. What we have to post on the Friday before is just a budget that does not require additional revenues. So we can change any details on February 11th. But once the gavel strikes on that, then it goes to the county clerk, it goes to the auditor, and we're off and running, and then you can make adjustments during the year.
So if I could finish my comment, Judge, Budget Office makes recommendations to us. We make the decision.
Judge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with my colleague, and for what it's worth, just based on my 35 years of being in this business, you never know what somebody's going to do until they vote. And sometimes after they voted on it, they've been known to deny that they did it. Commissioner Raddick was using one of my quotes. I'll give you one. We were picking a lieutenant governor of Texas when Bush went to the White House. I was president pro tem, so I had a quote in the paper. It said that picking a lieutenant governor is like picking a pope. And you see that smoke coming up, that means we made a decision. I told him, if you see black smoke coming up, I'm the lieutenant governor. When you look up old quotes of mine.
So that was that. Let's move on to county courts management. Or no, excuse me, protective services. Anything on protective services?
Just,
Oh, that was the one we were discussing?
yeah, no.
Now, county courts management. And that one, one thing I noticed was the funding isn't there for the judges' requests for travel and training. That's, I think, very important to the reforms we're enacting, and especially bail reform, making sure that the judges are trained up. So I'd err on the side of asking them what more training resources they need as opposed to not giving them money for training. We should be wanting them to be equipped.
I agree.
And
Yeah.
just to the, because that is GR, if at some point we figure out how we can draw down the MAC money from the state for the felony judges, that'll generate some money. I hope they're having discussions, but obviously, any additional money that comes in creates an opportunity for us to have money to do other things. But with that said, we got to do the training, you know, with the reforms we're putting in place.
So is there any issue with us just going ahead and put the training in there?
Fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
Great.
And do check with them if that amount was enough, because I had a conversation with someone, I can't remember who it was,
Okay.
who said actually what they brought, they meant to ask for more.
Okay.
But I think it's a serious issue.
no,
I mean,
no,
if
we'll-
these
we'll
judges
ask.
want to be trained,
I think you
we're
even
not
took
ones
money
to
out of-
tell them, no, we don't want to
Yeah.
equip you with that.
You took money out of your budget at one point. So
Right,
they
to-
could go to some
which
training.
is quite small, you
Yeah.
know, to give to the judges for
And
something they wanted to
Sometimes
go
the judges actually
to.
pay some of their own costs. I know they had a meeting out of the state, but they paid the bulk of it, and this was just the coordination of it.
Yeah, we don't
So
want them to have to do that.
We'll call them up. and
Especially
get
based
that
on
straight.
a major policy issue.
Yeah, all right. That was that, and now probate courts.
Why do y'all separate these probate courts? Why can't they be linked all together?
Tradition.
Huh?
It's just the way it's always been.
Well, let's change it. I don't understand why they all stand alone. You got district courts, you got, why
I don't
are they
think,
like?
do they have an administrative judge for them?
They use the same.
They use this. Okay.
So,
We can take a look at it. In the
I wish they
past,
would.
they have not wanted to be.
I know they don't. That's
associated.
why.
It's sort of like JPs. We're looking at JPs to see if it should be one budget for that too. So we'll look at that one.
All right.
Judge, while we're on it, I know we spend a lot of money on these probate courts, on these court-appointed lawyers as well.
Yes.
Do you know, what would it take to create some system there? I mean, that certainly have been allegations of abuse in the past on that, but are they eligible to create a MAC as well? I passed a bill, but I have no idea what it
don't know.
applies to. Would you find out?
We'll find that out for you.
Because that would be a way to have some additional money. I know at some point I'm going to ask the Justice Administration Department, I want to see who's getting all those cases and what the
And that's why,
correlation is.
if you look at this, the one court has so much more. Those are just court fees that we're required to pay. There's no budget for it. They just-
So I just want to make sure, even if we don't control it, we can look at it, we can put the spotlight on it. And I want to ask the Justice Administration Department to give us a report to all of us. At some point, I'll bring them in here publicly and see what's going on in that regard.
We'll ask them about that.
All right.
Okay, so that's all for the departments. Anything else, folks, that folks need to add? So it's 12:21. I propose we take the lunch break now and we come back and do Commissioners Court, unless folks want to break for 10 minutes and do a late lunch.
I'd like to do a late lunch because
Yeah.
I know at least with some of the folks who've been back there waiting, I mean, I don't want to inconvenience. I'm doing intermittent fasting, so I can wait. So what you do is you got to start at 7, but stop at 11.
Okay.
No, start at 11, stop at 7, you know?
So
I
let's
prefer to come back.
take a 10-minute break and then plan for a late lunch. Is
I'll
that
be
all-
on time.
All right, thanks.
Plus, we got to save our money. We don't have much money.
Oh, man.
That's the budget.
You had a funny story.
So you call me from an unknown.
Not by volunteer.
I mean, not everybody is fasting, you know, some people are hungry, I'm just saying.
So anyway, last night I get a call from I just said hello because I didn't want to. And it was a woman, and it was I had the most fascinating conversation, and I'm so glad I caught it, and I wouldn't have picked up if I hadn't got it.
There you go. But as a general rule, if I call you from the unknown, I usually leave a message. A lot of times, I don't have my other number, which is the county number that shows. So you get two numbers.
Well, if it goes to voicemail, it's not.
If I'm calling, I know I'll leave a message saying that it's me. But sometimes I might leave a message so you know.
Made it back straight to the car.
So I am here in the front
Everyone was happy and
I'm good. Thanks. You really didn't have a good deal. I got cool. You all right? You holler at me. Okay.
How are y'all? Probably the siren or the billboard, bringing in that they have to. All the changes.
That's different, I can't tell you that.
Okay. In IT, I said, well, Mark is a name, right, you're in IT. You better be working one more time. Say, which one are you? No, I told Michael Mark.
See, you want two? It's gonna be a long day. That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, are you? You gotta walk over there, girl.
I was like, I gotta take it. Just come and take it.
She said, she felt like these ones. I'll try this. These ones. This? Yes. This is the ones that I was like, that's why I was like, she thought they did. When I left, I was getting yesterday. I haven't had this that goes. I'm gonna let you go to the I'm gonna actually get back. I was here this morning for the register. But I gotta, yeah, because they're still. Try. He's in today. I was like, I'm
So
in.
close, yeah, we're so close.
Some people have phones.
Just because Ellis is fast, and everybody else has to fast. I'm not bad. I just make you angry.
Nice to see you. Let me know. There's another in the basement. I know he's mentioned that before a couple of times that, there was whenever you try to figure out a good time, let me know, and hopefully if it works out, we can go. Yeah, all right, bye.
Oh, look at you, you got this stuff over here, huh? You didn't want one, that's hard. There's nutrition on it too, that's always the seller. Hey, good fat, but like 48,000 of those bad fats that you can eat, you know, it's a 0. My doctor always asks me, like, I'm looking at those nutrition, my cardiologist. Like, man, I have no clue, bro. This is protein, I eat it. I'm with you. That peanut butter. Oh, peanut butter's good for you. Yeah, it makes my gut big. So much peanut butter, but I can sit and eat cream peanut butter all day. Big deal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need both. I love avocado. I'm all over avocado. I'm a huge yeah. Kid B to come up here. No problem to it. You already are. I'm good. I like the dirty old water. Yeah, look at the old water. I'm good. Oh, yeah. I think you should go come up here when they come speak on your behalf. I think we should. I just think you're retired. I'd be lost. That would make me it'd be Leo. Give me that mic. Leo will go up on me. Oh, Ellis, the old Filipino guy. How was your trip to El Paso? They let you back?
I really loved El Paso.
Really? I've only been once, but I went and they were having a dust storm the day I went to fly in to do a thing. I was like terrified.
Because the weather-wise
Was it?
It was like very dry. It was cool.
Really?
Yeah, it was like 55 degrees.
Yeah, it wasn't like that when I went to summer. It was miserable.
It was like a lot of people in town too. Like, so I was supposed to meet in there for drinks one night, and then he passed out. And I was like, let's just go by myself.
So like something I would do.
I went around a little downtown. It was nice.
I wish I didn't get to go to one spot and then fly right back out, so I didn't get to see much. But yeah, I knew that they said y'all were all headed that way when you called and said y'all were not massive. Pretty cool. Yeah. Big group of y'all went?
Yeah, we had a total of 4 people with our programming director.
And they took across the border. No issues. Didn't y'all go across the border?
No, we couldn't. We couldn't make it to that trip. The judge went. I think Ellis went.
Okay. I didn't know if they let all y'all go. I was like, well, that might be over.
Yeah,
Did he? Watch how we say that's scary. It's crazy. And there's some crazy stuff. I'm not saying that people are crazy, but there's some crazy stuff. That's why I was surprised, but hey, maybe I can get a full 5 people.
So we're making dinner plans for tonight. So we got one of the county commissioners in El Paso County, and that's in for recommendation.
Yeah.
So I'm like, sorry, I want Mexican. All right.
Good point, you're about El Paso.
Did you get to slide by Chico's Tacos while you were there?
We didn't go to Chico's, we went to Kiki's.
Okay. Yeah, Kiki's is good. Leo's is where our family always goes. Leo's. There's several of them where they, the family and then busted up. My wife's parents used to be down in Stewart Farms and later on relocated off of Mesa. But Chico's Tacos is what I love. My wife doesn't like to go there. She had too much of
All right. Let's continue. It's 12:37 and Commissioners Court is back in session. And we did promise the press we'd break at 1:30 again briefly, so I just wanted to give folks a heads up about that. There is a few items on here on CSD. So I'd like to start by taking those out of order and out of respect for the personnel matters that are part of these items, propose that we go to executive session to discuss the executive session items before we continue the discussion. So all the items related to community services are item 9B on page 12 under CSD, 21A2 on page 31 under county judge, 21E2 on page 32 under Commissioner Precinct 4, and under emergency and supplemental items is supplemental items 2, 4, 5, and 6. Items 4 and 6 are both executive session items, so I propose that we start with an executive session to discuss both of those items, if members of court are okay with that.
Good.
Okay, so it's 12:38, and we're headed to executive session on items 4 and 6 to discuss personnel.
And Judge,
Do you-
just so
yes.
that the record is real clear, when we are discussing personnel records, I'll be back. If we drift off of personnel issues, then I'll be bidding my adieu and exiting. I don't want to discuss non-personnel matters in executive session.
And Robert will make sure of that.
That'll be fine.
Yes, is this all you need?
Yes, so you're going to an executive session to discuss personnel matters.
Yeah, thank you.
So did we start the agenda at 12:37?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like.
Huh?
That's what it sounded like.
Okay, that's what I thought. Fact is, if we're doing all this
all fine and dandy. They cannot have no development. They put a garbage dump in.
Out there in Wall? I know they were trying.
No, they put it in there.
It took them a while. They finally, I guess they finally got it. Because we looked at land out there, and that, when we found out that they were trying to put one in, and we was like, don't want no part of that.
They bought all.
They can't find no check. They gave me $100. Like I told them, here's a list of my bank. Show me where $100,000 went in my bank. And really, I've been dealing with a credit union. So that it was like, they had a I got a bill of something today. My son-in-law, he was an attorney. He does basically will.
Well, let's talk. Is he licensed in Liberty County?
He goes all over the state. Really? But he's told me he has to be a taker. But I've got some other I've talked to a non-profit out of Austin, and they want to handle it. That's all they do is go out. Austin is still working for me. It ain't much, maybe $55 a month. I called them about it. That's all I have. Still working for Mr. Perry. And there's growth.
And what?
There's growth.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of money, but I can buy a Ford.
That's a tank of gas,
Hey,
you know?
I'm calling it 2 times.
Not mine.
I get 25 miles an hour. I got a little small list. About 25, 26. $25, I got a good one.
75, I think.
You got one for truck. At least for truck. I want one now, don't get trouble.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, you could have bought it a long time ago. The price they want for the truck today. There's no way that vehicle is worth that kind of money.
Plus it's all electronic, and if you bought it before,
I was just telling my brother, I got an uncle. He's almost 80. They live about 2 miles. In his backyard, he got 3.5 acres. He got a salad bread, 2 houses on his compound. A little over 6 acres in his backyard. He's 80. He keeps managing a bunch of trees. Weed around. But he can't hardly do it. He don't want to let go of this property. They don't have it. It was beautiful. 4,000 square feet. Last time I was over there, he was telling me he was getting ready to need a new roof. I'm a retired coach. I got a 1,800 square foot house. They wanted 37,000.
Well, it really depends on the leaf, the valley.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you got a flat roof, I mean, not flat, but I mean, straight roof, that's cheap. The more they have to cut into it, you know, that rain arrange for this and arrange for that.
Well, I'm sure a 4,000 square foot house is not flat.
Before they do it all.
That would be ideal. I need my bucket.
Yeah, that would be ideal. We haven't even had our first count.
If they have that kind of ordinance, I'm gonna look up there myself. We've been looking with it.
But I went up there for a wedding. All these places that are, like it's hundreds. And man, it was just a little rolling little hill. They have a mark. You cannot have no development. You can't get nobody coming to build.
That would work for me because we are so sick.
Across the train track, and it's like, Old Town, like Old Town Spring. Something just like that. And you can still get to use all of it.
That's important. Well, I know where Lois is.
I've been looking at like a satellite TV here at night, and I'm kind of shying away from East Texas. Everywhere you look at nighttime, it's light.
Oh, yeah, you can see the light. Oh, yeah.
There's no darkness anywhere. So if I go out in West Texas after the middle of the day,
If I'm in the middle of 100 acres in East Texas, I'm good.
East Texas will be, look, you get 105. It's beautiful.
yeah. Well, we've been looking up there around.
Find a trash can.
It's outside.
Outside.
We've been looking up around Warren, all the way up to Jasper. But see, the problem is, like I said, if you look at the satellite at night, it's like, it's all lit up. I want to go somewhere where I can look up and see the stars.
Well, then we have to go to Missouri.
No, we go to West Texas.
But West Texas don't have trees.
They got it.
I've been out there.
I know we took a drive out through there, first time we ever drove out through there. That was the most boring drive. What was the name? Losing the fire trucks.
I was at the fire department at Roman Hall.
Oh, yeah.
It's raining out, yeah. On and off. You might want to wear a rain jacket. Yeah. It's like 150 yards, you know, so you get wet.
Okay, I will.
Ride some coattails? Right.
No, we've done several things together, so.
Thanks, Mom. All right, good. Yeah, I know Maureen, pretty well. Okay. my cards yet, but.
Hopefully you get them soon.
Yes, unfortunately, yes. That's my job. They ask me, what do you think about this? I get paid to be here sometimes.
Yeah,
I still haven't eaten. Well, I've eaten something, man. Cheese is my son. Yeah, I know. What I'm talking about. I was ready to eat. Then walk over to the credit. Not walk, right now. Yeah.
oh yeah, I saw people were started ringing. So, anyway, just wanted to get a chance to.
Anytime. Yeah. Anytime. Just get a come say hello sometime. All right, take care. Yes, you do. I'm actually by NRG. Oh, you are? Yeah, most of us, all of us.
Well, I've been to visit, but I've never come to your office.
Come over there.
Yeah.
You know what the hospital district's admin building? We're basically on a little side street called El Rio. It's between 288 and Alpha. Okay. Hospital admin building right next to us. So you guys want to come out? Do that. And we'll introduce you to the whole team. I'm sure we'll be doing more. I imagine we will.
The magazine. That's his precinct. They sent it to me because I signed it years ago, and I liked it. They have blacksmith.
They already sent it? Oh, I know that. Went to Virginia. Well, that's like you got off, but they've only done 15 people. Billions of dollars and they can't. Yeah. Yep. That's the reason I said and we've been, that's it right there. If you get some money on your campus, and see, they need to be a law about all that campaign money. They pass it out where everybody gets a equal play. To run, you get X amount of money in your local to run for everybody the same amount. You can't donate.
going, well, hell, the DA's office is already throwing out case after case after case. Because they can't go forward with it. I think they do. They went after 68.
That was just an execution, that's all it was.
No, I'm talking about that.
I'll go, that's what I was.
Well, let me tell you, 25 years in Hartford, I rode around with Kyle think through it in Harris County. And I can tell you from experience, there is not one place it's not in the conference here. It ain't here. I don't know why somebody in Virginia is working here. Why give it to somebody like that? We got agencies right here in Houston that can handle that.
You know? That displays. Don't surprise me.
Good going, Josh. So it's your turn to take it. I got redone different parties in the city. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know what's in I thought it was particularly. Yeah.
Then you need to send them a $600 bill for sewage storage. Yeah, sewage retention.
You still gotta have staff for it. Oh, yeah, fun.
All they want is people to just lay down and take it.
You're paying their bill. That, you know, you're paying their bill. We're paying their bill. Hey, you'd rather say I'll make a phone call for you. Because he's got the It's changed a lot since.
The problem is, though, they're not, they're shoving out on people easy. Exactly. See, County used to be, it used to be a good place to live. When I moved to County, it was a real nice neighborhood. I lived 4 miles before I moved there in 1980. I was 72. Now they want to put up some more. I think y'all may. I don't know. But if you ain't gonna live, you don't fight.
And that's what I keep telling you.
Whoever the entity is, that's the only way you can get them stopped. Yeah, well, because we just got started, so we don't even have a nonprofit going yet. We don't even have
Oh, you
business
told
cards
me about our
yet.
group?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well, see, Adrian Garcia is supposed to be our commissioner. You can't hardly talk to anybody in his office. You get his secretary or you get one of his aides.
Do you think they're close to coming out? Did you pop in? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm concerned this sort of be his last.
I forgot to post it. I was thinking like 9 hours. That would take us to 6. Yeah. I think it's possible.
Only if it fixes it, it's under possible.
Yeah.
Judge and commissioners are, working behind the scenes with the,
Yep.
lines.
I think we're still gonna do it.
I think a lot of it. A bit over. I mean, it's not, the method of what they were doing might have been different, but what was actually being done is it's been going on for 70 years, 100 years. Okay, I mean, we're using a high power binocular. Like any last using a video feed. So, you see that they're supposedly hiring out of work. I don't like it. The only thing maybe is some kind of guys baseball maybe could rally them to play history.
At State Farm.
I was enjoying that. And that's what I was like, look, you're doing me at
So, I finally did it. Yeah. Because I've seen it on
I can't get over the fact that they won Game 7 on the road. And if the Dodgers had scored a run, maybe they would have an argument.
Yep. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think the season's just gotta get here, you know?
Yeah. Now, they continue to be terrible. I'll give it. Those of us on that side.
They're really good.
They go by the name of
It's amazing.
If you got a brand new car, they make profit.
I mean, they had time to prep.
Yeah, they should have. They should have all apologized.
Having someone just cut you off. I'd be happy with this is fair. Right, that fair? Yep. That's probably number one. It's 860. All right, presented. 301.
She doesn't work for Liberty Beach. She is anywhere. Yes. She works. Her name is Teresa. Lambert, I think.
Who is it that's running those packages? You, Mike, Jasper, and who else? So people from City Hall, and the people from the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, but it's one, you get one game deal per it's like 28. Hey, good, how you doing?
Hearing and transmitting.
said, we've got to go out and find some room, and once we find those, we're gonna have to match up that data with the local community. But, your LSPC has information, and you can, if you mentioned you look for that information, you can go to the LSPC and ask for that information. The local emergency planning commission, and it's the community right to know it. And so you can go to them and ask for that information, and they make it easy.
Because the county attorney's office told me today it's not public information.
It's not information that if we had that to be public information, we have to get it from the LSPC.
Because the county attorney has the information, they just told me they're not going to put it in
My daughter teaches down here at the college. And she's a medical. My son's a lab tech. But they're all I might check into that shit. I bet you were talking about no.
Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, I forgot about the wall, they were trying to put that dumping out there.
They did it.
They did.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because right behind it, where we was looking for land, actually, it was like 2 miles from it. Yeah, you go up Highway 6 to, forget the name of the subdivision. The rural area. And, when we found out where the land was versus where the dump was, it's like, well, you know, we have a southeast wind all the time.
I have no idea. I just asked them. It's unclear whether.
That's out.
And I have lunch now, we're going to still.
Okay.
I wish I.
At least I'm not alone.
I mean, it's a 20. I just don't know about this 24 takeout.
Yes, that's right.
They can, doesn't bother me.
Yeah, let them pay for it. Probably have to do 2 meals though. It won't be just one.
They bought it all the way.
Probably be lunch and
You
dinner.
know, it'd be a
That'll
different
be
story
great.
with stuff like, scrap building material, concrete, you know, no household garbage. Where it didn't stink. You drive by the 3 dumps we got here in Houston. Well, there's one on 90 and there's one over off of the Wilson Road. As long as it's out there, winds keep blowing, I'm good. Of course, I get all the chemical plants.
Oh, I know. Man, look, son, but I moved over. I tell you, I went down. I moved on the north side. Everything. I felt it.
Quit that smoking. Don't go to vaping either.
I know, right?
Yeah, that,
joke.
Just wait for Commissioner. All right, it's 2:17. We're back from executive session. So back from discussing these two items, right now we are in looking at the Community Services Department. The number one focus for that and then generally for us is this disaster recovery program, making sure that it works, making sure that it's as responsive as it needs to be to the residents of our county. We said we're going to be taking all the steps necessary to make sure that happens. That started with the firing of the contractor that wasn't delivered. It's continued with folks working day and night through the holidays with the hiring of additional resources. And now we want to shift the direction of the Community Services Department so that the focus is on disaster recovery. For that reason, the proposal and the motion would be that we appoint Josh Stuckey as interim director of the Community Services Department, Daphne Lamel as his number two, that we elevate Tetra Tech to give them the resources that they need and the support they need from Josh to take the lead, the full lead on this disaster recovery program, housing, reimbursement, and buyouts. And
I'll make that
that's it.
motion.
Yeah. All right.
Second.
Yes.
Okay with the, as far as the tech and all that?
As far as we know, yes, sir. I mean, they're already on contract with us now.
That is on items 4 and 6 under emergency and supplemental, page 33. They're the personnel discussion items. So we have a motion and a second.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
Anything else on this?
And county attorney says this is the appropriate way to do it.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Let's
All
vote.
right, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have a couple more items related to community services, so let me just call them up. In terms of page 31 under my agenda, I don't need to discuss anything else. Under precinct 4, page 32.
Your Honor,
Question about an audit, yes.
the auditor's office, we couldn't order him to do it, we just asked, and the auditor's office has already provided an auditor's report to us, and I think that they're in the process of doing an update so that we can then show that we've got a clean bill of health as we move forward with our partners in the state. And so I don't think that there's a need at this time for us to go further because our auditor is on it.
Yes, and we will start our engagement out there within 2 weeks. We will be, it's green. Okay, we'll be starting our engagement, and we will be reporting back to court whatever we find.
Great, thank you so much. And I appreciate the commitment from you guys and Commissioner to make sure we're doing everything we can at the county. We know a lot of, these are programs mired in red tape from the federal government. We've got to do everything we can to make sure those hammers are swinging soon. So thank
So
you.
Judge,
Yeah.
not to belabor the point,
Yeah.
but, because I think when it comes up 2 weeks from now, we can certainly ask questions of Tetra Tech, Josh Stuckey, or anybody else. But I will say there's an important role for Ms. LaMelle to play going forward. Josh will be in charge of it. Those will be his decisions, but a department went from an annual spending amount of about $100 million to $1 billion in such a short amount of time. As we heard, there has been tremendous progress in many areas, but there have also been some weaknesses. But when we meet again in 2 weeks, I'm sure we'll get to hear from not only Josh, but Tetra Tech or anybody else. And I hope when this is over with, they can get out and go back and get to work.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And I just want to echo Commissioner Ellis's comments. I want to thank Ms. LaMelle for the work done, and I want to thank Josh for being willing to step in and give us a hand. We got a lot of residents that we're responsible for, and I think this demonstrates that we are all unified in ensuring that our citizens get served well, get served promptly. We want to make sure that valuable recovery resources get to those who need it the most. And so, you know, this is an important step in moving us in the right direction and continues to move us in the right direction. So thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
And during those 2 weeks, Judge, if purchasing will look at the contract, so if there's a reason to expand to make sure they are pretty much in charge with the keys to all of the DR recovery efforts, they need to bring in some other firms. We want to make sure we can do that. And maybe report on it in 2 weeks since it is 2:30 now, 2:23.
Yes, sir.
All right. The next item is, there's a Tetra Tech item on page 33, item 2 on the supplemental agenda, the additional amount of $1 million for the DR program. And this is for buyout, or for support paying for flood insurance.
It's just a pass-through, Judge.
It's just a pass-through.
Under the contract, and they're gonna be the services to give those insurance to those individuals, and we're gonna reimburse them back.
Okay.
Want me to move it so they can get out of here? Good. Is there no
Yes, sir,
questions?
that's fine.
I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next one is personnel matters. We already discussed that, item 4, Commissioner Precinct 1. Item 5, Commissioner Precinct 2, on an oversight committee, page 33.
Thank you, Judge. In the pursuit of making sure that we are working well with our staff and our consultants, and that the precincts are engaged at the most critical level, I am proposing an oversight committee. I don't have the information to share what is in my concept. I'll get that information. I'd like to just get the support of my colleagues, that as we distribute, my office will send out something to share with our colleagues. But the idea is simply to make sure that the precinct and the issues and concerns of our constituents in our respective precincts are being thought through and focused on as we go through the recovery process. Our precincts differ a little bit in terms of demographic and other challenges, but we all have respective concerns to make sure that we're moving these things along. I believe that this oversight committee can help in that regard, but I'd like to turn it into a work group with all of us involved, and then come back with a more firm recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So I just learned we have several speakers on this item, actually. So let me call folks up. Horace, Allison, Carolyn Stone, Jeff Table. Apologies if I mispronounced that. Oh, it's a different issue?
Yeah, not mine.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Horace Allison. I'm CEO for the Harris County Housing Authority. I'm here today to seek your support of a resolution for the Howells. It's a 192-unit family development that's going to be constructed in the Channelview area, near Wallaceville Road, on Wallaceville Road, and Dale. As you're aware, Commissioners, there's a great need for affordable housing in the county. Some 45% of the households in the county are renters. Half of those spend anywhere from 30% or more of their income for housing, and 80% of those families, 88% of those families earn less than $50,000 a year. Harvey has exacerbated the need for affordable housing greatly. There was always a demand, but it's even worse now. In 2017, there were about 8,000 units being put in the market for new renters, and less than 6,000 of them came online. Clearly, we're falling behind in addressing this humongous problem, as I like to say, this very large problem. There's rising demand for affordable housing. Because of that rising demand, rent rates are increasing in the area, making it even more difficult for families to be able to afford a decent place to live. The National Association for Low-Income Housing put out a study that said 1 out of every 4 family that is in need of assistance is able to obtain assistance. So that's 25% of the people who are really in need of assistance being able to get assistance. Landlords in some cases don't accept housing choice vouchers, which exacerbates the problem even more for our families who need quality housing. It's forcing our families to live in areas that are, if you will, that are less desirable, and are not allowing them to move into areas that are more desirable, where there are high opportunities, where there are better schools and better jobs and better employment. There are a lot of myths about affordable housing, especially the tax credit program. Stanford, Furman Center, and Trulia.com has studies that dispute some of the myths, i.e., that affordable housing brings crime to the area. Not true. That affordable housing decreases property value. Not true. That affordable housing does not add value to the communities. Each affordable housing development can add some $116 million to the community in terms of its value once it's up and running. Commissioners, we seek your support of increasing the stock of affordable housing in Harris County. The Housing Authority has partnered with LDG, a private developer, to build these 192 units. They are 1 to 3 bedroom units. Rents range from anywhere from a low of $421 up.
Yes, one sec. So in all candor, we'd called up item B, and so staff heard D, and so you guys are on another one. But I do want to hear from you guys since y'all are here, and I called y'all up. So let me just dismiss Tetra Tech though before, is that they're here. Do we need anything else from Tetra Tech, you guys?
We need them to get on back to work.
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Good luck, you guys. All right, y'all good? Thank you so much. And yes, Commissioner Garcia, and we'll hear from the rest of the speakers on item 9B, seeing as we've called them up now.
Good deal. Horace, thank you. I want to say thank you for.
We're on 9D now.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to thank you for coming down and sharing your thoughts. You are absolutely correct, and I'm just looking at notes here that, the Kinder Institute has done some incredible study on the lack of affordable housing stock in our area, and we know that the just in the Houston area that we have about almost 500,000 people, 400,000 specifically, that need access to affordable housing, legitimate quality affordable housing. They're working families, and we only have about 60,000 units available. And so it is a huge burden. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing on our behalf, but you're absolutely correct that this is a major challenge. And so I'm excited about bringing affordable housing into the precinct that will help working families to support them and their children to have a dignified place to live. that they're not being, I want to be careful how I say this, but aren't paying more rent than they ought to pay, than the market ought to provide for. But you can only do that if you have more product on the ground. And also, I know that a lot of people have concerns about, new development, and we've been talking about new development and flooding and those issues. You got to remember that Harris County has already put in place some of the most stringent flood protection regulations, Atlas 14 to be specific, of which this unit will adhere to.
Absolutely.
And so, again, Horace, thank you for sharing your thoughts and your leadership on this, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
All right, next we have Carolyn Stone.
Actually, Judge,
Yes.
Because of the way that we were structured with budget hearings in the beginning, we postponed this one till next quarter.
Oh,
With the hope, Haven,
okay.
correct? Yes.
Yes.
That's an accommodation because since we were doing budget hearings first and we didn't do the traditionals, that was actually our office cooperating with your office.
Okay, we'll make a note of no action. Yes, got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, is this still up?
Yes,
Or
we
is
are
it-
now, we are discussing item 9D.
D?
On the affordable housing project in Precinct 1 and Precinct 2.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Carolyn Stone. I'm from Channelview, where the Hollows is proposed to be located, on the boundary of Precinct 2 and Precinct 1, right across the street from each other. We are opposed to this project. I have a petition in hand right now with 142 signatures opposing this. We're still collecting signatures. Channelview has been experiencing a housing boom. We are not in need of any more affordable housing. We have several such facilities within Channelview. We don't need a new one. Improvement could go toward the ones that already exist. And in contradiction to what the gentleman just said, those housing additions are experiencing high crime rates and gang activity. The housing HOAs in the area are having to have constables and sheriff's departments coming to their meetings to give them gang talks and crime talks related to activities in these. This is also a project that will burden our school. On December 21st, the developer had a community meeting in regards to this. And the teachers stood up and spoke. The school board members stood up and spoke. The ESD stood up and spoke, all in opposition to this and our money and flood funds being used for this project. This area floods. It's not required to have its own detention pond. It's going to drain into a flood easement that is for the housing that just came in. So it will, although that size for the housing, now they're going to encumber it with the runoff from this facility. Also, the concerns about these hardworking individuals. We are a community of hardworking individuals. And that was brought up at the meeting. And in reply to our opposition and people stating how hard they worked, the developer made a really telling statement. This is not housing for hardworking individuals like you. Everything in relation to this will be a burden on the community. We are already burdened by a lot of economic and environmental problems. We are attempting at the moment to get these corrected. This will not add to the resilience of the community. It will encumber it. It will make it more vulnerable. Our students will have to be in trailers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank
Sure,
you.
you
They'll
can
pass it around.
give it to the, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming down and sharing your thoughts. And, you know, it's a complicated process. I mean, when you look at the immediate area within 1.5 miles of this particular facility. We have over 100 people that are on a waiting list. So that's your immediate neighbors. Those are people that are already living there. And I'm not sure where the developer comes from saying that hardworking people won't be at this facility.
I'm just relating.
Yeah, I hear you, I hear you. But I'll look into that, but I'll just say that, number one, as I mentioned earlier, this facility will adhere to the development standards that we have put in place, more stringent than the city of Houston has. But our neighbors out there in that area need housing. That's why we instituted, in part, the transit rides program, because cars flooded out there and people have a difficult time getting around, so we put that in place. So we got a lot of challenges, and I will be watching this very closely. But I want to thank you for sharing your thoughts and your concerns with this. Every time we do one of these projects, it does raise concern, because there's often a lot of misinformation attached to these. But I do want to make sure that this is done well, done carefully, and that we can look back on it and be proud of it. But I do want to make sure that we also think about the fact that we have a lot of families that are in the area already, that are on the waiting list for affordable housing. And I just assume work to make sure that they get a good product in the immediate area and continue to be part of the community that they already know.
Well, Commissioner, I understand that, and I want you to consider the request, the desires of the constituents, the residents, the community members, that they are saying they do not want this. I live in the area. I'm very aware of what housing is there and what's not. There's a lot of affordable housing. It could use some improvement. We don't need a new facility. We need services. We need hospitals. We need to take care of what's there, not build another facility that will in years be encumbered upon the community. And this is what we spoke. Your people were at the meeting on December 21st. Commissioner Ellis's, yours weren't. But I'm sure they relayed to you the voices of the people. And I'm here now to also relate it to the remainder of the commissioners and to Judge Hidalgo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Jeff Table?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Table, and I am the Director of Community and Environmental Planning for the Houston-Galveston Area Council. I'm here to speak in support of these two housing items. We have just completed a year-long process of doing what is a high-level Phase 1 housing plan for the region. This covers 12 counties outside of Harris. I'm here to report to you that based on our conversations with elected officials and local leaders throughout the region, housing affordability is a top issue. It's not just a Houston or Harris County thing. It's an issue in our rural communities, our suburban communities. And the reason I use the term housing affordability rather than affordable housing is I think that really puts the emphasis on the right place. These projects are investments in people, they're investments in families, and they're really an investment, I think, in a strong fabric of the community. Again, I know there's a lot of perceptions about the tenants of affordable housing units, but I will say that many of the people that I would consider those who help care for our communities, retail workers, hospitality workers, administrative and healthcare support, child care workers, when I look at the median income numbers and what would qualify for this unit, a lot of those folks fit into that area. And like it or not, the market is not providing an adequate supply. I'm not going to go over the same statistics that the earlier speaker said, but yes, especially for renters in Harris County, there is a scarcity. So again, I would ask, and I'm very sensitive to the concerns of people in the community who are being asked to host these, but think of it as an investment in people. Think of it as an investment in efficient services. Rent-burdened households have less to spend on preventative health care, nutritious food, and finally, in the economy. It's hard to save and build a life forward with 30 to 50% of your income being consumed by monthly rent. I commend your efforts on this. In 2020, we plan to work with you all in the City of Houston and others in Harris County in completing the Phase 2 of our project. Our organization would be happy to offer our support in any way we can. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Judge.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Jeff, for coming down. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. And you're absolutely right. There's always a lot of misconceptions about this. And I just know this issue a little bit too well from my days on council, that there is always misunderstanding of what affordable housing is versus what public assisted housing is. And this is affordable housing. This is for working individuals that need to qualify as such in order to qualify for these type of facilities. But also understanding that multifamily dwellings always get the greatest amount of pushback. And that's why one of the major focuses of my office is on single-family development. This young lady behind me has been working on that tirelessly for our time here. And it's to make sure that we do as much as we can on the single-family housing front and provide that as a counterbalance to multifamily housing units. But nonetheless, as you alluded to, got a lot of working people out there. They deserve an opportunity to live in a place of dignity to raise their families. But I do share the concerns that we need good management along with these facilities as well. And so I'm very, very aware of that, and we'll be watching that as well. So thank you, Jeff, for being here. Thank you.
Yes,
Judge,
Commissioner Ellis.
I just want to say, Jeff, I appreciate you being here as well. And for the previous speaker that came up, my staff was not at that meeting because it was in Commissioner Garcia's precinct. Although if he doesn't get mad, we'll go next time. It's right there on the border. We're not getting the controversy over the one that is actually in Precinct 1. But you ask about what HGAC can do. The second item, item E, is important as well. Because I don't have the figures in front of me today, but most of the affordable housing is in Precinct 1, whether it's in the city limits or the unincorporated area. And in part, that's because of the requirement in state law in Texas first, maybe 2 other states, I think, have followed suit, where the state reps are allowed to put in a letter and you get points for it. So obviously, when somebody does a petition, it's always controversial. It's so easy to just say no, when everybody knows we have a problem with affordable housing. I also think we need to get off of the position that the only money we'll put into affordable housing is money from heaven, from the federal government, so to speak. That would be complimented. I refer to them as that. The city of Houston, years ago, I think almost 30 years ago, decided to put some of its money, about $20 million as part of its 5-year CIP process, into affordable housing. And I know that because as a young council member, I was the person that came up with the idea and advocated for it. It's the first city in Texas to do it. Others have followed. I don't know if any counties do it or not, but when we get ready to go to the voters again, I'm going to say we ought to add to that package using some of our money. Then we have more latitude to do single-family housing as opposed to most of the housing now that the government plays a role in tends to be public housing or it tends to be multifamily. It's just much more difficult. So in those 2 things, you all ought to think about it. One, helping to get that language out of state law. And on this next item, we are going to take it out of our process where it's not required. So for one level of tax credits, it's still in state law, but it's not there for the lower amount, which is not used as much, but that's a role you all can play.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and we will take those back and look forward to working with you all in the coming year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Drew Childry. Marixa Okafor. And Helen Miller. Yes.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for this afternoon, for giving us time to speak. I'm Drew Childry, and I'm with LDG Development, and we are the development company for the Hollows. And yes, I was at that meeting, and I misspoke, and the neighborhood organization took my words and took it in a wrong context. I did not mean or believe that residents that live in affordable housing aren't hardworking. I think the total opposite. They are probably, if not, they're probably more harder working than any of us out here that don't live in affordable housing. And so that being said, you know, LDG Developments, we are a very reputable development company. We have over 10,000 units that we have of affordable housing that we have developed and manage as well. And we partner up with the local communities, and we try to come into an area and work with the communities. And as an example, the Hollows is designed and structured very similar to a development that we just got done in the city of Houston, working with the city, called the Point at Crestmont. And the Point at Crestmont is a result of a collaboration of many parties working together to remove an existing dilapidated apartment complex and create a wonderful new and beautiful development in the area. We've worked with a lot of people in the neighborhood, local community, which include the Crestmont Park Civic Association, which there's someone here to speak on with them on their experience with us. The local churches, the Bethel Institute Missionary Baptist Church, and the surrounding neighborhood and community leaders. We work together as one to make this, to bring in a good asset into the neighborhood. And also not just a good product and a great product that we build, but long-term, we maintain it and we work with the community to make it a vibrant development. And I would like to just kind of, that being said, there are several people here to speak on behalf of the Point of Crestmont development and their experience, and we look to hope for and try to strive to repeat the exact same thing in the Channelview area with the Hollows.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Garcia.
Judge, thank you. Drew, thank you for coming down here, and I really appreciate you willing to make sure that your words were accurately stated and delivered. That's important because, as the young lady mentioned, I was going to give you a call to find out what the heck was
Yes,
that she.
That is not what it might have come out wrong, but that's totally not what I meant, and they just ran with it, and so.
Thank you. Additionally, to the issue of flooding, there's concerns that your facility is going to bring on, it's going to create a worse flooding circumstance. Are you or are you not adhering to our new regulations?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And according to my notes, the modeling that's been done indicates that your runoff will go off to the east side of the property, which has enough capacity, as indicated by, I guess, engineering, that it has enough capacity to handle the modeled runoff.
Yes, sir.
That you would,
yes, sir, definitely.
You would have. Also, it'll be gated.
Yes, sir.
It'll have security fence around your facility.
Yes, sir.
You're also going to have security cameras.
Yes, sir.
Who's going to monitor those cameras?
I don't know right now. We have several companies that we work with, and our management company might be able to speak more logically about that. They contract with them. It's not us on the development side. It's on the management side.
Good deal.
That contract with them.
You're going to provide ample lighting for your sidewalks, your parking areas, and apparently the neighboring streets will also benefit from that additional lighting.
Definitely, yes, sir.
And then lastly, my staff had indicated that you had worked with security companies, and I sent back word that I think you ought to be talking to the sheriff's office as an addition to your facility there as a potential contract program out there for
Yes, sir.
the property, and are you looking at that?
We are. I've already sat down and had meetings with Constable Eagleton face to face. He was happy that we were coming in. He thought it was a great product that we're providing, and, you know, he wanted me to do more of these developments in other areas that he oversees.
Good deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Marixel Kafour, and I am the on-site community manager at the Point of Crestmont. In addition to me being the on-site community manager, I am the product of living on an affordable housing community. Single mom, raising my son by myself, later on to finish college from the University of Houston.
Oh, cool.
Thank you. In addition to that, I can only speak on the mission of our ownership and development, but we strive to positively impact the Channelview community in various ways. The outline and goal for the product of this project lowers the crime rate and will increase the property value. It has been mentioned that there's already too much or too many affordable housing communities. If that were the case, we would not have a waiting list that's minimum 6 months long. I have outlined and brought visuals of how the Crestmont community has positively impacted our area. At the Point of Crestmont, I offer fitness classes, weekly Bible studies, after-school tutorials. For the concerns of the school board, we provide our own tutorials from volunteer and sponsorship from retired teachers. I have partnered with Worthing High School, also Sterling High School, for the STEM program in math and science. Also, as the community site manager, I have brought financial advising courses, resume writing classes, mock interviews, etiquette classes for our children, job placement, swim classes, and more. All of this is evident through social site, from viewing our Facebook page, if you at the Point of Crestmont. I also have monthly resident meetings that I have document and proof here from every resident that attends, basketball programs and mentorships, and even more. If I had more time, I can keep going. The goal for our youth is to continuously provide constructive programs that will mold them into being outstanding citizens and responsible adults. Our development has become the source for our community. Not only do we provide affordable housing, but we have partnered with various nonprofits to enable our residents to have multiple contacts and resources. Today, I have brought along 2 residents from our community who actually live on my community. I have also brought along the president of our Crestmont Civic Association. We all work together. President.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, thank you for coming down. You're the on-site manager? You'll be the on-site manager?
I'm the on-site manager at one of our other sister properties. So yes, I'll be helping with this lease up as well.
Okay. And very quickly, in order for someone to qualify to live at this facility, they would need to be at least 18 years of age.
Yes,
They would need to be, need to complete a police background check.
yes,
They will need to have no felonies attributed to their, to any criminal history.
yes. Our criminal background screening is pretty intense, yes.
Okay, no felonies.
No,
Anyone living on the property would have to be named on the lease,
correct.
and if they're not, what happens?
They have to see my lovely face. No, a vacate notice will go out
Okay.
for breach of lease.
they have to hold a job.
Yes,
They have to go through a credit check.
yes.
What is the credit level that they would have to meet?
Due to recent Harvey, there's no specific credit score, but I do evaluate the rental history, the payment history, and how often they've been late and on time.
Okay, and then to that end, you would, you require at least 3 references from previous apartment, if they lived in an apartment complex prior to?
It varies, but they do have to have good rental history, yes.
Okay. And then you go through a selection criteria for the tenants?
A tenant selection plan, correct.
Good deal. What does that mean?
Tenant selection plan is an outline on what we look for. It cuts down on possible discrimination, i.e. 2 times the rent amount. It just outlines how we screen the background, successfully pass the background credit screening, be on your job consecutive for at least 3 to 6 months, or there's no gap, at least 60 days or more.
Good deal.
There's no gap in employment.
And I'm not sure whether you could answer this or whether Drew, but are your facilities members of the Houston Apartment Association?
We are.
That's a very, 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 very important designation. In contrast, my experience over the years with the Houston Police Department or as a sheriff is that where we tend to have the greatest number of problems almost consistently are non-Houston Apartment Association member properties.
In addition to that, we are striving to become a Blue Star property as well.
Even better. That's very important to understand. And I want to throw that out there because we generally tend to find where nuisance abatement initiatives have to go, where enforcement strategies have to be placed, where we find fences that have holes in them, where we find parking lots that don't have lighting, where we find properties that don't have security cameras, that don't have security personnel. It's generally a property that is not, more often than not, I mean, a great majority of the time, they are not Houston Apartment Association managers, nor do they even participate in the Blue Star programs.
In addition to that, Commissioner Garcia, the rhetorical question is what defines hardworking? Is it the salary, the pay, the hours, or what? What actually defines hardworking citizens? At my property at the Point of Crestmont, every time I hold an event, it is not, I have an open door policy. It is not closed off strictly just to my residents. It is for the community. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next is Helen Miller, Jasmine Henderson, Philip Wilson, and Susan Hansen.
My name is Jasmine Henderson. I would like to say good evening to the judge and all the commissioners on the board. I would like to say I reside at the Point of Crestmont, and Miss Marissa is an amazing manager over the Point of Crestmont. I have seen a lot of apartments that are income-based and they're affordable housing, and it starts with the managers. If they don't take pride in their establishment or what they're trying to build up, Miss Marissa has built a foundation. You're not allowed to come in her office half dressed, no hair rag. She built character in the people that live on a property. And it's nothing that we can't tell her about that she doesn't address. And since I have been residing at the Point of Crestmont, I would like to say one of the biggest things is, it's not that many places you can reach out and get help from. But when you go to Marissa or anyone else that works in the office, they hear you out. If you would say, oh, my child need help with this, my child need help with that, she work with you on it. And it's like the door is always open. She have an open door policy. We have a cell phone number. We can call her, and she there.
Deal.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Thank you.
I'd like to say good evening to everyone. I just want to say good evening, everyone.
Please state your name and affiliation.
My name is Philip Wilson. I just want to say this to everyone. Before you consider the results, we all need to think about the process before we get to the results. Let me explain what I mean. The process that I've experienced since I've been living at the Point of Crestmont is this. I'm seeing pride being put back into people's lives that once had no pride because of leadership. That is very important. When you're under the right leadership, I'm gonna say that one more time, when you're under the right leadership, things will happen. And right now, at the point of Crestmont, Ms. Marissa is leading in the right direction. And I implore you to think about the process. If you don't consider her as being part of the process that's going on, we're gonna miss it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Cave. I'm president of Crestmont Park Civic Association. I live in Commissioner Ellis's Precinct 1, and the Point of Crestmont exists in our neighborhood. Prior to that, this was this was a lot that had a bunch of dilapidated apartments that you saw on the poster. So we were just elated. It had been there for years, 20, 25 years. I've been in the community about 42 years. So I'd seen it when it was vibrant, and I'd seen it when the hurricane came through and pretty much wiped it out. So we were excited that the management company came to us and said, look, we want to bring in this affordable home housing project. And all the things that Commissioner Garcia mentioned, the security, well, questions that we asked. Will you have cameras? Will it be fenced? Will you provide programming for families that need it? And they did all of that, and they have done all of that. So we're really excited about it. Our belief is that it takes a whole village to raise a child. That village consists of single-family dwellings. It consists of multi-units. It consists of affordable housing. And we're really excited that now they're part of our village. We're rebuilding our community. It's brought about some changes in the sense that we are now, we've had a real development in terms of the high school there, Sterling High School, and other places. So we're really excited about it. And we took the approach is we want to collaborate. We want to figure out the way that we can make this work and we can work together and provide housing. It's my understanding the unit is 100% filled right now. It's only been open less than a year, and they've got a tremendous waiting list. So there is a need for this housing. And so we felt it was incumbent upon us to step up and provide a vehicle and a collaboration to make it happen.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you for coming down. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts.
Do we have, is Helen Miller or Susan Hanson here? All right.
No, I believe they had to leave.
Thank you to all the speakers. That's it for the speakers, Commissioner. So, do we have a motion and a second on this item?
So moved.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I could have a brief moment of discussion. It has been the long tradition for each commissioner to look in their precinct and do what they feel to be best in their precinct. There have been a couple shots across the bow about how that tradition is going to be violated with regard to these things. Commissioner Garcia, I think that you're the best person to make a decision whether this should be done or not. And I just want to know, are you going to allow me that same privilege when time comes?
Commissioner Cagle, I don't believe I've done anything.
I don't think you have either.
To impede your decision on behalf of your constituents. So I'm not sure where the question is coming from, but, you know, if there's been shots across the bow, it hadn't been today. But if you want me to start.
Let me give you one to make it clear, if I might, Your Honor. The tradition in Harris County has been, with these fiefdoms, each commissioner had a veto on whether or not affordable housing could go in their precinct. And so I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, and I said that ought to change. And the policy ought to be, if there are 3 votes to move forward with a project, it would move forward. There's a reason why the vast majority of the affordable housing units are in Precinct 1, number 1. Number 2, Precinct 2. And the reason that that provision is in state law is because state reps have used it to try and concentrate affordable housing projects only in certain areas, and that's just not right. I'm for both of these projects, and let me tell you, even if I admire you because the criticism has come mainly from folks over in your precinct, not mine, and even if they came from mine, we got to have affordable housing for people. But the way this has worked, your precinct, my colleague, and Commissioner Raddick's precinct, you all have pretty much discouraged. They don't even apply, which is why I said the policy is a change. And that's why under this second item, I'm taking out that deal Well, unilaterally, a commissioner, you can come in and make your case. I may agree with you, but no, I don't think that ought to be the case. So if I didn't mean a shot across the bow with you, I'd point that out. I wouldn't be ducking. I'll say it. I'll make sure it's clear. Now, the shot across the bow was with regard to that language in state law, which is ridiculous. And I think some of these housing advocates ought to try to sue them for it being there. By the way, the city of Houston has had a real challenge with affordable housing because I don't blame the advocates for going to court. The people for affordable housing saying it's crazy if you got to concentrate them in certain areas and you can't go to more affluent areas to put affordable housing in. So I don't want you to think in 1 minute I was shooting a shot at you. I'll be honest with you on that policy. I think that policy was wrong and it was discriminatory. And if this court did take that position, I would advocate somebody sue this county over it.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
First of all, my colleague's comments are based upon a false premise. I think that Precinct 4 has a record of a number of places for low-income housing units that have been brought into the county. And in fact, I think we could bring a few that are in that we have relatively recently brought. But the issue is that we do rely on the input of our state reps as to where they desire for them to be. And I think that it is incumbent upon each member of this court, when there is a housing issue, to research the issues, to visit with our state colleagues, and to move in that direction. And my question is, if the desire is that my vote isn't necessary anymore, and you don't want me to represent my people anymore in Precinct 4, if that's the attitude of Precinct 2, I've not seen that attitude from Precinct 2 so far. I trust him to make the right decision. I'm just asking him, is he going to be trusting me?
If you're asking me again, I'll tell you that.
Well, he answered for you. That's why I'm.
Well, if you're asking me again, I'll just say that, look, on these issues, it's tough. It's tough. I got a citizen that's come up with a petition. But there's also supporting data to show the need. I'm going to trust, and I hope you as a colleague, or never mind as a colleague, you're your own elected official. You all have to look at yourself in the mirror and decide that whatever decisions you're making are legitimate and in the right interest of whatever the data supports. And so I'm supporting this project because the data in my precinct supports the need for this project. I have just heard information that supports that this is going to be a quality project. The status of the Houston Apartment Association membership is a very telling piece of criteria to this equation. So I'm not sure how you go about your decision process. I'm not going to stand in the way of what you will decide or vote on. You'll have to own that as a man, an elected official, as Commissioner Raddick would say, you're going to have to man up on that one. That'll be on you. And I think this is important. This is a need. I'm supporting it. So I'm not going to stand in your way. You're going to have your own demons to face on whatever decisions you make.
And I trust you when you do the right thing. When you don't, I don't.
So
Is that pretty clear?
I do think, yes, Commissioner Redd. Oh, I think we ought to take a vote on this and the, go ahead.
Let me just say one thing. I'm going to engage the conversation simply because, Commissioner Ellis, you just took something out of your rear saying that I've been out there trying to keep people from building low-income housing in Precinct 3 when you have no evidence of that whatsoever. Just like you tried to say, I need to man up when it comes to tax increases when I've never voted against one of them. So once again, today, you're wrong again. And I want to make it clear to you that, you can go ahead and, pretend you know when you don't know. But the fact is, what you said about precinct 3 is not true, and I could bring Daphne up here and ask one single time, have you ever seen me discriminate against low-income housing? Huh? Okay, so, and I guess we could get Turk Hale and can swear him in, I'd probably say the same thing. So I just want to say to you, if you want to just say things that aren't true, that's fine.
Well, for what it's worth, developers have told me that they don't ask for the credits in certain precincts because they know they won't get the support to have them in the precincts. I'm just telling you what they told me.
Why don't you go ahead and come to the name of those developers? Let's get them over here one day for the fun of it.
All right. Okay.
Please do, please.
Fundamentally, we have an affordable housing crisis countywide, and especially as we move, we talked about flood resilience. This is only one of the angles, but we need to protect areas. We need to buy out homes that we know will continue flooding no matter what program, what project we do. And so they need somewhere to live. As we work on all kinds of policy issues for the benefit of the community, affordable housing happens to be at the heart of them. And so I know, Commissioner Garcia, it's difficult, you know, it is a difficult topic for everyone, but it's something that all of us are going to have to pull together throughout the county, and we have to work for these to be all over the county and for them to be well done. But I'll support your motion, Commissioner, when it comes time to vote.
I do want to just give this, this
Commissioner
simple
Ellis and
statistic.
then Commissioner Raddick. Yeah.
In 2019, 42.6% of the guaranteed affordable units countywide were located in Precinct 1. 27.3% were in Precinct 2. Only 31% were in Precincts 3 and 4, and the majority of those were for seniors only. So I'm just giving you the stats, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. And what I'm saying is, when we think about having a housing crisis with regard to affordable housing, one has to ask the question why. Now, I'm telling you, from 26 years of being in Austin and the 3 years I've been here, the folks who go get these credits say the state rep letter, and it used to be the state senate letter as well, and I went through it before, I got the state senate letter out, and the senators agreed. There have even been instances where people have ended up in court over this issue because it's a hot button. Now, obviously, you ought to have some input, but you can't have a system where certain neighborhoods are being said it's off limits. And look, I'm taking them in my precinct. I'm not objecting to any of them. But the federal anti-discrimination laws say that you can't just concentrate them in these neighborhoods. And that's why, in the next item, I'm saying take out the provision, which is not required under state law, that you got to have a letter of support to get points from the state rep as well to get the tax credit on, I believe it's the 4% tax credit. It is required on the 8 or 9%. So I'm saying take that out. But I'm telling you, that state rep requirement is one reason why people will not go in. And then our policy to put it in for the 4% as well, I'm going to show you what the developers tell me. And I'll have a couple of them talk to you privately, but they don't want to anger you at some point because they may need some funding for transportation projects on stuff they're doing that is not affordable housing. Right. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Raddick, and then I'd very briefly.
Well, all right, first of all, I'd love to have them come here publicly and talk about it. I'd love to. If you can find a developer that's going to say that, I hope you bring him here, okay? And you said this was a difficult issue. It's not a difficult issue. It's not a difficult issue. I'm going to support this because I don't have reason not to support it. If I had a reason not to support it, then I wouldn't support it. So I'm going to support it. I'm going to vote for it. All I'm simply saying is this, is that you got me involved in this conversation by just saying something that was blatantly untrue, and that's why I decided to comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cable.
Would you like my vote for this?
Make it. What's your conscience?
Yeah,
All right,
Look, it's.
approved.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
For 9D, motion carries. Do we need to take up E since we've been
Can we just
discussing
do,
this?
I just make a motion on the entire community services items, if it makes sense.
What?
So Daphne can go back and get to work. So E at all of them, under community service.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
This is the motion, for clarification, this is the motion to
Oh.
take state reps out of the 4%?
It's for that, and it's also for the Healthy Food Initiative as well. It's for the rest of the community services budget.
I'm in,
Wait a minute.
You in favor of all of them but E.
What's right?
So I'm trying to be helpful.
thank you.
Okay.
Where are we? Where are we?
I don't want to kick
You
the
in
state
favor of
reps
all of
out.
them other than E,
Page 12, 9A, B, C,
for the sake of efficiency.
and F.
So we, I mean, we've spent the morning discussing community services, so you're saying just go ahead
Yeah.
and vote on that piece of the agenda. That's fine.
So if you trust me, you for all of them other than E.
On page 12,
Page 12?
item 9.
You against item E on page 12, you're for item F on page 13, and you're for the other items under community service.
Correct.
See, I try to be helpful.
I just had to see it. The old judge in me. I'm
That was an
sorry.
old rule from the Senate. Sometimes I tell people, you against this one, you for that one. And they do it for me. Shall we vote, Judge?
Yeah, Commissioner Raddick,
What?
are you good to vote
What are we voting on? Which
on
one?
the community services? Well, let's vote on E because we know
Okay,
that
I'll
there's,
make a motion to approve E.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed? Or nay? You're against D.
Huh? Wait a second.
E is the state rep
According
letter
to,
for the low-income tax credits, and Commissioner Ellis
According to
proposes
Commissioner Ellis, you're
Trust
against
me,
the
you know.
is where you take the 4% rule off, you take state reps out of the 4% credit.
Do we have the authority to do that, Mr. Sword?
I believe we do on these particular items, because
Huh?
these are different from,
State law requires that the state reps have to do a letter for the 9% credit. It does not require that for the 4%? Is this 4-3?
Yeah.
If I could, Daphne Lamel, to clarify that, actually, the 2020 QAP now allows state reps not to submit a letter. And in those cases, the county gets to decide whether or not we will provide a letter of opposition, support, or non-objection. So those points now roll to the local level if a state rep decides not to comment or send any letter. So that is a change.
So they gave them the option of not commenting.
Exactly, but what they've added is that those points relegated to that letter now roll to the local jurisdiction
For
to
the
make that decision.
4% or the
For the
9%?
9%.
For the 9 as well?
Yes.
That doesn't have bearing on
It doesn't
this,
have bearing on
right?
this one.
So the 4%, yes, that was an option that I think at the last court, Commissioner, you mentioned taking it out of our policy. So the policy here puts us in alignment with the 9%, the QAP for the 9%, but it does include what you requested at the last court.
So for purposes of this motion is to not require a state rep letter for the 4% tax credit, correct?
And for the 9% now, and it puts in criteria related to the court being able to make that decision on those in the absence of a
So
letter.
the state rep letter doesn't matter.
It doesn't, well, those points now roll down in the absence if they do not send a letter. They have the option of not sending a letter, but now the QAP allows those points relegated to a state rep
But
letter.
The state
Yeah.
law, but if they do submit a letter, it's supposed to be heeded to?
Yes.
So
If they
this
do
is-
submit a letter, it does, and that's still in there. So we're in alignment
So
with
this
the
is in
QAP.
alignment with state law?
Yes.
And Daphne, in your judgment, does it make it easier for you to do affordable housing?
Well, it gives the county a little more flexibility to have a say in those projects where there's the absence of a state rep letter.
Does
But
it make it-
if we support it, we would give, just to clarify, if a
Mm-hmm.
state rep were to say no, we would have lower points than if we take out the state rep letter and we here say yes, then that's more points.
Correct,
So
but
it-
if, yes, but if there is a state rep letter, then we don't have a say over the points that are taken away from that project.
Do we on the 4%?
We do. We can make that change locally. 4% is not spoken for the state level.
I'm trying to make it easier for us to do affordable housing. I mean, it may sound complicated, but.
I think the item is to adopt a policy, right?
Yeah, it's the policy that aligns us with the 2020 QAP, but also takes into account the motion that Commissioner Ellis put forward at last Commissioners Court.
Okay. And I think if
Or
you're
in December.
adopting the policy that was submitted, then I'm okay with the posting. The county attorney's okay with it.
So,
If I'm-
so basically, we can't really alter state law, can we?
Not
And
for
we
the
don't.
QAP, and it's not doing that. The 4%, I defer to the county attorney. I'm not aware that there's any say on the state rep letter for the 4%. That is a local policy.
So,
You want me to vote?
That's all I'm waiting for.
No.
so Commissioner Ellis, your motion, just to clarify.
What's to approve it?
is clear.
Yeah.
All right, it's to approve this new county practice. All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No. No.
I'm for.
3 ayes and 2 noes.
Motion carries. All right, you guys wanted to vote on the rest of CSD before we break.
I'll move the rest of it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, 3:22, let's take an hour lunch, late lunch. Dinner.
We might have to take a dinner break at the rate things are going.
We're all fasting, right?
You know what I mean? That's why we got it. Hey, that's the number right there. That's the number.
I'm gonna try to find the witness list. Where the hell? I know we had to take, we don't need any. Thin it out. Not canceled, I mean, rescheduled. Can I reschedule? I didn't even look at the letter. No, I can't use that.
Oh, look. Judge for you. Should I just hold on to it? No. I'll take it.
Are these my bosses? I think they're yours. They look like they would be yours. Yeah. She doesn't like I'm pretty sure they're yours.
Yeah, I've never seen him with a jar.
No, he just carries almonds. Okay. All right, love. And then I can go take one.
Do you want to go? No, but I was thinking, Yes, and it's. Since it's just gonna be mostly the three of us here, we can just do like the three of us. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna ask you, about to head back to our office, but thank you.
man?
Roger, it's Commissioner Olson. Yeah, it's John. This is where we're at.
Can't wait till they build that new court when they push these chairs away from this table. It's gonna be nice when we just out there watching you work.
What's that?
Yeah, you'd be out there too with us, it's hell when it rolls downhill, right?
That's all right. Hey, I'm good with that.
I'm with you too. How you doing?
Milton. What's that? Yes, yes. More like I had time to inhale my food. Right? Oh my goodness.
You made it back. It's a V.
You don't even. Are you gonna testify and call us out again? Come on, man. Come on. What are you talking about? Where you been in the community? No, that's what we haven't seen you. Like we've made a bunch of invitations. Exactly. As the school board. So you think the proper time to do that is go on the mic? Well, I've called you. I've called him. We've sent invitations. I'm just saying, but if you say that, it's like, hey, are we cool? No. I mean, all the bad guys are, but I mean, Brandon, we can go around and around with that and other stuff too. If I take the mic and call your boss out, go for it. That's not okay. You need to tell her it was you and I here today. Let's take her chair. I said we haven't seen you. And that is true. And we've invited, the school board is invited, Acres Home is invited. We've had meetings that we just want to see in our part of the we'll agree to disagree. That's a long day, man. No, you have no idea, Brandon. I do. No, you don't. You really don't.
Well, guess what? I was cool. But I will read how you both have regulated my
It's not. All right. Yes, sir. Okay.
What I got in here? Oh, that's you. Tell them to put the eye on there.
Right?
But they need to do something about these damn spam calls. Some of me show spam.
I need to let you know. I know. Kind of just had a little call right here.
Oh,
Yes, just kidding. You know, we were talking about.
Okay, yeah, so these are gonna be the questions that people saw for John Lefroy.
Illegal spam call?
It's item K in the budget management section.
Well, it's the feds. I don't think they can do it. I think it
No,
has to be done.
Well, it'd be related to, not the FCC, but the contract. To say, in the state of Texas, if you enter into a contract that was obtained illegally, because if you're on the no-call list, and I am, I get 100 of those a day, say that a contract's not legally valid under state law.
Yes.
Has nothing to do with the spam call. It has everything to do with the contract.
I like that. So if you enter into a contract that was tied to a spam call,
But an illegal, if the
To a legal call.
solicitation was solicitation.
so
under
you gotta
federal-
make the calls illegal.
Yeah, well, they are under federal law. No call lists are automatically legal. So what you're saying is if it was obtained using illegal members, it's an illegal contract.
See if it don't say that, and I'm gonna send it to somebody. They gotta make sure.
No?
The people might be getting shorter.
No.
Or maybe because you lost a little weight.
Yeah. We did move it in, we did,
That
I think we
market
did
is
move it in
going
a couple
crazy,
inches,
man.
Commissioner.
That market is going.
I don't remember how much though, wasn't,
All right. Yeah, we can hear everything that's in your head. Okay, so it's 4:28. Let's continue with Commissioners Court. We'll go back to the top of the agenda now. Starting with County Engineer. On page 2, item F2, there's, we need to delete the phrase "in precinct 1." And then on page 6, item 1R, we need to delete everything after Hasmobile events.
Correct. Page 6.
6, item 1R.
Okay, got it.
Anything on,
And
yeah.
in engineering, Judge, on engineering, I just want to just appreciate engineering's continued work with Baird Station and Crosby. They're working on their storm water and drainage improvements in Baird Station, as well as working with the infrastructure improvements in Crosby. Two areas that have been underserved for a long time, Judge. And John, I just want to thank you and your staff for helping to move the projects along. Thank you.
Judge.
What page are we on now, John?
What page was that, Commissioner?
3.
Yeah.
And on page 7, John, just comment a little bit on the transportation and park centralization study.
yes, Commissioner, this is the, we submitted a report a couple of courts ago about the centralization study, and essentially, we recommended instead of centralization, standardization. And this is those recommendations outlined on not only the recommendation, but how it would be accomplished. For example, there's some items that the auditor would need to do, purchasing would need to do, and it's all outlined in this document.
Okay, I think that's a big step, and I'm glad you're doing it.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Judge, thank you. And on the same item, John, thank you for your work on this. I do have a couple of things that I want to make sure are on the radar as you work on this. And that's, number one, that in relation to the advertisement of how people across the county see parks across the county, it would be to ensure that we gather all the data from the current precinct websites to ensure that that too is also centralized and that it's all consistent with one another, as well as ensuring that each precinct, my precinct in particular, has an opportunity to weigh in on the verbiage of how the parks are described in relation to the website that may ultimately be developed so that it's all interconnected, as well as that when issues come up that, we get the prompt attention to make any changes in that kind of system as it relates to a centralized website. This is more in the realm of universal services, but also to ensure that the existing reservation link and page that we have for our citizens to be able to reserve a park, that too be incorporated into the process. And that as you work with Universal on a centralized website, that, my precincts in particular, in general rather, would also have an opportunity to make sure that we're all comfortable with how the layout of the website would be. But more in your realm, it would be also to ensure that the playground inspections need to be at the NRPA national standards. Each precinct needs to have at least a CPSI playground inspector on staff, and that the county should also provide all precincts with access to Triglia, I guess is the.
Triglia, yes, sir.
Yeah, Triglia, for work order and preventative maintenance at no cost to the precinct, and that this would also centralize all the 4 precincts to operate off the same work order system for use at the various facilities. Also, that ADA engineering would also identify the funding source for the inspectors to perform the inspection based on any checklist that would be developed, and also determine who's going to fund the ADA work that would need to be done off that checklist. And then lastly, that we'd also like to work with you. We are in the process of developing our own master plan, but since there is this conversation of a centralized process, I want to work with you to determine how we cover the cost of that, that green space master plan. So, but I think, thank you for the work you've done on this. And I think once we get all this user-friendly ready, I think this is going to be a great thing for all citizens of Harris County.
Right. And Commissioner, this is going to be very collaborative with all the precincts. I can assure you, you get all the precinct staff that actually do the work in a room. They're going to come up with what they all agree is the best possible method to display information and to track information. And then we'll have consultants in there that can show us what everybody's doing nationally as far as asset management. Because although Triglia is a great system, there might be a better one.
Okay.
And we want to see if there's a better one available for parks, we need to know about it.
Okay, good, thank you.
So Judge, did you have a question?
I was just going to say, good work. I think that this will make life a little bit easier for folks. I think we've got a good, robust system, but being able to have folks go to one site to be able to access all is going to make it even better. And I would suggest that moving forward, since we are moving towards standardization as opposed to centralization, just because there are a few folks who still get a little nervous, especially in my precinct, that we start using that language when it's listed on our agenda in terms of our standardization instead of centralization, and we just use that language moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Judge? Yeah. I just want to say, I'm glad I brought the issue up to look at centralization. I think the first step towards centralization is at least to have some standardization, and then you cross that bridge down the road. If it makes sense, maybe it won't. I got the Houston Endowment. They funded the Park Smart program. I know all of us have an interest in more parks money, and I'd like for you to approach the endowment to see whether or not, as part of this standardization study, if they would put the money up. I can't remember the numbers. They put up the bulk of it. I think we might have put up 25, 50,000. They put up like 300 or something like that to go and see what access people have to green space with an equity lens in particular throughout the county. And under V, when we talk about guiding principles as relates to the transportation plan, I'm hoping that as we move forward, we're gonna be more open to using toll road money for more than just toll roads. I mean, at the previous conversation we had, which I think everybody agreed, the numbers are not wrong in terms of the high percentage of affordable housing in certain precincts. We need to make sure we're getting those folks out of poverty. And I know we're paying for that bus plan in unincorporated Harris County with disaster recovery money. But we gotta find some place to pay for that on an ongoing basis. And it may not necessarily qualify for disaster recovery money. And that's a logical place. And we gotta start looking at, does it make sense to pave some of these bayous where people could use them for linear parks outside the city limits? I think that was a plan where the city put up, I don't know, a couple $100 million, private sector put up more than the city put up to do our bayous, might I add, inside the city limits. But we gotta look at how we connect those bayous. It'll be nice if you're gonna walk along Greens, if somehow you could get to Halls, or if you're gonna walk along Buffalo, if somehow you could walk or have a safe route without getting run over to get to Sam's or Bray's or another one. And I think we ought to look under this transportation plan at, as part of the guiding principles, you know, some equity in how we get more people to get access to ways to get around other than just the traditional modes of transportation.
And the guiding principles do mention that, Commissioner, and remember, this interim plan will be to the court, the second court in February, but it's an interim, and it's gonna list everything we've done and everything yet to do, along with discussions of financing. A lot of the base data will come in midsummer, and we'll also go and take these out to the public and get public input on them during the summer.
Okay. So you're taking into account sidewalks, everything?
As everything.
Okay, thank you.
And John, I also wanted to talk about a little bit more about the transportation side of this, that if I'm not mistaken, this talks about, this particular item talks about that this may, the implementation timeframe is estimated to be between 12 and 18 months? Is that?
The transportation, will have an interim plan at the end of February, but it's gonna be very incomplete. And it's gonna list everything we have and everything that's underway. Everything will be underway, but maybe not complete. And it'll come back in February of 2021, or not, or earlier, depending on when all the data comes in.
Let's shoot for earlier rather than
Well,
not.
as soon as we can, but for example, the DTS, where we're actually looking at every street in the county and driving it, that takes a lot of work
Yeah.
to make sure it's done right.
And then on that same note, the other issue in terms of whether the assets will be effectively integrated, meaning that whether we will be able to, how are we going to incorporate the fact that the study doesn't consider the ditches into the study, strictly the roadway?
No, the study will include the ditches.
It will include the
Yes, yes,
ditches?
sir, we consider that just like a concrete street includes the maintenance of the storm sewer.
Okay.
The asphalt street's gonna include the maintenance of the ditches, which
Ah,
usually
okay.
is 2 to 4 times as much.
We were under the impression that it would not include the
No,
ditches.
it will include the ditches. That's an integral part of the road system.
Okay, and just, if you can keep my office at least informed about the progress, because, you know, when I started this and then everybody else jumped on it, I was worried that it would slow down the work in my precinct, and it sounds like it's slowing down a little bit. But I don't want to, again, I want to keep this moving forward, because we were expecting to have the ability to get some of this data quick and start to get some work done.
Yeah, and your data is further ahead than anybody else. The major thoroughfares, in fact, are done. It's all, but that pales in comparison to all the subdivision streets, which is being done right now.
Okay.
Judge,
Thank you.
Yes,
do you have to drive them all, or could you use drones, or you have to actually drive them all?
They drive them and actually x-ray them. And that's how you x-ray and you determine the condition, or whether it's failed, whether it's about to fail. And one of the terms of drivability, so they check the roughness. You wouldn't be able to do that with a drone. So it not only checks the roughness of the road, how it rides, but then x-rays determine if it's got fractures and things of that nature.
We'll be using some energy efficient vehicles. That's a lot of driving.
13,000 miles.
Great. Well, thank you so much for putting this together. I know it's a big project, but it's an important one. Anything else on county engineer? Flood control district. Oh, we have a speaker, Roland Curry.
Good evening, Judge and distinguished commissioners. My name is Roland Curry, and I'm here about the flood buyout. I live in North Houston, Inwood Forest. Supposedly the buyout is a voluntary basis. I've heard some mention about lawsuits since I've been here and discrimination. I heard this coming from up there. And the county is primed for a terrible lawsuit because the buyout in my area, I'm the only African-American that knows about it. And I was told by one of the flood control guys, we're not buying your house, Mr. Curry. Oh, you're going to stop, but you're going to tear the house down next to me, and you're not going to buy my house. Well, he came back and corrected that. But offered me $170. By the time I pay my mortgage, I may have $100. Where can I buy an affordable house, since y'all been on that topic, in this county? Oh, I can go to Willis. I've even looked, I can probably afford something, believe it or not, in the Woodlands, but not in this city and not in this county. And it ain't but 10 black families in my neighborhood out of about 80 houses. And I am the only African-American that knows about this buyout. Then we voted on this last August of 18 for $2.5 billion. And I think the federal government matched some of that. That money is in Virginia with a guy, JWS, whatever, in Virginia. But the people he hired while he in Virginia, they all live in Houston. Went to A&M and UT, but he in Virginia with our $2.5 billion. Now, I'm a pretty honest man, but you give me $2.5 billion, hey, I'm still in America, and I still love capitalism. I'm gonna find a way, especially at 65, I'm gonna find a way to filter some of it to some of my loved ones. What you think he doing with it? Who looking over his shoulders? Ted Oberg done a story, if I'm not mistaken, on the same guy, on him giving us money back for the repairing our homes. He done repaired 3 homes in Harris County, but we done paid him $1.8 million. Where's the equity in that? And for $1,000 homes at $300,000 a house, $2.5 billion, you can build quite a few homes. All I'm trying to do is, hey, I'm gonna still have a mortgage, but I'm trying to get a little old townhouse with no property, your neighbors right up on me. If I can leave with $200,000, I'm good.
Thank you for coming.
Just one quick thing. I'm not an engineer, but y'all worrying about this flood? Guess what? If we pump it all over this country, north, south, east, and west, you need to do like New Orleans, build some pump stations and pump that water west. See, people will pay for water. Y'all want to solve some of y'all budget problems? Build some pumping stations, pump the water west. And west of here, you'll have the next Napa Valley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Under flood control, on page 7, item 6, I do want to highlight that Meyerland Detention Basin, which is very exciting for that community. I know they've been waiting on it for a while. Toll Road? Yes.
Your Honor, today's a bittersweet day for me. Gary Treesh, come on up here. I know you were hiding in the back earlier. Oh, he had to go? If he had to go, then he's not coming. But today's his last Commissioner's Court, and I just wanted to thank him for, he didn't always agree with everything I wanted to do, but he was straight up with me. And and I just wanted to thank him for his service.
Judge,
Yes.
on item D, and I'm not sure who, oops, on item D, I'm not sure who from Toll Road is here, but I'd just like to get some thoughts. I understand that there is a change order attached to this particular project, that it's in the neighborhood of about 20%. There's John.
What number are you on now?
D. Hey, John.
Yes, sir. John Tyler with Harris County Toll Road Authority.
Yeah, item D on page 9.
Yes.
Is it accurate that this is a 20%, this has a 20% change order?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you, and that's pretty significant.
It is.
What's behind all that?
In order to get railroad approval for 5 storm drain crossings of their right-of-way, which is necessary in this project, we had to redesign to put in a steel sleeve around the unit, which we had started the process of getting approval from them about 2 years prior to the project. It just took a long time to get there. When they finally approved it, we had to add steel casings. We had already bid the project and started construction. And this is to compensate or to pay for the contractor to do the steel casings, which are like 7 foot in diameter. They're not small
Gotcha.
casings.
So that wasn't originally planned in the project?
That's correct. We had other mechanisms that we had approved with the UPRR in other projects that we had utilized in the bidding of this project.
Gotcha. And then lastly, there's still a lot of conversation about whether or not there's going to be a Hardy connector. And so what do I tell my constituents about why we're spending $4 million on this project when we still have not yet decided what is or isn't going to be the future of the Hardy connector?
That's a good question, sir. As part of that connector and the agreement with the railroad, we had to do 3 grade separations. The first one was Collingsworth, which opened about a year ago. This is the second one, the Lorraine Underpass. The third one is Quitman. All of that was necessary in order for us to get the right-of-way to build the Hardy Downtown Connector. And so we started this process with the agreement that was approved in 2012.
Gotcha.
And we're just moving toward that direction.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, John.
John, just to refresh my memory, obviously the Hardy Connector won't do anything for those neighborhoods that we're bringing it through, right? It'll just be for people coming from the Woodlands or past it to get in, or people downtown to get out.
Yes, there's one access point at Cavalcade off of the toll road down there, and the access south of Cavalcade for the neighborhood, or the people that live in the neighborhood, is free. There will be no tolling on that side of it, so they would be able to travel to downtown and 269 and back and forth just to Cavalcade with no cost.
Most of the complaints I've gotten, I don't know about you, Commissioner Garcia, but it's been from people in the neighborhood trying to get from one side to the other side. So I hope we're gonna do even more than we did do. I know when I first got here and I brought it up, that was a reluctance to, make the pedestrian paths wider and that kind of thing. But I think we ought to go back and look and see what we can do for people who are in that neighborhood. It's a fairly low-income neighborhood. And most of them won't be headed to Intercontinental Airport, and they may not be heading downtown on, hopefully with bail reform, they won't be heading down there as much as, unfortunately, a lot of them were being brought down here. But just going from one side to the other, got food desert issues and all that. But we ought to see what enhancements we can go back and add with toll road money to maybe help those neighbors. Maybe it's part of the transportation plan, where we help them with sidewalks or other things, even long before this was in place. I mean, going back 30 years ago, when that neighborhood was disrupted.
Yes, sir.
And people who thought they were facing a nice street, now they're facing they're facing a toll road running through that didn't quite make it in the downtown
Yes, sir. The three grade separations that we're doing are all done in accordance with the City of Houston standards for sidewalks. And so they will have the benefit on the two overpasses and the underpass of having sidewalks to access the east and west directions across that corridor.
Okay. I'll give you some ideas. I want to try to give them a little more
Okay.
than even what the city's requirements were.
And one of the components that we have been approved to move forward with is to hire SWA, landscape architects, to develop that type of concept along the corridor.
That would help, because it
That
would
would-
make it more, you know, it would certainly make their neighborhood, which was fairly attractive when those were trees and, you know, it's no longer a neighborhood. But you know what I'm talking about, some of those houses where their front door was facing even a school. They were facing a neighborhood. Now all of a sudden they facing a toll road that most of them will never get on.
And that's true in some aspects, yes, sir. And that's what SWA is out there to look for when we get the working groups and sessions moving forward with that contract. We'll be able to develop things along the corridor that would benefit the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kane.
Which railroad?
Union Pacific Railroad?
All right.
Is that-
If you have issues with Union Pacific, give me a call and I'll help you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, that was toll road. Budget management.
Take any questions?
I want to highlight the pollution control item on page 10, and that's allocating funding that's been approved already by the gap analysis to purchase equipment, portable gas chromatograph. I can tell you, we were needing that on, during ITC. I remember that well. And different machines that will measure air, water, and soil quality. So it's important and good timing given last week.
Right.
Yeah.
I noticed the 2 million in commercial paper for the Criminal Justice Center. What's our timetable? Not really for you, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Blunt. I mean, does that about do it, or we need more?
This is for the repair of floors 2 through 20. So there will be more. This is not the total.
And we're moving as fast as we can.
We are moving
'cause-
as fast, and the contractor is in there right now working, and they're working on weekends. So, yes.
And you worked out the space issues?
As of now,
Judiciously.
Yeah, judiciously as of now. More may come up, but we've got agreements with the various judges right now to work together.
Thank you.
Good.
Yes.
On item K, I want to ask a couple of questions. And I guess, I'm not sure if it's for Universal or for you, Bill.
I'll take the
But
question.
on People's Soft, since it's under your items, my understanding was that there was going to be one phase. Now we have multiple phases going into this. And do we have an understanding of how many phases we're looking at?
Well, there are phases. Basically, the primary installation was the core systems, and then there are ancillary systems that once that gets stable, you plug those in and you bring those up. But core systems are like purchasing, module, general ledger, and payroll. And then there are other ones that will come along, and I think you asked Bruce to provide you with that information.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to see what the timeframe is going to be. Also, with and I guess Bruce took ownership of being the principal person in charge of the implementation.
That's correct.
Okay. So he's got the oversight to it. Is there a committee working on this?
Yes, and I think we provided you, so there's a steering committee that's been going for several years. Bruce is on that committee, and he does the agenda, but the treasurer is on the committee, purchasing is on the committee, the auditor's on the committee, I'm on the committee, and we do oversight. We have staff that come to those, so every week on Wednesday at 10 o'clock, we meet, and any issues that come up, we try to resolve them. This particular one in K is one that came up where
We had about 10,000 purchase orders that, in the purchase ordering system, it was better for those to be manually put back in because that's the low point in the year. I think the engineer said, hey, I need some help on this. So the committee got together, we looked at this. We want to make sure payroll's not an issue of bringing the stuff over. General ledger wasn't a problem, but in purchase orders, we're going to manually put those in to make sure that we don't have any, it's called data hygiene, but it's really when you have stuff that's been there a long time that doesn't need to be translated and monkeyed up. So I think Dwight can, he's heading up that with the purchase orders, but whether about 10,000 purchase orders. And we just thought the people that are working on weekends and all that, or some departments like the sheriff may need some people to come in, and we just wanted to get authorizations for us to do that. This is a small ticket item to make sure that this thing is successful.
Good deal. And when this project was established, did you or did someone establish key metrics to the success of the implementation of this? Were those kinds of performance measures defined early on in this project?
I believe they are. That's more of a question for Bruce, but there's an outside contractor, Cherry Rose, that went through an RFP process, and they're the primary to make sure that the implementation goes as planned. And so that's a fairly large contract. I will tell you that we did kind of something a little bit different where we have a primary contractor, but we also supplemented that with some of our own employees, simply because some of these contracts you will pay up to $400,000 a year for an individual, and it made more sense for us to hire the person internally so that some can stay with the system afterwards. And so it was a hybrid, and I think that's working well.
Okay. And then I think we've asked this, I've asked this before. What is how much have we spent on this project?
Bruce, do you have a tally at this moment?
I don't. It's under what we anticipated.
Right. We originally thought it would be somewhere between 35 million to 45 million, somewhere in there. I think we're within that range on this. These large systems like that, I can tell you that what I've been told over the years is that 25% of these kinds of systems that you put in never get off the ground. 25% of them go in, but you never get all the, 50% of them go in, but you never get all the features that you originally signed up for, and about 25% go in as planned. And I think we're in the 25% zone now. The reason for that is the complexity, the adoption, change management, and all those type of items. So, and again, there were only a few big vendors that we were capable of. The last time we did this, we went with in 2000, we went with a vendor that we were their largest customer, and we were 8 times bigger than their next customer. And then we just never got all the modules in. But of course, it was the year 2000, we had 18 months to put it in, and so we wanted to make sure that didn't happen this time. The decision was, the big ones that people use are SAP, which big companies like, Exxon use and all that. PeopleSoft was what actually the hospital district was using, and so it was a known quantity, and we were able to leverage their already having licenses with that. U of H has this same type system, and so there's a lot more detail behind it, but that's just a.
And on the modules that you pointed out, did we buy all the necessary modules to make this an effective system for the county, or did we try to just buy the basic level of PeopleSoft and then trying to get Bruce to build?
No. So the one thing that I was insistent on, and I kept talking about when we were going through this process, I wasn't actually on the committee that picked the system, but the problems that we had with the current system was they tried to modify it too much. And it's sort of like a car. When you go and start putting aftermarket parts on it, then your warranty is void. And we couldn't get updates because we had custom-built stuff to go on the current IFAS, like the DTE, which is how you input your time into it. So the parameters that we started out with is that we would not customize this system, but that we would configure it, and that we'd have to change some of our business processes so that it was what PeopleSoft. And PeopleSoft is Oracle, and it has to meet a certain guideline. So by doing it that way, then our maintenance on it in the future, Bruce doesn't have to be trying to get patches and fixes to something that we custom wrote inside. So again, we did change some business practices. We've been coming to court to say, hey, like model positions was one of them that I had concerns about. There are a lot of those type of things, but we're going with out of the box with very, very little modification. Is that consistent, Bruce?
That's exactly right. I just want to kind of answer the phase question. So yes, the phases were, the initiative was to get us off of IFAS and whatever it took with a tool that was configurable. And that's what phase one is basically we're going to roll out and we're going to turn IFAS off, or not use IFAS. We'll still leave it on if you got to get to some historical data while we're transporting the data across. And then phase two is the integrations into the systems to help the engineering department track their projects. We're working with the sheriff's office to put together a time entry management tool, which is going to be biometrics type of tool that will integrate directly to PeopleSoft. So what this is basically the foundation to allow us to do these enhancements. So what you're going to see after the initial launch is the integrations and the enhancements and the efficiencies that will come along as the departments start taking advantage of it. And the reporting is going to be something that you've never seen. And hopefully, if we get everybody trained up right, and eventually we will, that reporting, requesting those reports, designing those reports will be in the departments as opposed to dependent on us to write code every time you want to see something a certain way.
Gotcha. And how many consultants do we have working on this project?
So consulting firms or people running around taking care of stuff. So mostly we have them here, change management, and we do have some developers that are one-offs for specific needs. This whole project, and the reason it's so reasonable is that because we took on a lot of the development responsibilities as opposed to paying a consultant to come in. This project could have easily been around 70 million if we didn't take on that responsibility.
So then I was correct in asking that we bought a level of this system, and you're doing some things that we would otherwise have paid for.
Well, it's more of a configuration as a development, as opposed to development. So when I say configuration, it's a switch. Do you want to see first name or last name first? Before, we would have to develop that, and then we would go one off every department, and do you want to see your first name or last name? We're not doing that anymore. We're going with best business practice, which we're basically saying you're going to look at it by last name, first name.
Gotcha. And so the consultants that we have helping us with this are consultants that we already have on contract for something else, and then you're getting them to do some work on this as well?
No, absolutely not. These people are here, Cherry Roads, which are experts across the nation for implementing this type of system. I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Specifically for PeopleSoft?
Yes.
Okay.
We're
So,
not working on anything.
so the cost of, so is there multiple costs to PeopleSoft? Is it PeopleSoft itself, and then a cost for the consultancy?
Yes. So it starts out, you have to license their product, and basically when you bid on that, they'll say, we want to make, let's say, $10 million. And they'll throw in different packages, and you can't really negotiate too much, because you can take one out, but they'll just say, well, the price is $10 million. And so that was done in the purchasing area. And then you have a master or a project manager that they went out through an RFP process, and we got Cherry Rose was the winning bid. And so that can cost you, I think it was, what, $17, $18 million to config, more than that? And so you bought it for 10 million, then you got, let's say, 20 million, so that gets you to 30 million. And then the other piece was, are we gonna pay Cherry Rose 25 million or 30 million dollars to configure it? Or is it better to hire some people internally that can be experts on it and then can stay with the product, because you have to hire some people to keep it going. And so we chose to kind of hybrid that a little bit, and so that's the component of it. You capitalize the cost of those people that we had internally. So in the total cost of it, there are some people that got charged to the capital account. Same way as if you built a bridge or something like that and you used internal architects. And so it was this layering that did that. One of the other majors who came in, SAP, they didn't even bid on it because they said, look, we want 70 million plus just the bid on it. And so that's probably, and that's a very, very complex system. And so, but with the recommendation of PeopleSoft and already having it the hospital district and their payroll, then that's why that decision was made.
And I know I asked this question before, we could not have bought off of the Harris health system?
We did.
No, we did leverage theirs, and we'll go out there and leverage them together and try to get us a better product.
Okay.
We got more features. out of
Okay,
it, so we did.
okay, good,
But that
good.
purchase was done almost 10 years, 12 years ago.
All right.
Still better.
And we will be delivering a few modules, a few more modules than we expected in the release because of the delay. We went ahead and incorporated a few more modules to put out.
And I guess, one of the reasons I want to see what the whole project description entailed and the timeline and the meeting records and the minutes
Right.
is because I understand that this project was supposed to go live in January
Correct.
of last year.
Correct.
And now we're here a year later.
Right.
And so I'm trying to understand what is the delay, what is happening that has caused a year delay in this?
Okay, so the whole thing wasn't going to launch then. We have to launch our financials on year end, right? We had two choices. Last March, which we weren't ready for and weren't planning on doing it, or this March. And then there was a decision mid-year after we lost the primary project manager that jumped off the bridge over here, and we don't know why. It took them several months to find another project manager and get up to speed to understand how to lead this project. At that point in time, while they were doing that search, we decided, the committee worked together to identify extra modules that would be nice to have when we rolled this out, that would just make it more efficient as we move forward. And then at that point, the committee agreed that it's probably best if we just go ahead and release it at year end, and it's, I'm comfortable with it because the project's right where we need it to be, but to release these things all at the same time, March 1st, 2020.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Commissioner, for bringing all that up. I know you guys have been discussing on the staff level with my team, and my concern is just making sure that, that it's done well when it does happen. And before we pull the plug on it, I do hope we can have another conversation like this one and run through and truly be assured that there is someone in charge of this, someone who's owning up to this as opposed to the committee, this sort of general committee, and then that you guys have run all the traps and we have a chance to ask questions again.
That's what we've been working on, and I mean,
If it goes well, it's fine, but if it goes poorly, it would be a big problem.
well, it is change management. We're working with a lot of people that have been here 20 and 30 years and are like the way it was. So, and that's on the business process side, and we're working hard on making sure that they're ready and understand what it's going to take to do the new job.
Great.
It's like, change is hard, it's hard to bring about change.
I can't hear you, sir.
It's hell to bring about change.
Thank you.
So anything else on budget management?
Yes,
Yeah.
on item L, Bruce, I'd like to,
That's Bill.
Bill, I'd like to see that you consider including representatives from our offices on this RFP committee. The reason being is because in talking to my personnel staff, it looks like Precinct 2 has a lot of challenges with our employees, and I want to make sure that we are leveraging this system and this purchase to help us better serve our employees. And so I'd like to make sure that we're included on that. And then, I know you had talked to someone who had a watch or something, and is that any part of this?
A watch?
Remember some consultant that?
I did,
Yeah.
and I have had 4 meetings with them. The service that they have requires us have doctors, and we don't provide those services. So I put them in touch with, for instance, one big provider that they maybe could work with, and that was Kelsey-Seybold, and they just couldn't come to an agreement.
I got you.
And so,
Okay.
but I did have 4 meetings with them, and they thought we had doctors on staff that we could just do this, and that wasn't the case.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then one other item,
Yeah.
Judge, is item M, and it's the Transparency Enhancement Working Group. Who is doing this, and what will this ultimately entail, Bill?
That's something Josh has been working on.
Okay.
And so I'd have to, he was supposed to be here, but I think he's already taken his new duties.
Okay,
So
yeah.
can I
Yeah.
get back with
And
you on
this
that one?
came out of Commissioner, my office's request that we have clear information on CIP and budget. And
Good,
so
good.
for the public to understand how the budgeting is done.
Gotcha.
So my team's been working closely with Josh on this, and
Right.
I mean, it may be off track some after the new assignment, we'll see. But it's important to me that the next step on budgeting is being able to have community participation and true understanding, even throughout the year, as to where our money is going and how we're measuring it. So it's a big project, and these guys have been working on
They've
it.
been working on it very hard, and in that regard, Josh is a big part of our group, but we're all one big family, and we're happy that he is going to go out there. We just met during the lunch break, and we have 4 people identified on our staff that will support him in his new role also, if they need analytics or anything. And so we're juggling this, but we're not going to drop the ball on anything that we're currently working on.
And I'll make sure that your staff gets an update as well.
Great, thank you.
So that is budget management. Yes.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, so legislative relations. Yeah,
We have here this change to global affairs,
yeah.
and I don't necessarily think that it's the job of the county to be involved in global affairs. Can we ask that they kind of take a peek at that and maybe not make it so grandiose?
Yes,
I was gonna put World Dominator in it.
No, I got a quite the thorough report from them, and I have to say, I get a lot of outreach from the consulates. And so I'll let, Ender, you guys submitted you broke down word by word. Can you do that for the?
I sure can. Thank you, Judge. Ender Reed, currently Legislative Relations. We'll see how this goes.
Rulers of the galaxy, intergalactic.
Universal was
empire.
already taken. We thought about that. So specifically on the global part, as you all know, we are a global county. We have an international port that's third largest in the country, and we have 92 consulates. And this really floats into what we do on the legislative front. As we sort of got into a port issue last session, you sort of really understood that this wasn't just a local county thing. This was an international issue, and we see this across different fronts. We have human trafficking, for example, is an absolute international issue. So this, with this department being sort of the outward-facing department and those issues sort of already floating into items that we do, this just reflects what the department does, and I think it'll help us with other activities.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And is there any concern with using international?
It's a longer title, and and also with global, there are non-governmental global entities, international entities. So it's not just working amongst nations, but we have the virus issue right now. There are international entities that work on that. So this again helps us encompass all of that, not just the nation-state issue.
Yeah, Commissioner.
So, Andrew, I think when you talked to me about it, you told me that other counties and maybe cities are using, I think when you spoke to me about it, you mentioned other counties and cities are moving in this direction.
Absolutely, and in a way, we're playing a little bit of catch-up. We look at our partners across the city, and they have 6 people working on this in their department, working on these issues, and we're really trying to make sure that we play our part, considering our large unincorporated areas.
So for what it's worth, I think the issues are fine. If there was some concern about the name, I'd probably get my tongue twisted trying to say intergovernmental and international, II. So I guess it's IGA.
IGA.
Was there any reason why you thought of, it doesn't matter. I think
Sure.
you get to the same place, and I'm not hung up on the title. I happen to like global, I like international, but
The global, it was that, it was a tongue twister, but also, like I said, it reflects all those things. When you just talk international, you're speaking among nations, and so, and we know that it's a broader issue than that.
I kind of like IGA instead of IIA.
Yeah. Got a plosive in there.
But at the end of the day, we catch the drift. You'd like to be here, though.
Yeah.
Right?
So do we need to vote on this? Do folks
Is that
have
all
a
right?
concern over the name?
I'd like for it to be Harris County Affairs. We may be global, but it's us.
It is definitely us.
It would be HCA.
Well,
But internally amongst our departments, if we got Harris County Affairs, I don't want my other departments to be jealous that we're all Harris County.
could you live with trying this out for a while, then at 6 months, it keeps you up at night? Maybe you'd make a motion to call it IHA.
Well, I love Ender and the work he's doing,
Thank you.
but I don't think I'm gonna vote for us to have a global affair department.
Okay.
Just,
Well,
I mean,
I'll just make a motion to approve it the
Intergalactic?
way it is. How about intercollegiate? How about to the Department of
at the
Intercollegiate
risk of
Affairs?
continuing to digress at 5:17 in the afternoon, Intergalactic might not be too far off because there's a famous science fiction movie called
Ender's Game.
Ender's Game.
Just for the sake of getting out of here.
Let's
In the interest of time, I'd make a motion that we approve this item, and with an open mind down the road in 6 months, maybe we're talking.
If I hate it, you'll think about it again?
Always, it's me.
Don't buy a 5-year set of stationery.
Heard.
Is there a second?
A second,
All in favor?
for world domination.
Opposed?
Opposed.
All right.
Love you,
Okay.
but no.
All
Thank
right.
you, Cory.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Cory.
Thank
But,
you.
yeah, but look, in all seriousness, Judge,
Yeah.
I do appreciate your engagement of the Council of Generals. I do have that conversation with several as well because of the port and other things. So I think it's important that we, recognize that it's not just the city of Houston that they're working with, but we got to make the county welcoming to our Council of Generals as a matter of economic development.
Judge, and if you get any ribbing about being global affairs, you can put item, of course, on the agenda to make it international if you want to. But
Thank
it is an important area, and because we are an international
Intergalactic.
region, we ought to take it seriously. And somebody
Absolutely.
does ought to interface with our consulates in particular.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cory.
My daughter's dog is named Luke, so she always gets a fit when I say, Luke, I'm your father.
I'm number one Star Wars fan, so. Okay, Universal Services.
I've got a question on item B, Judge.
Yep.
On item B, and Robert, help me with this. I'm still, since this item is basically talking about all the technology services, the fleet in particular, fleet services of which the sheriff's office is a big user of. And Bruce, if I'm not mistaken, when you do technology and you incorporate the fleet elements into it, you're taking on responsibility for building out the patrol cars and the systems that are in them, including the computer and, as a consequence, Superion.
That's correct. I mean, anything that gets attached, we're responsible for the build, and it's a standards committee that Dwight heads up that brings all the law enforcement together, and that equipment is consistent throughout the county. So the last thing we do is a sticker when we identify who gets the vehicle.
Good deal. And so Bruce, I guess this is a germane item. I'm sorry, Bruce. Bill,
Robert.
Bruce, Robert.
Skywalker.
Yoda too.
Robert, so this is germane to talk about Superion.
Now, Superion is
It's
the
the
law
it's-
enforcement.
It's the computer.
I think you can ask some questions about it. No action can be taken.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to
put an item on the agenda, if I can't take an action on it, because I'm just really at the point of needing an audit to better understand Superion. And so can I request on this item an audit for
Sure.
Superion?
Yeah, by
Okay.
asking the auditor
Okay,
to do
then
it.
I'd like to visit with you. I'd like to, I'll get you more details on what I want the audit to include. But when I see that, like the deputies that are here, and I've gotten consistent feedback on how unsafe, Bruce, this is now, the conversation has changed from just being a system that isn't feasible. It's now created a conversation from the deputies' point of view of how unsafe this system is. And so I am just not comfortable not being more persistent about this, because I do not like it when a deputy tells me that they feel unsafe using this system. And so I'd like to visit with the auditor's office about what I'd like to see that audit include. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's it for universal services. Thank you. Public health. Pollution control. And,
Your Honor,
yeah,
on pollution control, I'd like clarification that this is something that after they look into it, that they will bring back as a, our auditor's making noises over here, Judge.
She's growling.
Objection.
That's what an auditor's supposed to do.
But, be careful. Yes, there's our brilliant doctor there. I just want to have clarification that we're not voting on a final program here. This is something that you're going to study and bring back later?
Yes, sir. We're just doing a pilot project to study it. Since we're going to be looking at getting a fleet anyway, it was just an idea that we could move towards something a little more green to reduce the carbon footprint as much as possible as the county's environmental entity.
We had previously in Precinct 4 tried to deal with some of these issues with some of our heavy equipment, and they didn't work out because of the maintenance issues when you use some of the technologies like the natural gas and all, they could ignite, and there were other problems. I just want to make sure that you look at it before you adopt it, and I'd like for you to talk to us a little bit, because we have some of the experiences of the kind to where we know what not to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Bradman, thank you for thinking of this. We don't often get to build a fleet from scratch, and that you guys are trying to use it to further the mission on the sort of prevention side is fantastic. So
Yes.
thank you for that leadership.
Thank you.
And Judge,
Yeah.
we did the same thing, and we will be bringing a report back probably in about 4 or 5 months. Because we weren't creating a fleet, we were replacing it. So you'll now see a lot of Priuses with engineering. We've moved all smaller trucks, and we're going to have a whole survey to bring back to the court shortly.
Great, that's fantastic. And I'm imagining there are cost savings and.
Yes, we'll be able to show the fuel savings. The maintenance savings, we can estimate, and Bruce is working with us, but, they won't actually occur till they occur. But
Yeah.
we'll have a lot of data for you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Bradman.
Thank you.
Community services, we already approved earlier. Constables. Sheriff.
Judge, on item B, sorry, my deal. On item B, I just asked for an audit on the computer system, and I am, when I took office as a sheriff, the sheriff's office used to be entirely responsible for its own fleet, for building out its own vehicles, repairing its own vehicles, and then that operation was moved over to Universal Services because it was supposed to provide efficiencies. Number one, efficiencies and cost savings. Earlier last year, I asked for a report on what cost savings had come out of that process and never got a report on that. I'm just very, very uncomfortable at this point until I get that audit back that Universal Services would be in the middle of this process, and I would just like to support the sheriff in his operations, to handle their department, their needs, and work with Universal Services as they need to. But I think that this is important at this particular time to allow the sheriff's office to work with budget management directly and have the sheriff identify the folks that he would need to do the work that their troops require. And so that would be the motion that I would be putting to amend this item, that Universal Services be removed from this particular process.
So request for authorization just with budget management
Yes.
and the rest stays?
I'll second.
All right.
Is there a motion, or is this
Motion.
just a, so what's exactly the motion?
Motion is to remove Universal Services from this item.
And we're talking about 11B?
11B.
And I second it.
You just don't want them to be involved?
They can be involved as the sheriff deems necessary. I'll leave that to the sheriff to decide.
So they're going to be responsible for the cars, but they're not going to be involved in the process of how to speed it up?
Well, that's sort of part of the problem that's going on right now, especially with the technology piece being, Superion being a major issue with where Universal Services got us to. And so there's a lot of concern, and if you'd like to hear from a couple of deputies who can give you a real clear point of view, I'd like to invite them up to talk about their experiences.
I don't need to hear that. I just think that if they're going to be supposedly part of the process to fix it, that they ought to be at the table.
Well, I'll let the sheriff decide that. I mean, it's been done the other way around before, and I think it's time to return to that process.
So, and Judge, I seconded because if the sheriff has some concerns about it happening this way, he can make a request that they be involved. I mean, so
That's right.
they'll be there if the sheriff wants them there. If he
Okay,
doesn't
so,
want them.
so the sheriff doesn't want to talk to Universal Services anymore? Is that the deal?
No, I
We'll let
think-
him decide.
We'll let the sheriff decide, but the sheriff needs to be principally in control of his resources.
But isn't this his motion?
This is his
I mean,
motion.
his request, asking to talk to these people because he's got a problem with them?
Up to this point. And I'll make an amendment on it based on conversations.
Is the sheriff here?
Nope.
We hold this as sheriff comes.
Motion's been made.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. I think in the interest of time, we can vote on
Yeah,
it. And
Judge,
then-
I
yeah.
want to let it move, which is why I seconded it. If it's a problem,
Yeah.
the sheriff can bring it back, but
That's correct.
it is 5:29, and, or not, obviously y'all have a good time, but you could have a block vote, because about an hour.
I think he can,
I
you know,
agree.
he can circle back if he
Hey,
needs
yes,
them.
right.
But, so we've got a motion and a second.
Yes.
The motion is just to take out and Universal Services?
Yes.
Yes. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Did the sheriff ask this to be changed?
It-
Budget office, did they, sheriff asked for this?
This is the item they put on there.
Okay, I'll vote no.
Okay.
I vote to support it the way that the sheriff posted it.
Okay, 3-2.
That
Thank-
was sheriff.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
I didn't hear the judge's vote.
I voted for it,
For the way that the sheriff asked it originally, or for the amendment?
for the motion proposed by Commissioner Garcia.
Okay.
Commissioner Garcia's motion is voted no.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fire Marshal. Institute of Forensic Sciences. County Clerk. County Attorney. We have a speaker, Deborah Blackstone. And that is on the transmittal of a report by the county attorney on the feasibility of the African American Cultural Heritage Commission. Doesn't look like she's here. So the motion is, we all received the report from the county attorney. Thank you guys so much for working on that. We heard from speakers last time.
Yes, ma'am. And I guess we need some
Dr.
input
Stokes.
from the commissioners on perhaps the size of this commission, the makeup, that sort of thing. You don't have to decide that today, that's just a matter of, but we made the item broad enough so you could if you wanted to.
Okay, did you have a comment?
Judge,
Commissioner?
Dr. Sloan's been in the hallway. I think she wants to talk on this thing.
Oh, sure.
Could we, do y'all know who Dr. Sloan is?
And if she, I know she did mention to me a issue somewhat related to it. Maybe if we keep going and when she gets here, we just bring her up. But I
Yes.
suggest we keep going.
And so here, the bylaws and the report she left proposed that the commission adopt the bylaws after they meet. I think that's part of what Robert,
That's why we're suggesting
Was
is
it
that
recommending?
perhaps the commissioners either, well, today or maybe next time, designate members of the commission. We're suggesting a 5-member commission to start with. Let those 5 members meet and come back to Commissioners Court.
so I have a motion here then, which is to create the Harris County African American Cultural Heritage Commission and defer adopting the county attorney's proposed bylaws to allow for the new members of the commission to review them and amend them if necessary before sending them to court for approval. I also move per the bylaws for members of court to go through the process that meets the qualifications described in Article 2A of the county attorney's proposed bylaws.
I'm not following what that means, Judge, but I think basically we're suggesting that each court member designate a member, and most likely at next Commissioners Court. Because you have to have members appointed to start it, and at this moment, you could create the commission, but you don't have any members yet.
Right, so
So that
that
would
we
be what
we
you're
bring it
doing.
back by the next court with
Yes,
a
ma'am.
recommendation. Yeah, that works. Let's say no later than 2 courts from now to allow time for folks, no later than a month from now. So if folks want to bring it next court, or we can bring it to the following court.
That'll be fine.
And so each of us can appoint somebody.
Is he clear on the motion?
I'm not clear on that.
So there's 2 motions. One is to create the Harris County African American Cultural Heritage Commission and defer adopting the bylaws until the commissioners are named and review them and bring them back to court. Number 2 is for members of court to name a commissioner by no later than 1 month from now.
I'll second it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that I said that I adore Dr. Sloan.
So that's county attorney. All right. So we have speakers also on 15H, page 15. That is Robin Day and Carolyn Coronado.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Coronado, president of the Harris County Official Court Reporters Association. I just wanted to say thank you very much for, I think y'all are going to do the final approval today for our payroll deduction for our members. That's what I'm here to speak on. I just basically came to say thank you very much for that. And, we appreciate all of your support. And just wanted to say that we're all looking forward to, working on projects we have for, the court reporters down at the courts and making things better and working together with the county and to improve the court reporters' working conditions. And so we just thank you very much, Judge Cagle and Commissioner Garcia, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Raddick, and Commissioner Ellis. Thank you very much. But did anyone have any questions of me?
Commissioner Cagle has a comment.
Say hello to my former bosses.
Lady Witter, I will. And our attorney was here earlier, Chris Feldman, but he had to leave, but he wanted to come here also and personally thank you very much for your support.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being so patient.
Oh, no problem. I didn't want to pass up my chance to say thank you in person. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Public Defender. District Courts. travel and training. There is on page 17, item 18B25, a request from CSD that no action be taken on that item. Grants. Yeah.
On page 17, item 11, is Bruce here? Bruce, come on in. Come on down. Mr. High, page 17, item 11, you have 4 people who are going to get trained in Pythons.
Yes.
Now, I would see that normally coming underneath Parks Department, but not out of Universal Services.
It's a technology solution, sir.
It's the name of a computer program, the Python?
It's not a program, but it's a solution, yes.
It squeezes you to death?
If you're not nice.
All right, thank you. I just had to find out what a Python was.
I understand. I wanted to also tell you, Commissioner Cagle, that the state of Texas has also adopted universal services and has moved fleet and IT and radio under the statewide program under universal services, which is a real good friend of mine that's over all that right now.
We're a trendsetter, all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Best practices here in Harris County.
That's a good point. Be wary of snakes. Trust me, there's snakes all around us.
So that was travel and training grants, fiscal services, and purchasing. I think, do we still have speaker, James? So we have a speaker on page
Judge.
26. Yeah.
Page 20, item I, can't let it go without saying thank you again to Canines for Cops for another trained explosives detection dog
Yeah.
that we're not having to pay for. Thank you, Christy Schiller,
And Canines for Cops. Yes.
and Canines for Cops.
Echo that. On page 26, item 11J, there's Speaker James Hughes.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Hughes with Laz Parking. On behalf of Laz Parking, I would like to file a formal protest to the pending award to Lanier Parking Meter Services, LLC, for the Harris County RFP labeled job number 190258, the Harris County Parking Management Contract. Laz Parking has been the parking operator for Harris County court system for the last 10 years. We remain in good standing with the county and have provided exceptional service to the employees and citizens of Harris County. We are very proud of the accomplishments, having made significant improvements to the system over the years, which have greatly improved both customer service and financial position of Harris County. Based on the limited information provided to us by the Harris County Purchasing Office, the limited information on the Harris County website for our rights to protest, and the unclear timelines for presenting a formal protest, we do not believe that the procurement process provided for a fair and equitable treatment of all persons or firms involved in this solicitation. Specifically, we were sent by email what appears to be an official recommendation for award notice. However, we were not provided with any information or documentation to support this award. Therefore, we are protesting the award to allow ample time for us to review the solicitation and evaluation documents and gain a better understanding of the award. On Friday, January 17th, 2020, we received a copy of the attached notice via email from the county purchasing agent. This notice was the conclusive of an extensive RFP process that started in August of last year. The notice did not provide any information or justification regarding the recommendation to the award to contract with Lanier. Vendors were not provided copies of the attachment that were referenced in the letter. The only information provided was a brief notification that the award was being sent to Commissioners Court for approval. Subsequently to this protest, we have submitted a formal request for public information from the Harris County Auditor's Office and purchasing agent to include all submitted proposals, pricing worksheets, presentations, best and final offers, evaluation scorecards, and any comments or notes provided by the members of the evaluation committee. We have also contacted both purchasing and the budget management department for additional information and clarification. We're requesting this information to better understand Harris County's decision to award this contract to another company. As of today, we have not received the requested information or any clarification on the evaluation process. Considering our long tenure and good standing with the county, we would like to fully understand the county's decision and process for this award. We respectfully are protesting this award pending a comprehensive review of the requested documents and
Thank you.
evaluation process.
Thank you so much.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
So we did go through the RFP process, and we've explained to, so we did go through the RFP process, and the recommendation before you is that we cannot provide the backup documentation and the debrief. Mr. Taylor, correct?
James
James,
Hughes.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Hughes.
We can't give him the debriefing because if court decides today that, hey, we do not want to award this, we cannot continue negotiations with other vendors. This is the normal practice through the RFP process, that information is not provided to anyone until the award recommendation is approved by court. And we will sit down and give them a debriefing. And if at that point they feel, we still want to protest, they bring the item back to court, we'll bring it back to court and allow that item to be either re-awarded or rescinded or stands as it stands today. But with that in mind, we cannot provide that information because the RFP process from beginning to end is confidential. If the court wants us to hold it, well, we could hold it, but at the end of the day, I still can't provide that to you unless we want to start the process over after debriefing if we decide not to award it to the vendor that's recommended here.
So, Judge?
Yeah.
So, assuming we award it, he can get his briefing?
Yes, sir.
They can file a protest. If there's something there, we can rescind it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is correct.
I suggest we go.
And we are
move
also,
forward.
just so courts are aware, we're actually putting together a protest policy that the county will follow just as much as we do with the federal guidelines. So it's very clear to vendors how they can follow that protest
Yeah.
moving forward.
So
But-
I just make sure, I want to make sure it's clear. He's not disadvantaged. In fact, the
No.
only way he'll know what's there
Right.
is if we award it.
Right.
And,
And it's not to give them a disadvantage, and they're more than welcome to come back to the next court and say, we disagree with the debriefing, we want to move forward. But I think once they see the layout, they'll understand why the decisions were made. But I can't offer that up to you or anyone else, any vendor.
and if they don't agree, the point is, we have to award it so he can protest.
Right.
There is no protest until we award it.
So
It'll just-
he can get the full information.
But
Thank you.
again, that's kind of the steps that we go through, and we'll have that in writing to provide to court in the near future for a policy that we follow.
And I will,
Explains that out.
Judge, I'll just add that I applaud you, Dwight, for doing this. Respectfully, we should have probably had a policy a long time ago.
Right, I agree.
But nonetheless, it's always helpful for vendors to know why they didn't succeed. And generally speaking, when we had that issue come up in the past, whether it be at city council or at the sheriff's office, after a conversation, they may not still like the answer, but you know what? At least we were opening the books and making sure people understood how decisions were being made. And it helps people be successful in the future. So thank you for doing that.
If I would, if it's a normal straight bid or, just a straight bid without negotiations involved, we do open those books up, that information up prior to this award. It's just this process has to be kept confidential until an award. So if the negotiations need to continue, we have the ability to do so. But we will be glad to set up a meeting immediately following this court, and then we can go through the process with them and show everything you've requested is open to you guys to see.
All right. Thank you so
So-
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a
Oh,
question?
sir, one question for you.
I've worked here a few years. I've never had anybody say they're in good standing with the county. Do you have some kind of letter or something that says that?
Well, we've been here for 10 years, and our contract actually expired 5 years ago. We've been through numerous audits with the county, and as far as the communication to the budget department that I've had that we are in good standing.
Thank you.
I do have a number of things I can furnish for evidence if you like.
No, I was just curious. I've never had anybody saying they're in good standing with the county.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners Court, under county judge, we've gone over my item. Precinct 1?
Judge,
Yeah.
real quickly, going back to purchasing,
Yeah.
the other item I'm really excited about is this Kinder Institute with Rice on our affordable housing planning study and market demand absorption study. This is
Yeah.
very important based on the conversation we had earlier. So just excited to see that on the agenda.
It is. Great. So moving back to Commissioners Court, Precinct 1,
Motion.
Precinct 2.
Judge, on item number 1, I'd like to have this item subject to approval. Apparently, we've done this for 40 years or longer and without an agreement in place, but I'd like to get this approved, subject to an agreement being developed and approved by, I guess, in partnership with the county attorney's office. And then on item 2, I just want to speak on it very quickly. I'm so excited about this, Judge. As you know, I'm building a all-inclusive park. This particular item is to work in partnership with Crosby ISD, with students from their school district, students who have special challenges, disabilities, and have them work in our parks. And it's a great partnership. Unfortunately, I need to ask for a take no action on this item because the agreement is being revised, and then we'll bring it back to the next agenda.
All right, noted. Precinct 3. Precinct 4.
We held the first item until next court because of handling the budget this morning. And so holding, I know, is not the proper term, and we're just taking no action this time. We'll bring it back in a couple of weeks. And we've already resolved item number 2. I move on item 3.
All right, moving on to miscellaneous. Does anyone have comments there?
Judge, item B was an item I requested. And I appreciate the departments that have submitted. I think at last count, we had about 3 departments submit some information. But I was really taken back by the amount of inactivity in some of these committees. Some with no reports, some with no action. So I'm waiting to get the final report on this. And so, but I think this will be a good point of conversation for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Emergency and supplemental items. Item 1. This is the debt collections item. Item 2,
So,
yeah,
which one is that again?
that's item 1 on page 33.
Item 1 on page 33?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Judge, so,
Oh, your mic is off.
yeah. I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Mr. Seward, tell me a little bit about, I know there's a hearing going on in Austin. I'm on the right item, right?
Yes, it's about the tax collection.
Yeah, there's a hearing going on in Austin. I think it's the Ways and Means Committee, I'm not sure.
Yes, sir, it is, in the House.
And I do think it's appropriate that we give some sense of what our thoughts are, but I want to ask the legal department, what thoughts do you all have on a position that the county ought to take?
Well, I mean, as we spell out here, and we helped Ender write the proposal, currently the way tax collection works is an outside law firm automatically receives 20% of whatever is owed when the accounts are turned over to the law firm. whether they file a lawsuit, whether they make one phone call, send 2 letters, it's 20%. It's theoretically possible to negotiate a lower rate, but we know in practice it doesn't happen. And we've been told when it does happen, it might be for 1 year, but then the next year it kicks back up to the 20%. The law does not give an equivalent benefit to the county if the county used in-house resources to collect those. So for example, if the county sends a letter to someone who owes taxes or makes a phone call, the county cannot recover its costs. There is a provision if the county actually files a lawsuit, drags a person into court, and gets a judgment, the county then gets a 15% attorney's fees. We're just asking that the county be allowed to recover those costs incurred in collecting delinquent taxes.
So essentially, you're asking us to take position, we ought to at least have parity, and if we want to charge less.
Certainly.
As a penalty, we ought to be able to do it.
And I can tell you that based on our experience in the collection work our office has done, the costs are far less than the 20%, even the 15%. And the county, because the county can't make a profit on such things, the county can only charge its actual cost. That's always the maximum, regardless of how it's calculated.
I don't have the charge in front of me, but I think they were looking at whether it's property tax collection or the fines and fees.
You know, I don't recall, Commissioner, I had it printed out, and I don't have it in front of me. I thought it was property tax collection.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Is it just property taxes?
It's just property tax
Okay.
collection.
I do want to ask, because I think it might be helpful, Ender, because I think you'll be the person who delivered the letter or whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Jackson, I think there's some analogy. So how are we doing on what we took in-house? And that is the toll roads. What has been the
I asked
progress?
that question, and our office did an internal look at that, working with the county attorney. We're providing that back to the county attorney, and we're going to give you a formal response through the county attorney. But the indications are that we've saved, the average was about 45% of what the citizens were paying, and it's just much more efficient, and we're doing actually a better job of collecting.
So we get more money, and it's costing,
Customers, what did I say?
yeah, customers. So
Customers,
we get more money, and the customers, or the toll users, the customers, are paying less in penalties.
That's correct. And I did have a brief conversation with Hector about it, and because they're being more active on the phone bank and getting accounts back in, our customers are getting back in, instead of the first letter, getting one of those.
And because the two are related, what is the penalty on the toll road customers? Is it 30%, 20%, or what is it?
There's a fixed amount on the toll road, so it can be, I will just tell you, I got one from the state of Texas for the $1.35 toll. Never got a notice, it didn't get on my account. It was for $1.35 was the toll, and the fee that the state of Texas is getting was $45. And it's collected by a firm in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg, so.
I guess that was part of that driver responsibility bill.
I guess,
Is that
but
what
I
you-
never even, it should have been charged to my Easy Tag account, but anyway.
And the reason I'm asking is because I want to just add a friendly amendment to say, submit the report, because they will have a hearing before we meet again.
I'll try to have something
Okay.
together by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, so that is attached, and I think they can draw some analogy to it when the governmental entity does it. And I'd also like to suggest we amend this so that, why, I mean, look, I know I was in the legislature for a long time, but why would the government set whatever the penalty ought to be anyway? Let the market decide it. You know what I mean? It may not necessarily have to be, as I read the law, you gotta charge 15 or 20%. Under our current arrangement, we opt to do the 20% on property tax collection. Is that correct?
Originally, it was 15%, and then when they agreed to cover the cost of the current collection system that's in the tax office, which was going to be tens of millions of dollars, the court raised it to 20%.
The court raised it, but the law says you had to give at least 15%. And then the law was changed to say you could give 20%. So I'm just saying, I think we ought to at least express the comment of the court. You know, why would we go right in? Why do we need, why should the government engage in price fixing for a certain industry, whoever it is? You let the market figure out. They can put a cap, say it can't be higher, but why would you say you have a floor? It can't be lower. That's just rather uncommon.
Yes, to put it kindly.
Yeah, but so I'm thinking, this is good, but I want to make sure we also at the point, you know, I know when I was on city council, the first time the city did it, the city split the fee with the private law firm, and then somebody went to the legislature to change the law so you couldn't split it. So obviously, somebody wanted to make sure that if you did it, you only did it with a private law firm. And I certainly am not objecting to a monopoly, but the legislature ought to be careful, and I think we ought to say that. So am I clear? I just want to make sure I'm adding the point that I think I want to offer a friendly amendment to this item saying, unless legal tells me that's a problem
No,
if I'm
we're
off
fine
track.
with it. No, it's okay.
That we ought to not try to put in some floor on how much you have to give to the private firm, or us, for that matter. You know, you can certainly set a ceiling. It can't be higher than this, but why couldn't we make it a lower penalty if we wanted to? Obviously, if somebody's not paying taxes, either something's wrong with them, if they're going to give up their property, or they don't have the money. So it seems somewhat of a non sequitur to say, well, we're going to do to get you to pay since you don't have money is charge you more money to pay it. I don't think that's necessarily the way to get it.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And I guess two questions. One would be for Commissioner Ellis, which I like the idea of not setting a floor, but how would we calculate what that would be?
The actual cost?
Yeah.
And actually, budget management is very good at calculating such things. It's just a matter of taking what resources our office devotes, you know, how many lawyers are involved, the price of the equipment, even the computer software, including benefits, that sort of thing, and then calculating it out.
Gotcha.
And it's actually fairly easy to calculate the cost per collection or cost per dollar.
Gotcha. Now, I don't recall that we've made a final decision on our tax collection contract against Linebarger or Purdue.
That's correct.
What does this item do to that?
I don't think it would have any impact because realistically, and Ender can speak better than I mean, you're looking at a year away for the legislature. This is an interim committee. They're studying the issue. I don't know that it would have any impact on a contract the county were to sign this year before the legislature makes.
Got you. And then where are we in terms of deciding that contract?
I think we're still looking for additional information. That's one of the committees you mentioned earlier. It's a pretty big working committee, and there's just a lot of data that has to be gathered together.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner Cagle,
Very, very briefly, Judge, since we've already voted on it, we need to change it from Office of Legislative Relations in the motion to the Office of Intergalactic Relations, or whatever our new name is. Just
Supreme. I just wanted to hear you say it when you came to the mic.
Supreme Legislative Affairs, there you go.
Commissioner
Reed,
Ellis,
Intergovernmental and Global Affairs.
So,
yeah.
was I clear on the point I'm adding? Just to come up with language that he could understand. In terms
Yes.
of the amendment, was I pretty clear on that?
What's the motion? Can you repeat
So the motion
it?
is that we add to the supplemental item. You laid all this out, I guess, that I have here in front of my staff.
I believe so, yes, sir.
So I want to add that, Robert, help me with how do I phrase this?
Well,
That we ought not set a ceiling.
Not a ceiling. The floor.
We should not set a floor
on,
right.
on how much the penalty can be.
correct.
Yeah.
And we can write that up.
And he can help you write it up to just make sure, and you're gonna, so is that clear? We'll
Yeah.
not set
A floor.
a floor on
on-
what it should be.
Right. Okay.
And can I get a point of clarity? So they're having this meeting on the 5th, but obviously they'll come out with an interim report. Is it the will of the court that we share the information from the work group that's still meeting and still having meetings as they prepare their interim report?
I would say if something, Judge,
Yeah.
if something comes out of it, what's happening with that interim group reviewing the contract is, I guess you have two vendors, both going, and it's going month to month. So the one who's angry is benefiting, I get that. And I know that part of the thought of the legal department was to create some competition. And as I told Mr. Ryan and Mr. Sword, my fear is then you have two people fighting to keep this law from being changed at all. I mean, there's a reason why this law's been in place all this time. And for what it's worth, although they give me credit for the interim charge, I wish I had that much power. You know, I'm flattered that they think I had something to do with it, but they'll never believe it, but I didn't. But if something comes out of it, Will, but I just didn't want this first hearing to come up. And it is a leap of faith, real leadership, in my judgment, for the legislature to even talk about it. Because it's been rare that there have been any discussions up there to do anything. So if they're willing to talk about it, I think it's the largest county in the state and one that backed away from what most counties are doing. Because at least the toll road came back in-house. They ought to know that, and they ought to know we appreciate them looking at it and give them input along the way. I assume there'll be more than one hearing on it, but I just didn't want this first one to pass without.
The word I'm getting is this might be the only hearing on it, so, but they will be working on
You
the
need to
issue.
throw up everything we can.
Then,
because
okay, as I get information, I
It's
can.
an
I can move on.
abomination,
Okay.
the way this operates.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. We want to make sure we don't just sit back and say I don't want to just monitor it. I think we ought to get in the game.
So there's a motion. Yeah, James, you good? A
So
second?
moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, we already passed. Correct? Yeah. Item 3, I'd like to go to executive session on that personnel question. Item 4, we already discussed. Item 5, we discussed. Item 6, we discussed. Item 7, I think we ought to go to executive session on that one as well.
Is your mic on, Commissioner? Mike?
Seems to me, with as much discussion as goes on about the health department, about public health, we run into situations where we don't have anybody here but a public information officer to ask questions of. So I think they need to change their way they do this. I think there needs to be an actual director that's just not a public information officer to answer a question.
Judge?
Yeah.
Well, at least from my standpoint, anytime I have called the director, whether he's here or doing important work for us somewhere else in Austin or Washington, wherever, he always answers the phone real quick. So from my standpoint, it hadn't been a problem, and I know he's dealing with issues right now related to the latest virus, hoping it does not become a pandemic. And sometimes that does require him to travel, but I just think he's doing a good job. I know on a difficult day, long meeting for all our department heads, I don't want to do anything to create more uncertainty or in any way make people feel disparate. So I just want to say I think he's doing a good job, as I think is the case with all of our department heads.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge, and I too want to echo Commissioner Ellis's comments that, look, directors, and the request is kind of surprising because in most cases that there's been, the media's needed to get to Dr. Shaw. He's been there, and I've seen him do interviews. So I'm a little perplexed by the question. But if we're going to do that for one director, I think we need to do it for all directors. And, but I think nonetheless, the directors all have been phenomenal at juggling many things that come up. And as, from the time that we were dealing with ITC, I mean, Dr. Shaw was at the OEM almost day and night. And then when we dealt with the other issues, Dr. Shaw was there. So I know the guy is available, but I think instead of singling out one department, let's make it available to all directors.
I think most of our directors are normally here.
Well, I saw Dr. Shaw earlier today.
Well, I don't want to pay them overtime, so I'm hoping we don't apply to any of them. Because then somebody might say, apply to commissioners. Then you go to meddling.
They don't get paid overtime.
Okay, there he is.
It's good. Good to see him.
Good.
Dr. Shaw, thank you for your work, and you did remind me, Commissioner Garcia of ITC.
Yeah.
And when we had to, okay, who's gonna cobble together air monitors?
Right.
It was you guys, so in light of what's going on,
So Judge,
thank you.
I don't have any questions. Dr. Shaw, I think you're doing a good job, and I appreciate the job that you're doing.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Amir Shan, I'm here.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Hope to see you more.
So executive session, item 2, do we need to go to executive session on Wendy Clunen's reappointment?
I don't believe so. Judge would like to move on her appointment.
I'll second it. And did I do mine? Did I do mine earlier?
I don't believe you did.
I think it's a correction on that.
Is that correction 2020 or 2020?
Oh, yeah, on 2022,
2020 to 2022.
on Wendy.
Change 2021 to 2022
Yeah,
is what
on Wendy
the
Clunen.
change needs to be on
Yeah.
there. So it looks like there is a public hearing. Sure. Okay, so do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Did I move mine earlier? I can't remember. I'll move mine on item 1.
Second.
Take Brandon Dudley off, put Zoe Middleton on.
Oh, yes. All in
Midtown.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item 1 on executive session.
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's go.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Where's Bradley?
He hadn't been returning my calls.
You know what?
He stopped returning my calls, so I took him off.
He didn't come see me in my office, so I don't know.
He sent me one of those pop-ups to look at him.
Okay, so let's go back up to public hearings. We
He's
did
in his-
have one.
He's in his public information officer.
We have an item for the district clerk. I'd like to hear to call to order a public hearing for the records preservation and restoration plan for fiscal year 2020 through 2021 in accordance with section 51.305 of the government code. Does anyone wish to speak on the records preservation plan?
I move we close.
All right, having no speakers, I'd like to close the public hearing, move to approve the agenda item. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, going back to executive session, item 3. Do folks need to go back to executive session on that?
No.
Item,
Yeah, somebody want to move it? You want to move it? Or we going to go back on that one?
Commissioner Raddick, this is your appointment. Would you like to move it? Item 3 under executive session.
I don't need to go back. I'll move to approve.
Do you have a second? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 4, Commissioner Cagle, do you need to go back for this? Okay, do we have a motion?
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item, that is A, B, and C. Number 5, does anyone need to go back to executive session on this item, number 5, under executive? All right. Is there a motion?
So move.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Number 6, I believe we do need to go to executive session on this one. Correct, Robert?
Yes, on 6A.
On 6.
And I need to
A.
point out, Judge,
Yes.
item 6A is subject to executive session because the discussion of the value of that real property or terms concerning it would impact the county's ability, or the flood control district's ability to negotiate a purchase.
Okay.
And then 6B, we do need an executive session on that one too, to confer with the county attorney.
Okay. That is 6A and B, and that's it. So in that case, Yes, let's take a motion on the rest of the agenda, except for item 3 under supplemental items. That'll go to executive session. It's a personnel matter. Items 6A and B as well. Everything else, okay.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So it's 6:11. We'll go to executive session on items, what is it? 6A on page 33 for personnel matter, 6A on, 6A on page 33, that is on the value of a property.
And
6B, conferring with the county attorney, and also item 3 on page 33 on a personnel matter. All right, thank you.
I've listened back to the recording, and Michael just said, we're already looking into it. Bagel said, that seems fine for now.
Yes, I think it's just.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been 9 hours. They came by this morning and asked me what my needs were. It's like a shorter meeting. It's like, I do assignment.
You need to look at what your needs are in 2030.
Exactly.
County, you're gonna be in 2 years from now.
Yeah, it's gonna be good night in a minute.
Hey, man. You work at, were you? Yeah, what's the, hold on, let me just see that matter.
Oh, you're trying to look all like.
Full X? Oh, from Haji Shops? Were you deployed for 4 months? 6 months, is that a year?
Last time, probably about 8 o'clock last night. Like, Metamucil, John, otherwise. Oh.
I can forward you the notes we got from Saturday.
We don't have anything in writing from the GLO. We're not taking notes or anything else to make comments on it. Because I gotta see really what the proposal is.
They are.
Yeah, it's fine. We're ecstatic that it sounds better. Now show us what the details is. Oh, is he still trying to debate?
I'm not trying to debate, no, but if we created confusion by saying that that property is in the floodplain, then we need to clarify that.
You did, because I got called.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say.
That's why, it is in the floodplain. Well, that's not a floodplain. It's not a common.
But what I'm saying is, can you have a map, but in your all expert opinion, is it likely that part of that parcel would be in the floodplain if you drew the map through?
I'll tell you what, you know what I would say? I'm an engineer, I don't speculate, I calculate. We don't guess. That's the thing about engineers, we don't guess. The federal government says it's not. Montgomery County evaluated it, you can call them, what's the name of the national level? So, yeah, go out and they had the set of plans, we've never even seen this stuff. I haven't. I don't know what, but I would take a reasonable, and this is a guess, I can almost be sure that the engineers for Perry were very careful in that they thought they modeled the floodplain, they would have put all the homes above it because they have liability if they didn't. If there was a floodplain, then they would have elevated above it. The map showed there's no floodplain. And I had someone call me and they're like, how the hell was Perry doing that floodplain? That's when I told him, they're not that dumb. No developers govern, real developers. These guys have corporate, stockholders and stuff like that.
There's also, it's also very clearly in the details of the map, how they map things, how they put it all online. And I'm not there. We have more Mondays off. They would explain how mapping works.
But their map is their map and our map is our map, and it ends at the county boundary.
It's based on political boundaries, not geographic boundaries, which
Doesn't make sense that that's the way it's done. And it's done at the public side of it.
so I don't have the issue with that. Because I hate to, like, I never heard of Joe Jackson, they rhyme.
I use that course. I just judge, I say, you're an engineer, I speculate, I calculate. And they're like, well, you won't take a guess. We don't guess. That's what you lawyers do. You guess, we calculate. We wouldn't.
A lot of times we do
And if we had the modeling in from whoever the engineer was and saw everything. So eventually you'll have it.
you eventually will have the entire 2,800 square miles. We'll have it mapped. But it's just not ready.
Yeah, you are getting yours back, huh?
I thought not.
And we can't come on it.
Yeah.
I know, I mean, it's tough for you to write something. You can't play that.
Yeah.
That's right. Our name will be, that's right. You don't, we don't want that to happen. You may not care what we do.
not my fault.
All day.
We need one of those great happy hours. I already put it online. Nice. The CSD one? Oh, yep. Straightforward. shouldn't have to infer what the policy is based on like this. Delegate.
I delegate a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah. Need a good seat. A lot of students. Yeah. I know who they're doing business with next session. Who's on that one?
On the house races? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the house one in the loop is not terribly interesting. The other one is. Yeah, a lot of them up there have a kind of like conspiratorial.
Oh, of us?
Of you, yes.
Great. We got a fair share of those around. Oh,
Okay, so it's 6:56. We're back from executive session. We don't need to take any action on the flood control item, as I understand. On item 6B, County Attorney, what motion do you guys need?
Yes, ma'am. The county attorney is requesting that the law firm of Lewis Brisboe, and specifically Bill Helfand of that firm, be retained as special counsel to represent Constable Christopher Diaz in a case pending in federal court.
So moved.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, the item on the toll road authority, item 3, that one we will hold for next court. Yes.
Do we need
No
to
action.
hold or take no action?
No action. No
Take no
action.
action.
Thank you so much. Okay, great. Anything else, y'all? Oh, speakers, right. Okay, so there's John Moran, Steve Williams, Brett Campbell, Faisal Amin, Ed Alfaro, Christina Webb, Ashley Fromm, Travis Hardwick, Allison Lewis, Roberto Pina, Matthew Pagel, Linda Smith.
Nobody see, I'd like to say a few things. Go ahead.
right. It's 6:58 and Commissioners Court is adjourned.
It's,
Thank you, sir. All right, Zach. See you, Zach. See you, thank you. How did, I'm just curious, and this is just a background question, on how the presentation went on the Perry thing, what Joe's information is. She's more free to talk about it now than she was. I mean, I'm not gonna write anything right now, but if it's easier just to like have a brief conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so never mind, y'all. It's 6:59, and one of our speakers is here.
Actually never left. I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, so I never left. My name is Linda Smith. I'm just a representative on behalf of Dynamics Design, and I'd like to thank the entire body that is still here. Now, recently in the media, there have been a series of ongoing public service announcements with the slogan, "If you see something, say something." So we can imagine that the average temperature here in Houston is 95 degrees with periodic heat advisories in effect. You, along with several hardworking individuals, endure this pain to provide for your families and continue to grow a small business that strive for a high level of ethical standards. The dedication and ambitious spirits of those involved in the field complete the task after several weeks of investing both physically and financially. Now this work is complete. The Commissioners Court has approved the final payment in December of 2019, but needless to say, I'm here today demanding action for non-payment as a subcontractor to your vendor. And certain individuals from P2MG have given reasons to stall payment with the hopes that these voices of myself and colleagues will fade away. But in closing, I give those words back to those duly elected. I saw something, I'm saying something. Now what will you do?
So, thank you for being so patient and being
Not a
here
problem.
all day. Now, I think the purchasing director may have left.
I'm sure.
But we'll get someone to make sure you can visit with him tomorrow. He was the guy sitting in, I think, the second seat over there, and he may have left.
Is he
But you-
still here? Can y'all
It's
see?
understandable.
We'll see if he's still here. So when we walk out, we'll try to help you.
If not, they have the contact information for us.
I do have some information
Okay.
on this.
Can we talk
I'm
about?
not sure.
I mean,
don't have
it's
her contact information. Smith.
so
I
Miss.
I would just recommend that you meet with
It's okay,
the
I've been
purchase director,
outside.
because there's more to the story.
Ms. Smith, a quick question?
Yeah, so this is not on the agenda, so we're not allowed to talk
It's
at
part of
length.
miscellaneous.
Right.
I was
Oh.
just a write-in.
Right, so if, is there an item on the agenda on this item?
No.
So if you're not signed up on an
We
item,
just
we
got the
can't.
information in last night.
Got it. We're not legally allowed to talk about it at length. What we can do is, the county engineer says he's got some information for you, so as soon as we adjourn, he'll connect with you.
Okay.
But we can't address it in.
He'll
court.
wait here to see you. If the
Yes.
purchasing guy's still here, he'll set that up as well.
Not a problem.
Yes, Commissioner.
Today.
Cable, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if it's something that my recent can help with, if you'll email us and we'll comment.
All right,
Apologies for.
It's understandable. It's 7 o'clock.
It's not a precinct 4.
thank you.
If it's not precinct 4, then I give you to whoever it is that is your commissioner.
He was leaving because he thought I was going to give a speech.
And he came
He
back.
didn't know you were going to give a speech. Then he came back.
Okay, so, thank you, Ms. Smith. It's 7:03 and we're now adjourned. Again.
Oh, well, they already have the contact information.
Once more out of the reach.
Michael Jones tell you that he knows that everybody's waiting for information from him? Well, of course you do. But we talked to him and we said, you're sure you're still waiting for all the information from me? Well, yeah, I'm gonna turn it in. Because I could have said, well, yeah, it's nice for you to show up, but we're still waiting for you.